let's get started, or hope we can get started. Says our connection is excellent, and we'll see if that follows up with an image. And it does. All right, now we are going to go check our channel, and we are going to see if there's an echo. Okay, or hope we can get that started. Friendly echo. Everybody hit that upvote. That's the first thing you need to do, because of course commentary has been disabled, so everybody has to comment on the past episodes, which we will explain to everyone on, as soon as we get Aristides on board. So, okay, let's get Aristides on board, along with everyone else, and anyone else who cares to join us. So we're going to hit that call. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Let me leave that. Don't want him to answer that. Okay, and here we are. Where's my infinite call? Here we are, is my infinite call. Don't I sound great tonight? Yes, I'm just so together, so with it. Okay, now we've got him being called, and now we've got a reassurance from YouTube that we is live. There we are, my dear sir. Okay, Thumbslug, he says hello in the chat. T-Tank Berry says we're that I sound crystal clear. Let's see if you sound crystal clear.
Do I sound crystal clear?
You sound such to me. Let's see if you sound such to our man T-Tank Berry or anybody else. And oh, Amy's with us. Say hi, Amy. Let's see if you sound crystal clear.
Crystal clear.
You're so nice.
What is it? What does it say?
You're so adorable. Well, you're registering, and that's a good start. Okay, so now we're going to get feedback from our man T-Tank Berry. Let's see if there's anyone else on the call with us. But I think it's just the three of us now, and we're going to carry it for a few. And we'll start, of course, with Aristides doing his blurb, and then we'll have you kind of participate. Now, Vicky Johnson, 6033, says, Happy New Year. Thank you so much, honey. Love you dearly. And Thumbslug says, it's Marcus from a few years ago. Well, welcome back, Marcus. And he says, just changed my name on YouTube. And I don't recall, I vaguely recall the name Marcus, but I don't recall much else. So you can remind us if there was anything that stood out about Marcus. You can remind us. T-Tank Mary says, Amy is crystal. And he says Aristides is crystal. So you're both doing great. And let me tend towards, responding to the people on chat while our man Aristides does the blurb. And while Aristides is in the middle of his blurb, I'm going to take my tea strainer here. And I'll probably mute the mic while I do that when I thump it to get all of the tea leaves out of it. And but I'll do that while Aristides is active. Matter of fact, I'll do that now once Aristides gets started. So are you ready to start the blurb, Aristides? You ready to run with it?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay, great. I'll go mute and I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. And okay, take it away.
All right. Wait, let me get the make sure my window up here.
Actually,
is there Amy's here?
Yeah, but
Amy's here on mute. Okay.
Yeah, no.
I am here. I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah,
all right,
but you know what I'm going to do before you get started? And blessings to Sheila Gavin as well. She says, Dearest Douglas Dietrich, our beloved national treasure, public and former hero, and style icon, greetings and blessings to you and T-Tank Berry. Greetings to all Team Dietrich. And at Thumbslug says, was many years ago, as Marcus had kids, been focusing on that. That's totally understandable. And kisses to Sheila Gavin, kisses to Vicky Johnson. Love you, ladies. And what we're going to do now is I'm going to show Aristides something before he gets started. So let's do that because I want Aristides to blurb it and integrate this into his blurb. Okay, so let's do a screen share. And what happens is that if I access YouTube here, and let's see if we can get to it. And so we see YouTube and we take a look at notifications. So here's a notification that Town 22 left. And so we're going to go towards this on that episode. But this is the important thing. Since they've disabled our commentary, we're going to assume permanently. This individual, Town 22, went to an older episode where the commentary is not disabled to leave his comments. So I want everyone to do that. And we'll give them the date as to when disablement began, and any episode before that is where you can leave your comments on. That helps to add to the what would we call it? The dissemination of the channel. It's the channel dispersal is enabled by higher commentary aggregation. So he says here, DDD just found your channel. I just found your channel. I was listening to you 10 years ago at work. A man named John Clipadlo had turned me on to you, but I retired and lost my info. I always remembered some names you mentioned back then, and the same names are in the news today. How ironic. And so when I did reply to him, with apologies for my day late reply, thank you so much for participating and welcome back aboard, he says, Douglas Dietrich. Thank you for all you have done to inform us all on the occult hidden nature of our society. I will be in touch in the near future. In the meantime, please allow me to donate to your channel. Again, thank you, bro. And of course, by all means, everyone is encouraged to do that, and everyone is encouraged to follow this man's example. Our man Aristides will explain how, and that requires us to, of course, go over to the channel and remind everyone that the commentary was disabled about the episode before last. So that means that the episode that everyone can leave commentary on would be on 11 days ago, as dated Wednesday, the 4th of February. So any episode before Wednesday, February 4th, and of this year. And anybody can leave comments. Yeah. Okay, so I'll leave you to talk about that, Aristides, among other things, and I'll go mute and I'll be right back.
All right, so I will check that out. Prior to Wednesday the 4th, we'll see what date that is, and maybe that can be the spot where everybody comments for now. But short of that, we should have said as soon as you get here, hit that upvote. Very crucially important. There are downvotes placed that cannot be seen. YouTube doesn't display them as typical, but there are certain individuals who are against the good work Douglas is doing, use bots, and a bunch of thumbs down, dislikes show up right away, and that skews the algorithm, and the algorithm dictates how likely Douglas is to be displayed high up in search results or suggested content areas, and therefore how likely he is to gain new listeners and new supporters, especially financially, which we will get to that. And so very important to hit that upvote. You do need to be signed into YouTube to do these things. Hopefully you are, or you can be, or you have a way to do that. And Gmail, I believe, is a way that gets you there for free. In other words, you don't have to create an account to sign in if you have a Gmail, I believe. That should let you sign into YouTube. So hit that thumbs up right away. And the cool thing is, whether you have multiple Gmails, or if you never have created content channels, you can create them underneath your one login. You don't have to put anything on them, but you can create multiple content channels. They can just be dummy channels. Really, the cool thing is they can all upvote independently, so one person can do more than one vote. So I've just
I'm back. He's explaining Dietrich democracy, everyone.
Yep, Dietrich democracy. That's right. I've put 2 votes so far. Wouldn't hurt me to make another little extra channel, and so I can do more upvotes. But yep, you can make channels under your account, or you can use multiple Gmail or whatever login accounts you have. So in these ways, please throw all the upvotes on immediately that you can. I did explain the algorithm and the bots and all that. So do smash that upvote right away. Other things you can do, you cannot leave comments. So you were saying prior to which one? February
4th.
3rd?
Yeah, just think Green Hair Day. That's when Douglas Dietrich appears in a green wig on February 4th. The 4th of February. 2/4.
That's
yeah.
That's the last one where you can, or the first one where you can't?
It's the last one where you can. Last one where you can. Good question.
Well, good thing there's that green hair there, so we can tell everyone go to the Green Hair Day.
Yeah.
And leave comments.
And anything before. Green Hair Day and anything before. Yes.
Right. But I mean, if they don't know where to go before, we can always give the link to Green Hair Day.
Yes.
We'll
good idea. I put that in the chat. Yes. Good idea.
Put that right in the chat. So first we should put in the chat. Well, okay, now we're talking about it now, so I'll put it there. Okay.
Thank you. And good man. This is our man Aristides. He's the best. We couldn't do it without him. Oh my God, people have no idea how many times this guy's bailed me out for rent. And of course I do my best to try and reciprocate. And this is a guy who has nothing in life. This guy's learned to get along in life with nothing. I mean, this is
the true richness is what we have inside.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. I'm looking for my credit cards right now. So spiritual credit card. I'm just kidding. I'm fine. Okay, so please direct comments to last episode where enabled. Let me click on that, make sure it works. Green Hair Day.
Yes. Bless you. And Amy Como in the interim, she's got life by the balls, but we can talk about that later. So back to Erin. She does, people. All right.
Okay,
now,
so I'll
It's
continue.
true. It's very true.
Wait.
Like you'd never guess.
Yes.
Let me continue for just a second.
Take your time, as long as you need.
Let me do at least the one important thing of putting the PayPal link in the chat. And that is the easiest way that you could support, and the most profound way that you can support Douglas is sending him cold, hard, electronic cash by PayPal. And put the link there. We'll try to keep it in the chat periodically. But also, not having the link is not an excuse. All you have to do is go to PayPal and just type in the search Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, and you should find him there. It's snazzy little get up and hat and glasses on the hat, and that's him. Make sure that's him. It looks like him. Looks somewhat remotely Asian. If you see a guy that does not look at all Asian, that's not the right guy. But Douglas D. Dietrich. If you forget and you just type Douglas Dietrich, that will get actually to the his commercial PayPal, which, I mean, if that's the worst mistake you make, sending it to that one and they deduct their few percent because it's a commercial account, Doug will live with it. Yes. He prefers the his personal account because they don't take that little bit out. So Douglas D. Dietrich, go there, send him money as much as you can, as often as you can, regularly if possible, recurring payment. It's very important. Douglas isn't a beggar out there. He is. This is his job. He is working for, and his pay is the contributions he receives, and that is legally recognized as his job under the 250% Working Disabled program.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So this is what he's doing. He could be down the street flipping burgers or working a register, but he's not. He's here, risking life and limb and other things to bring you information. So if you appreciate that, send him a few dollars or many dollars, hundreds, thousands. If you want him to keep that is well, you can explain what you need $1,000 for. I was going to say your youthful, girlish appearance, but or whatever the expression is. I was just going to make it a joke or whatever the colloquial expression is, not as an insult, but right. Okay, so send money. hit the like, switch between accounts or channels if possible. Do more likes. Hit all the buttons except for thumbs down. Hit the share. That'll generate a link to share. Please share that link. Is another crucial thing you can do, especially now things getting tougher. Comments disabled, and I was not able to put his PayPal link there as the pinned or primary comment underneath the program after they end. So please generate the link there and share. And hit the save there to your favorites. You can hit the little clip button, generate a 1 minute or so little clip teaser of the program, even while it is live, apparently. And after it is live, it reverts to a regular YouTube or a replay, as they call it. During that, while you're playing it, you can on the PC. I've always found it real handy. You can on any YouTube video. I do it with a lot of things. You can right click with the mouse. That's the not your normal clicky button. Some people could have it set otherwise. And generate a link at that current time. It adds a timestamp to the link. You'll know it is such. It'll have, I think, an and sign and then a T equals something. And that's the time in seconds that it's directed to. And actually you can manually adjust that. If you want to catch it, you kind of, by the time you click and whatever, get the, it might be a few seconds off. You can actually, all right, that's getting a little technical details, but you can sit there instead of going back and like, oh, I got to scroll back and try to click again. You can just adjust that little T equals number at the end by seconds to dial it in, just to start right on that, whatever powerful delivery or funny beginning of the funny joke or whatever it is. So that's handy. But do share the link. The link is good both for during the live and the replay. The same link. We'll get there either way. Share it in any way possible that you can think to. In a chat, in an email. Generate a QR code. It's very easy these days. Print it out. Tape it up on a bathroom stall. Once the weather warms up, people open their windows, make little paper airplanes with the link or the QR code, and send them. Just run by, just send it in there, run away. They'll never know it was you. But what they may do is scan the code or go to the link and maybe find the most mind-blowing experience of their life. So as many of us have.
Yes.
So either contribute or distribute or both. And else, okay. If you can't PayPal, if you absolutely refuse or cannot use it, contact Douglas. We'll put his email in the chat for alternate payment arrangements. Okay, so
Yes.
we go.
Okay. Well, don't forget to tell everybody they're going to be unsubscribed, so they have to resubscribe. That's a big issue.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Check that you were subscribed. If you see a subscribe button, like in the present tense, of course, hit it. If you don't see and you want to check the status, you may have to go to the main channel page. Don't click out of this window. If you're on a PC, it's real easy to kind of like right click on the blue channel name there and open a new tab. It's a little harder on a phone. But at some point, stop by the main channel page, which is just youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich. Pretty easy. And make sure you're subscribed. And not only that, turn on the notification bell to get the handy little pop-up every time a transmission starts. And even beyond that, click on that and set that to all so that you receive notifications of all of them, not just whenever YouTube feels like it or determines by its own methods what you want to see. Until you want to see all of them. So
yes,
it's only twice a week, so it's not like it's you're getting spammed. They'll send notifications for stuff I haven't even subscribed. They have something where they're like they see what you've looked at, and then they kind of have other things where they suggest to you. They're like, kind of
God knows what they would suggest
Yeah.
to you based on subscribing to Douglas Dietrich. I don't even
Yeah.
want
Yeah, I don't know. Probably depends on other things you're subscribed to, so hard to say.
Don't forget the
Or
footnotes. Yes.
yeah, and the footnotes.
A lot of them
Let's
today.
have a look at the title there. It's
Yeah.
always filled up. The title bar,
Yes.
always filled up. Let's see. You know, it's kind of hard to see. Siamese Cum-Presidents.
Cum.
Oh, that's that what the word is. Huh. All right. Well, hey, learn something new every day. But if you see an asterisk, that means there's a footnote below. Always make sure whether there are those or not to click on the more there where you see the beginning of the description and click on more to expand. You'll see a lot of explanation of the things Douglas wants to acknowledge or commemorate, holidays, historical anniversaries, other outstanding social issues, etc. So please do check that out. Wow, it's almost like an entire page here. It's like a small book, and it's free and it's fascinating. So
yes,
you should check that out.
That's right. That's right. So remember, everybody, that this is an educational channel, and you'll educate yourself heavily from the text. Usually, when I'm in the mood. And believe me, it's going to generally be filled up throughout Asian Lunar New Year. When I return to host a show, I try to update people on the specific day within Asian Lunar New Year that it is. It's like the 12 days of Christmas, except even more complicated. 14 days of heavy, intensive Asian Lunar New Year activities that, I'll try to keep people up to date on. Of course, only on the days that I'm transmitting. To members of Team Dietrich, I'll try to give them, when I can, some previews of the upcoming next few days until the show is on again, so that they'll know what Asian Lunar New Year days will be happening over the next few day period between Sundays and Wednesdays. So tomorrow morning I might send out an email to everyone on Team Dietrich about that, and just as I did today. And all that being said, dear people, I also gave people a few little known facts about President's Day that should give you a bit of enlightenment on just what we're dealing with. It's a weird holiday because only federal workers get it off. Unfortunately, in a sense, Meals on Wheels is still delivering, and that means I have to grab myself kind of an extended power nap before they show up in the morning. And last time there was a new driver, and it was just lucky I woke up early because that fucker showed up an hour early, and I wasn't expecting that. So I was able to get the Meals on Wheels, and then, of course, after I get that tomorrow, put that away in the refrigerator, then I'm on my way to the Estates and won't be back until Wednesday, barring mitigating circumstances, of course. So all of that being said, we're going to thank Aristides so much for the articulation of everything that he's outlined. And feel free to interject. And of course, now we'll have a three-way conversation with our dear, lovely Amy Como. So, Amy, whatever you're willing to share, by all means. Life's been really going at full speed for you. Let me regain my voice while you speak for us.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is sort of that time of year where, everything starts to thaw, and all the stuff that you've been mulling around and ruminating about just doesn't ever seem as important as when it was like full frontal cortex right in your face, and you just couldn't let it go. And and now it's starting to be a little less chaotic. It's starting to be like, oh, okay, holidays are over, like, gotta start thinking about what's really happening, and what's your choice, like, what do you really want? And yeah, I really love the idea of being able to set my own schedule, and I'm doing pretty good at it, getting some support and feeling really good about my finances. I'm feeling really good about having some space to myself. Like things have really changed, and I'm glad that I got through all of that worry and despair and grief and suffering that occurs when you're like trying to like remember people in your life that you care about, and then you find out that they're actually just not your friends. Like that creates grief, it creates anxiety, and you get through it. Like the point is, like, you might have these discoveries, but you get through them, and then you carry on, and everything gets revealed. Like you get the people in your life that you need, and you didn't know that you didn't need these other fools until you start talking to people who like get you and like don't question what you say, or drag you into like their own drama with this, just with no discretion, like not even considering like whether or not you wanted to be involved in that. That's it's important to like get to that point where you can like really spot those people out and like don't even engage with it, and instead you're looking towards the things you want, like, and not even being bothered with the grief process anymore because you didn't even give into it. You didn't even allow that to be part of your day. You just get to what you want to do, and you forget about all the stuff that other people try to make you think is important. And it's not important, and it never was important to you. And maybe it's important to them, but you've already seen that like they're just going to keep asking you to do things for them.
Yeah.
And there's no benefit to you. Like, how are you benefiting from this? This doesn't help me. This is not for me. I think I've already told you that this is not for me. Yeah. That's kind of how I'm sitting right now. Is I've got a lot of energy behind me. I'm doing a lot of things that I've never done before, and it's been really enlightening. I'm really noticing a lot of convergence of good things, along with me just like putting up some boundaries that really I should have known how to do this. Like I should never have gotten to my age without being taught how to do this. But I'm glad I learned it. I'm glad it's over with. I'm glad just getting through it, and things are good, and Doug is right. Like I've really like got a lot of good things happening to me right now. And yeah, I'm excited to be here tonight because I really want to campaign for the Canadian border to be demolished, and not by Trump, but by whoever gets Trump out of the way. That's what I'm hoping.
And what brings that up?
What brings that up? Well, you know what brings that up. I have this hot springs that's like 5 miles away from where I live that I can't get to because it's across a stupid international border. This is what I want. I want to be able to go to Quebec and do whatever the heck I want up there and not have to go through a border. There's a huge what are you talking about?
Oh,
it's always been like that. You have to drive through the international border. You have to prove who you are. You have to let them tell you you're not who you are.
Of course, on the road there's a fence, but if you go away from the road, is there still fence, or can you just?
Oh, it's all cameras and drones now.
It's
not like, I mean, it used to be fairly easy to get across.
Why?
Well, listen, do you think that I have not tried to convince some Canadian man to marry me? Come on.
You're allowed to visit.
Of course, I've already tried that.
Why are you not allowed to visit?
It's not that I'm not allowed to visit. It's a pain in the butt to visit because you have to go through this stupid border.
Actually, I'm more... continue asking your questions, RC. Is this actually...
No, do you have do you have a passport?
No, I don't have a passport.
Okay.
I barely have a phone to talk to you on.
I don't know.
No.
It used to be you didn't need one, and maybe now, but with the
No, you don't need a passport, and I have everything I supposedly need to cross, except a legal vehicle. That is the thing. And the last time I was up, I had a girlfriend drive, so I didn't have to even pay attention to where we were going. But once we drove, I was like, I can't believe how close this is. It's so close. And yeah, and there's a lot of other people who go up there and use it too. And I could be just, getting around a little more and asking people, hey, are you going up this week? Can I go with you? Like, that would be great, but I don't ever do that either. Yeah, so that's what I think. I think that the idea of getting rid of the Canadian border sounds fantastic to me. I love it.
At any rate, at Sheila Gavin says, "Yay, Amy! Woo woo! Thank you. You sharing your experiences of positivity helps." And
of course, other people can do this too. It's not impossible. It's hard. I mean, it's not easy, but it's not impossible, and it shouldn't be something that you're, conditioned to believe you can't do. You can't possibly do that, and anyway, don't listen to them. If you want to do something, just get it in your head that this is what you're doing, and don't let anybody tell you no. And just find the people who are going to give you what you want. Make it happen, right? I am going to find the people, and it's not Bernie. He's already had plenty of time to figure this out, and he still hasn't done it. He still has not taken down the border to Quebec. So that is his problem. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's from frickin' New York, where all immigrants, and he still can't even do this simple little thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, and did you say all kinds of immigrants were coming through that border into your area, your part of your neck of the woods?
I mean, that was the rumor. I'd heard there was some news article about like, oh, so many. They're talking about Mexico and all these immigrants crossing over the border in Mexico. Well, those people are starving and poor and they're fleeing horrible circumstances. The people coming through Quebec, in my mind, these are people who are just shady. Like they're not poor, they're not fleeing anything, they're just shady. And I have not seen any of them also. Like if there were 25,000 people that they had documented crossing between New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire, I think I would have seen one or two. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I'm up there, I'm on the street, I'm doing stuff, I see stuff. But I don't see like 25,000 people coming through the border up there that we would notice. That's a lot of people. We would notice.
Yeah. You would think.
Well, that was my thought when they said that. The Canadian border is so much worse than the Mexican border. Well, okay. Get rid of it. There's my solution. Take it down. You can build a fence across Mexico, but will you please just take down the Canadians? Get them down here. They're not bad people. They have a funny accent, but they're not bad people.
Well, I don't think most Canadians would want that. I think most Canadians like being as separate as possible from what's down south of their border. They see what's happening down here, and they don't want in on that. So
it is true. It is true.
Yeah.
They definitely are skeptical of what we have going on. And I mean, why wouldn't they pick a headline, for God's sakes? Like, why would they want anything to do with us? It's true. It's probably up for their protection, not for ours.
Yeah, well,
But
yes. Yeah, continue. Whatever else comes.
I'm just on a rant. I slept most of the day, Doug.
Oh, that's good.
I was asleep most of the day. I got up early and hung out with my friend from Mongolia. Apparently, she's from Mongolia.
Yes, Inner Mongolia. It's conquered by China at this point in history, but hopefully it can be liberated at some point.
I don't know. I mean, she don't want to go back there for sure. Like she's not lived most of her adult life in that area. Like she's been here the whole time as an adult, and so she's not going back. But
she's never going back there. She's never going back there. There's nothing to go back to. Yeah, that's
I mean, definitely that was her thought too. Like she was mad at me for even asking about it. Not going back there. But I got up early and then I hung out with her and then I just like crashed. Like while I was with her, I was like just too tired. And I realize now it's like I've been just going and going and going and like every day, like
Yeah.
somebody's like, hey, let's go take a bike ride. I'm like, sure. And then I'm like, oh, let's go take a walk. And I'm like, okay. Like forgetting that like I've really not been taking care of myself in that way. And the fitness component doesn't hold up to my activity level anymore. So I've crashed like at 11 o'clock and slept until about 7.
Oh, cool. I'm proud of you. We need to be good to ourselves.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, and so now I'm all just jazzed up on getting rid of the border before I go back there so that I can just go to the hot springs.
I'm still with Aristides on this. It's still rather puzzling. I mean, Aristides, you agree? It's still rather puzzling that this is such a challenge for Amy to.
It shouldn't be that hard. Wait, now I heard what? Because you have to have a car. You can't walk.
I mean, it's a long walk. It would be like a 20-mile walk. I don't want to do that.
No, she can't walk that. No, but
No.
but I guess it's just the legal car thing then. You don't have a legal car yet.
Yeah, most of my cars have been totally illegal lately.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be ratting myself out here, but I mean, I borrow cars like I'm an Uber driver, and I don't actually have a car that's my own that's legal.
Yeah. Well, all such being said, I do have a vision of a future North America where the borders would be fairly radically altered north of the Rio Grande. I do believe that the Rio Grande's border will also be altered in a certain sense, to an extent, but all of this is so detailed, it would take a college course to explain. In interim, I do want to thank Douglas Marks for 20 United States dollars. He said, as his message, he said, just wanted to say thank you for giving me hope. So before I forget that, Douglas Marks contributed $20 and again said, just wanted to say thank you for giving me hope. I'm glad that I do give people hope, considering all the negative things that we talk about. And this is what I want to say to our dear friend, Marcus in Australia. So it turns out Marcus is in Australia, hasn't listened for at least half a decade. And he points out that the last time he listened was so far back, he had to focus on his kids. But he said the last time he was checking in with us was when that guy, as he says, Black Magic Crazy from New York. So he's speaking, of course, of Jambo the Reese Monkey, or Jameson Reese. Back on, at the time he was in, was it Staten Island, I believe. Was it Staten Island? Staten Island in New York is where he lived.
The smelliest borough.
And so he asks, DD, please, a quick 2 minutes or so breakdown. What's happened in your world over the last 5 years? When I was here last, that long back, catch me up, old friend. Well, I think you did us a great favor by catching us up on your positive experiences. I just want to say to dear Marcus in Australia, I'm really afraid to go there. I don't think that let's just put it this way. I'll speak of the past again, maybe in the near future. I would guess maybe if I look at the calendar here, really, I'm banking that I won't be able to speak casually again till maybe about the 10th day in May. So we can look forward to the month of May when I can speak casually here of things where I would just go off. If I speak about what happened in the last half decade in a personal sense, in Dietrich world, I'm probably just gonna go off. That's what I need to prevent myself from doing.
We just need to let him know that you have made a huge upgrade in your quality of companionship on this show since Jameson Reese. We really had to dig through some terrible moments, but you didn't miss anything, and it's only getting better. that is the best that he needs to hear, because literally it's all online. You know, you don't have to go back to it. You've got 2 shows a week
Good point.
that whole time.
But then he'd have to slog through it. He'd have to slog through
It is horrible. It is. It's just betrayal and abandonment. And I mean, honestly, like, good things have happened to people and Douglas has benefited from it. So let's just focus on that. Let's just make sure that everybody out there is going to do better because they can, because they want to. I mean, nobody wants their life to be like living in their mama's basement and like having to throw little tantrums where they send you to the mental institution because you don't want to pay them because you're just
you're not suggesting that this happened to me, are you?
No, I'm suggesting this was the quality of person you were hanging out with when he was listening to Jambo.
Oh yes, Jambo. Yes, she's speaking of Jambo. Yes, Jambo was, yeah. Everything she says relates to Jambo, but she articulated it in such a fashion. I don't think it was made clear enough that she was talking about Jason.
No, it wasn't Doug. Doug is, he's just stable. He's just in the same place and watching everything fall apart around him. But I mean, honestly, he is doing better, I think.
Yes.
I mean, if not just his attitude, like your last birthday, you had a pretty darn good outlook. It made me tear up a little.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you've turned a corner. You are doing better. And I'm hopeful that you can get more people on board who are, willing to spend money on you, because this is like your ongoing plight. And it's shameful to me to think that like you can't escape from that, and to know that there's people out there who will come back after 5 years after hearing that kind of thing go on.
And still, I mean,
obviously, do you know what I'm saying? Like, these are people who are like, oh my God, what the heck is happening? And then come back 5 years later. That's probably a good sign that you're like touching people in ways that nobody else can do. Like, you're very unique.
Thank you. True enough.
Yeah.
And believe me, we couldn't do it without help from people like Amy, who contributed a $160 pair of shoes, and I've been using them. I put them to the real test yesterday, as a matter of fact. I think it was yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday, and walked quite a while in those shoes, and believe me, they held up. Of course, my feet are so deformed from collapsed arches that are now essentially concave arches. Literally, my feet are shaped in the opposite shape of other people's feet. And in other words, people have an indentation in the arch. My indentation is actually, the opposite. It's as if, my feet are reversed or something. Not backwards, but, on the other foot. Like, my left foot's on my right and my right foot's on my left almost. Not that bad, but kind of leaning towards that just by the way the bones have settled after all those years. And I must say that because of that, walking becomes painful. But in these shoes, I was able to handle it for a very long, extended period of time. And of course, I can still walk.
What do you think it is about them that makes them so comfortable? Like, I can't really go long distances without them. Like, I put those on.
Yeah.
Because I have the same kind. Like, it's the same brand, and they work so well. I don't know what it is. I mean... Well,
Aristides was about to say something. Were you, Aristides?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I can say this, is that I can still, of course, walk a lot further than most Americans can. And that's of course just from experience of a lifetime of working security and mercenary enforcement. I'm not going to give the military any credit whatsoever. The military does nothing constructive. All it is it just destroys your body. But in practicing for my physical requirements for other jobs, I can withstand a lot. And so with that, San Francisco, of course, is just a challenge. Any normal person would have a hard time living in San Francisco because the hills are everywhere, and it takes major effort to live in San Francisco. You have to be in top physical shape if you're walking a lot, because you're always going to be walking uphill or downhill. And and they're not small hills. These are big hills, which is why we have cable cars. So that being said, I'm comparatively speaking, still quite far ahead of your average guy in physical shape. That being said, we have Brendan Zogit joining us, and I want to thank our man Marcus in Australia for understanding. He says that he says just swap the shoes over. Yes, wear them on the opposite feet. It's not that bad, thank God. But he said, he said he gets it why I didn't want to go into what's happened over the past 5 years. I thought it would be a lot. Yeah. Hey, okay, I hear you. I mean, I guess one thing I could say before we bring Brendan on is that I think the worst thing that we could bring up for Marcus. Oh, Brendan's in a shop. So if you want to talk now, Brendan, before you get overwhelmed by something, or yeah, he says no vampire time. Well, you're on the call though. He's on the call. So feel free to say something, Brendan. But anyhow, he's in the shop right now. He says can't talk. Okay, got it. And so what I'll say until he's able to talk is that the worst thing that happened. I just don't even want to relive it. I just don't want to. So with that, we'll just move forward with AB a little bit further. So AB, in terms of other things that come to your mind, obviously there's a lot going down, and you're still taking care of, how's the weather? I mean, where you're at. Before I go
Well,
full blow. Yeah.
we can't let the weather stop us, but it has been exceptionally good. And
Wow.
I think that's why I kind of was like going and just doing everything like anybody wanted to do. I was like, yeah, okay, because it was sunny and nice out. And so I got a little carried away, and then I just crashed really hard today. So what else do we need to talk about? Well, gosh, I should keep a list. This is the thing. You were picking on me about taking notes, so I stopped taking notes.
Whoa! I didn't pick on you for taking notes. I it's not picking on you. I said your notes were.
You said you were scared of me taking notes, which you should be because I'm pretty bright.
I said it was frightening only in the sense of the detail of your notes. I meant that in the most positive sense. It's
okay.
So no, don't take that. No, take notes by all means. Take notes. At any rate, for the sake of everybody who's on and listening, I might as well get started with monologue, and anybody can just interject whenever they wish. I think that Amy has started us on the right road, and when I'm talking, eventually other people will join in and interject whenever they feel like it. Let's start with the fact that there's taking a look at some of these images John is sending of San Francisco, which point out our incredible hills, and the fact that, if you're a walker in San Francisco, you've got to be in top physical shape, and it's not a place for unfit people. Granted, you're gonna find a lot of unfit people here, just like any place else, but they're spending all their time driving, and they almost certainly own a garage, because there's no way they can walk from the cars that they park to any place easily, and many people that are not healthy are simply homebound. I
thought of what I was going to say about the walking.
Yeah.
So the reason that the walking is so important is also because of all those pressure points on the bottom of your feet. So even if you don't walk that much, to walk like every day for a certain amount of time is activating that set of very essential pressure points on the bottom of your feet. That's what I wanted to say, is that even though you might have some strangeness in your feet, the fact that you keep walking on them is keeping you healthy overall. It helps to circulate a lot of the energy that is getting like pushed back into your body when you don't walk. Well, like if you're sitting in a chair all day.
Yeah, well, that brings us back to the on shoes. So the on shoes, the reason that strikes me as to why they make walking so much easier is because they have a and this isn't unusual, but they seem to have done it somehow better. They have a kind of a sole that is kind of separated or lifted from the street itself by its frame. The sole is made of softer or hard rubbery material or plastic, whatever it's made out of. It's resilient, but it is essentially separated from the ground. There is the part that touches the ground, and then there's a layer of air. Essentially, well, it's not like air cushion. It's simply that it's like a structure that is a hollow frame that they put the shoe itself on top of. So there's the part that your foot is in, then there's the part that touches the ground, and there's a space in between that's held by the frame of the shoe's sole. And that way you're kind of, bouncing off the pavement. By the way, urban pavement is really, really hard on the feet. So, classical shoes, the way they used to make them, are not good for walking in. So shoes have really revolutionized since the old days of the city, and it's definitely. Yeah, better for all of us that that's happened. I mean, I love the look of old shoes, but it's just not, yeah, they're just not practical. But there's been a lot of changes in the way they've structured footwear. Of course, I couldn't afford shoes, and Amy purchased them for me, and that's, revolutionized my health already. I mean, not that my health was bad, but it certainly made living a lot easier. So again, Amy, you're always a part of my life, and hopefully always will be. I mean, we're all extended family here, and of course, some of us are just a bit closer on Team Dietrich. The people on Team Dietrich are a bit closer. People in the chat are a bit closer to us. Our extended family branches out the way it does, and wish you all a happy Asian Lunar New Year. Of course, I do want people to contribute to the production account as well as the personal account. Either one is fine. The personal account is preferred for the reasons that Aristides articulated, but I always need to have at least, $10 at the end of the month in the production account, because that's what the Microsoft Teams takes out to maintain our subscription to Microsoft Teams, so I can maintain these calls while I'm on the air. And it always helps to have, members of Team Dietrich on with myself. As for some of Amy's ideas regarding borders, I guess another day to return to that, because, like I said, that's kind of a fixation of mine. Geography, and I could go on about that ad nauseum. But definitely for the moment, let's just say the Canadians at this period in history are quite happy to probably reinforce their border the way Americans wanted to reinforce Mexico's. And all of that being said, okay, anything else comes to your mind, Amy, before I start sucking all the oxygen out of the room and just start tearing into the subjects at hand? And remember, you can interject anytime you wish. So one thing I noticed was she seems silent now while she's off mute.
Oh, I got onto something. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I was listening. I just was picking up something. Cleaning. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
No.
Yeah.
I'm here, and you were gonna find a reason for Vermont and Quebec to become their own city-state?
Well, are there enough French speakers in Vermont?
Oui.
Hey, well, you, of course.
Of course there are. Of course there are. We're all Frenchies down up in there.
Okay.
That's where we all congregate. Is right in between Lake Champlain and the Connecticut River Valley.
So
All Frenchy.
how would I pronounce this? I'm going to say this sentence eventually, and even if you've slept all day, I do know that you tend to go to sleep rather early. But this is
Oh, yeah.
a quotation from Napoleon Bonaparte. So I'm going to have
Oh.
to reiterate this quotation soon enough tonight. And how would I pronounce this? De la merde
hang on,
dans.
I saw it and then it disappeared. Here it is.
Mhm.
De la mer dans la basse de soie.
Okay, thank you.
That's
what Napoleon said.
This is the.
Yes, go on.
You know what merit is, right?
I thought soy would be the shit. One of them means shit. So is it the merit?
Merit is shit. Merit is shit. Soy, I think, is the sun.
Is the silk?
Could be something else.
Silk. It's shit in a silk stocking. Is how he described an individual who was working.
Oh, yeah, silk stocking. Yeah. Napoleon was, related to me apparently, but I don't. It was really interesting when I was out in Denver and I walked into this antique shop and I saw this bust, not knowing it was Napoleon. I thought it was my uncle.
Wow.
I was like, this looks like my mom's family, without even I just kept circling it going, this is my mom's family. I can tell. And then I found out it was Napoleon and was like, oh my gosh, why is there a bust of Napoleon in an antique shop in Denver? What? Wrong with these people? But yeah, I'm excited that you're going to talk about Napoleon because I do feel strongly that we need a guillotine for Attorney General, head of the FBI, a couple other people who think that they're trying to help and they're not really helping at all.
They don't think they're trying to help. They know that much. They don't think
they're trying to help themselves.
Yes,
they're trying to help themselves. For sure. For sure. And they look cool. You guys are under fire and spitting out insults at everybody. Yeah, we got a guillotine. You better run. That's my thought on all that. So
let's see if I can say this correctly. De la merde dans un bras de soie.
Excellent. I would say that you're getting better and better. Let's just go to Paris. Let's just forget all of this crap in the U.S. Head on over to the French land. Those people, all they're going to do is garden and throw balls, get dressed up. I mean, I can fantasize about that all day. I would love to go and visit the Cévennes. That sounds good to me. Yeah, I do. I feel like there's a serious need for people to just put down what they're doing and take charge of this situation. Because there's a lot of people who do not know what their job is and have failed miserably to do their job.
Yes.
And how can everybody else just stand there with their mouths open? It doesn't make sense to me. Yes. It's gone on too long. It's too long that these news cycles keep carrying on, and there's no evidence that's pointing to we should do nothing. We should just wait and do more research, investigate a little more. What are you talking about? The man is disgusting. He's filthy. He's filthy dirty. Yeah. Why are you letting him talk to women the way he does? Why are you letting other women make I don't even want to bring it up. I don't even want to talk about the Pam Bondi ignoring all of those survivors standing behind her.
Yes.
Everybody saw it. Yes. Why aren't they doing something? There's more of us than there are of them.
Yes, indeed. Well, it will happen. I can tell you this. We're in for massive dislocations. We know a lot's going to happen this year, as a matter of fact. Believe me, I'm not looking forward to this. This is I'm ambivalent, of course. I know the need for change is inescapable. We need change. But of course, as Amy said, my life is somewhat stable. God, who wants to go through all that? But it's going to happen regardless. war, revolution, civil war, and we'll just have to deal with it. But I do want everyone to know it's a guerrilla war. And right now, the guerrilla war we're fighting requires all of you to upvote this program by hook or by crook. The enemy automatically slays our ability to distribute or disseminate our information via the aggregate by Autobots that are automated downvotes. We get a number of automated downvotes the moment we start the program. YouTube filters those out, but it takes about an hour, and by that time it's done its work, and the program has not been distributed. So immediately you have to hit your upvote. You gotta get those upvotes in there and use every channel that you've got. Set up new accounts, hit those upvotes, and going back to February 4th of this year, that was the last episode that will take comments. It's the Green Hair Day episode when I'm wearing a green wig in honor of Mandy Ute, the bamboo lady, who also dyed her hair green while she was working with that business as part of her fashion statement and making her point about her business and what she was associated with. It was a good way to promote and get attention towards what she was involved in trading. She's in Japan now, and I've never had her permission to use her image, and so I simply used my own. So Green Hair Day, February 4th, and every episode preceding that, leave your commentary on it, and I'll get the notification for it and do my best to respond as soon as I can, though sometimes it can take 1 to 3 days. So be patient with me, especially during Asian lunar holiday season. I want to let people know how bad the situation is, as a matter of fact. Let's start with that. It's so bad that there's a multi-million-dollar industry propped up by struggling Americans, as middle-class Americans are selling their plasma to make ends meet. I was recently shown footage of the inside of a suburban Philadelphia strip mall wherein a dozen people lay on black ergonomic beds a few feet apart, hooked up to machines pumping blood out of their veins. It's a scene repeated by an estimated 200,000 people a day across our country as part of a multi-million-dollar, well, a multi-billion-dollar business. Last year, people in these United States made an estimated $4.7 billion selling their plasma. There are now more places to sell plasma than there are Costco stores, and more donation centers are popping up in solidly middle-class neighborhoods, including suburban strip malls and college towns, as a growing number of Americans are willing to trade their very life's blood for money to basically keep up with, shall we say, the rising costs in an economy where many have seen their job prospects weaken, costs rise, and savings dwindle. We're in dystopia already. This is everything they predicted in all of those 80s and especially 90s post-apocalyptic films. We're in nightmare territory, and it's not getting any better for a while, and it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. By the way, we have an interesting image here. I'll just heart it from John Doe. And maybe John can give us a little explanation of what this is. I'm not quite sure which conflict this is. It looks like Mexico or Confederates, or it's hard to tell. But maybe the Philippines. It's really hard to tell. Bunch of white guys. They look white. I think it's Confederates in Mexico. It looks kind of like that. What the fuck is this? So yeah, every once in a while, a little explanation would help. And he says, "Oh, guerrilla warfare." Okay, got it. And yes, and right now the guerrilla warfare that you can fight is contributions, because as Napoleon said, war requires three things: money, money, and more money. So obviously I'm fighting your war, but I can't fight it alone. You've got to help me do that. And the way you do that is contributions, your upvotes, and of course, spreading the word. And not only that, your commentary on every episode, any episode preceding February 4th of this year. Okay, so this was the Boer War. There we are. This is the Boer or the Dutch when they were fighting the British Empire. And what a nightmare that was. That was the British, they established concentration camps for the Dutch Afrikaner in South Africa. So the white Africans of South Africa have a history of being persecuted and being stuck into concentration camps as an ethnos by the British Empire. And that was, it was atrocious. We don't need to go into that history right now. And I won't even be going into too much of a history with Napoleon Bonaparte other than to cite him in terms of an observation. But meanwhile, with the dystopia that I've described, bear that in mind, as well, while they're writing AI as their burnout machine, they're taking 100-year bets on Google. But The Economist, Robert Reich, warns that one large group of people, the poor, will bear the brunt of AI's effects on the job market. Are you one of them? Ask yourself that question. Per Herr Dr. Reich himself, it comes down to who has the power, which is why Trump is suing his own government. You see, Donald Trump is suing the IRS for $10 billion, all of which would come directly from us taxpayers, should he win. The question of whether the suit has legal grounding is secondary to the question of whether Trump should be suing us, the people, at all. And yet, amid an AI borrowing boom, Google's parent company, Alphabet, sold a $1.37 billion bond. What's unusual was its timeline, 100 fucking years. Century bonds aren't new, but they're rare, since it's hard to forecast dynamics like interest rates and creditworthiness that far ahead. As per Herr Dr. William Gurtzman, professor of finance at the Yale School of Management, even with Alphabet's $3.76 trillion market cap and pristine balance sheet, investors have to ask if any firm will be around long enough to justify the investment horizon, as it's called. But the structure is advantageous for the issuers, locking in financing for years and pushing the refinancing risk far into the future. Well, techno executives wax poetic about AI ushering in 4-day work weeks and liberation from labor. The economics guru, Robert Reich, is cutting through the bullshit. In an ominous new essay, our former Secretary of Labor warns that those shortened weeks will also come with much shorter paychecks, leaving the working class scrambling for crumbs in order to survive. Conceding that the United States economy is growing nicely while the stock market is doing gangbusters, Dr. Reich notes that counterpoints regarding the stuff that really counts for most Americans, and in plain, well, I would say plain spoken Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, he concludes that it's bescheißen, or shitty. And as AI continues to rankle the job market, Reich says the poor and working class will increasingly bear the brunt. To set up his argument, Reich briefly considers comments from business tycoons like Zoom's Eric Yuan and JP Morgan Chase's Jamie Dimon, who argue that 4- and even 3-day work weeks will become the norm thanks to new automation tools. As evidence, Herr Dr. Reich references the productivity pay gap, the measure of a society's economic output compared to its wage growth. In these United States, productivity keeps going up, but the share of that productivity going to workers hasn't fucking budged at all. since the 1970s. Workers, in other words, have been getting shafted by their bosses for generations, and there's not a single reason that AI will ever change that. Indeed, we don't need to wait for AI to take over to see this play out. Full-time job growth in 2025 was completely non-existent, while the number of people turning to gig work continues to rise amidst widespread layoffs and wage declines amid all the lower wage workers. At the end of the day, the economist Reich posits, to quote his T, all of this is pure rubbish. Here's the truth. The 4-day work week will come with 4 days' worth of pay. The 3-day work week with 3 days' worth, and so on. So as AI takes over their current work, most workers will probably get poorer or have to take additional jobs to maintain their current pay. Rather than creating an age of abundance in which most people no longer have to worry about money, new technologies have contributed to a two-tiered society comprising a relatively few with extraordinary wealth and a vast number of people barely making it. It comes down to who has the power. And that brings us to the case of Trump versus the government, or rather, we the people. Americans don't always know where their tax dollars are going, nor do they always agree with how they're used. President Trump has an unorthodox proposal for where 10 billion of them bucks should go directly to himself. On January 29th, Trump, along with the Trump Organization and his sons Don Jr. and Eric, sued the IRS for mishandling his tax information. The group is claiming improper disclosure, that a contractor leaked the president's and his sons' tax returns to the New York Times and ProPublica magazine during Trump's first midterm as part of his 2023 guilty plea for disclosing tax return information without authorization. The contractor admitted to leaking Trump's information to the Times. The president, ergo, seeking $10 billion in damages, with the United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirming last week that all of it would come from the Treasury General account, which consists entirely of your taxpayer dollars. Now, this suit taps into a real issue. Taxation does not work without privacy. In order to fully comply with the system, Americans need to be able to trust that their personal details won't be made public. Anyone can pursue legal action after getting their data leaked. The tax code specifically allows for that. But Donald Trump, who is suing the IRS in a personal capacity, also happens to be the president, which means that his job involves overseeing that very agency that he's suing and its parent, the Treasury Department, with all experts concurring that this circulation of taxpayer dollars into the president's personal bank accounts by way of litigation would be the first such transfer in all American history. Trump also making history when he refused to release his returns despite having previously pledged to do so, thereby breaking the modern tradition of presidents voluntarily showing the American people their tax information. Now, the lawsuit itself raises a few big questions. An amicus brief, co-filed by 12 watchdog organizations and 4 former government officials, argues that the case could be thrown out because Trump actually missed the date by which he was supposed to file, and the fact that the leaker was a contractor to the IRS at the time of the leaks, not an employee, could potentially get the case tossed on its own. And then there's the logic of the $10 billion, an obscene amount on its face, but not entirely without logic. The tax code allows plaintiffs to sue for $1,000 per each instance of disclosure, or for an unspecified amount of actual damages. Trump's attorneys are arguing that because his information was likely seen by tens of millions of viewers in what's known as secondary disclosure and was covered widely in the press, Trump is entitled to at least $10 billion in statutory damages. Several courts have already rejected the idea that secondary disclosures count under this particular statute. If the courts opt for actual damages, Trump's lawyers are also arguing that he has suffered at least $10 billion in financial harm. Now, the president has said that if he wins, he will give all of the money to charity, despite the fact that he has never once ever been faithful to his promises to donate funds. The suit is just the latest of Trump's legal attacks on both private institutions and his own government. Since his election in 2024, the president has secured $16 million each from settlements with the media companies Paramount and ABC, and almost $60 million total from settlements with the American techno firms Meta, Alphabet, and X. Trump also filed complaints in 2023 and 2024 against another federal agency, the Department of Justice, and has reportedly demanded $230 million in compensation for its past investigations into himself, but he did not officially sue. It's all simply a form of Trump dynastic crime family overworld extortion. Theoretically, an impartial court will adjudicate Trump's IRS case, but the president ultimately controls, well, every single fucking party in the lawsuit. Well, at least the two major parties to the lawsuit. A judge would have to approve a settlement, but Besant, who works a second job as acting commissioner of the IRS and who reports directly to the president, would oversee the payout. Trump himself having noted the obvious conflict of interest, and so recently telling reporters, "I'm supposed to work out a settlement with myself." Now, Trump's destruction of presidential norms has been well documented at this point in his second midterm, but the IRS lawsuit represents something slightly different. Keith E. Whittington, a professor at Yale Law School, explained that under the broad theory of executive power that Trump has embraced in the past, he could potentially give direct instructions to either Besant or the lawyers themselves, with Whittington going on record to say that the courts may get pretty nervous about a situation in which arguably you've got the same person on both sides of the case. Whittington himself concluding that until now, there was no expectation that any president might put the government in this situation in which he is trying to extract money from the Treasury to serve his own private interest while he's a sitting president. One might characterize that as a question of norms, but I doubt it even occurred to anyone to think about whether or not this is an appropriate thing to do. Nobody questions Donald Trump. They just give him everything he wants. So, what does it say about how Trump understands his own role if he is willing to sue his own government to line his own pockets? The job is meant to come with trade-offs. In exchange for power over the federal government, a president usually surrenders some ability to prioritize their personal interests by divesting their holdings from private companies, for example, which, well, Trump never having done this either. With this IRS lawsuit, Trump has discovered yet another way to leverage his office for his own criminal financial gain. The question of whether he can sue his own agency is perhaps less important than whether he should, or rather whether the people should allow him to do so. Basically steal 10 billion of our dollars to render himself even wealthier. Collaterally, we've got Stockholm Syndrome in Munich, with Rubio to Europe silk stocking diplomacy being We care deeply. Before I get into that, just going to respond to some, or at least acknowledge some of the private messages coming to me from over the internet here. And cute little stuffed Yeti being given to me in a GIF. And yes, that's I'll heart that. Now, all such being said, obviously, not everybody finds my talking about this sort of thing the most engaging thing in the world, but let's go to foreign affairs. Napoleon famously derided his foreign minister, Prince Talleyrand, as de la merde dans bas de soyer, or shit in a silk stocking. Now that quip, shit in a silk stocking, came as to mind watching Donald Trump's foreign minister, United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, address this year's Munich Security Conference. He struck a less aggressive tone than Vice President J.D. Vance did in lecturing them at the same gathering last year, but maintained a firm tone on Washington's intent to reshape the transatlantic alliance and push its policy priorities. The future that the United States Secretary of State touted at this year's Munich Security Conference is not any vision of something to be built. It is the past projected forward, sugarcoating its racism with appeals to the shared Christian faith and ancestry that supposedly define the transatlantic bond. As this year's Munich Security Conference got underway, one speech, more than any other, hung over, and I use that in the same term I would for a hangover, this annual gathering of defense policymakers, analysts, and business people, the United States Vice President J.D. Vance's address to the event in 2025. Some who were in the room remember it almost like a surprise attack. Vance accused the leaders in that room of failing to uphold democratic values and censoring their political opponents while opening the floodgates to millions of unvetted immigrants. What would it take, Vance asked, for Europe to realize that it was time to take our shared civilization in a new direction? Since then, President Donald Trump's maladministration has taken many opportunities to show just what it means by this new direction. It has codified its antipathy toward Europe in its national security strategy, hosted leaders of the extreme far-right Alternative for Germany party at the White House, and threatened to forcibly annex Greenland. The response from Europe has, in typical European fashion, been haphazard and disjointed. Many countries are taking steps to boost their defense capabilities, fueled in part, ironically, by demands from the American empire for greater alliance burden sharing. But fiscal and political constraints are producing a wide disparity in results. And by the way, going to answer this. Our dear man Brendan Zogid is asking if I need anything. He says he's out. Okay, I'll just tell him I understand, Brendan. And but feel free to say something before you go to bed. You want to say greetings to people? Tell them about how that Cubano revolutionary thought you were a federal agent, a federale. You can share that if you will. You just come on for a moment and say hi, and we'll see if he responds. And okay, so
Yes, good evening.
yes, yeah. Tell us about that. You were looking
Wow.
for I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I don't want to betray the guy. I told him I wasn't a federal, so then I'm going to talk to you about it, where they all can hear about him,
Well, you don't need to give all the gory details that give him away, just,
Yeah,
the
true.
general story. Yeah.
Yeah, well, basically, I needed some all-natural tobacco for some reasons, something about some project I'm doing. And so I was asking, like, I need the least chemically altered tobacco, the most natural. And there was like some old guy that kind of looked like a Fed in there already, you know, in this, you know, we'll just call it a tobacco shop, you know. And so he was like, he ended up just leaving after he heard me asking too many questions, I guess. Sketched him out. And then I was left with this like old Cuban revolutionary guy. He was like in his 90s, he told me. And he looked like he was in his 50s, but he said, no, I'm actually 87 or some shit. And I was like, oh my God. Like, yeah, I was like,
he's smoking the right shit. I want to be smoking what he's smoking.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, it turns out he knew about like herbs and all. So and then in the middle of it, he says, do you know William Cooper? And I said, William Cooper? Like, you're talking about Bill Cooper, the, you know, Behold a Pale Horse? And he said, oh my God, you know about him. How do you know? And I said, oh, I didn't give him the details, you know.
Well, basically, he said, you're too young. He said, you're too young to know
He said, you're too young to know about all this real shit. Yeah. And then he handed me a book about, what was the author? It was like one of these older authors, like pre-George Maxwell kind of guys, where they were exposing the Tavistock Institute, you know, and these people, you know, these authors that expose these people. And I said, yeah, I know about, you know, the Trilateral Commission and all that. And he was like, yes, the system's all fake. And so I told him, then I went off with him about communism. I said, look, when I visited London, I saw freaking Karl Marx's grave. He's buried in Highgate Cemetery. And they have a big giant head. His head is like on a pedestal and shit right there.
But pharaonic is pharaonic. Go on.
Yeah, fetishistic.
Yeah.
It's like they love his, you know,
his ass.
Head.
Yes.
Yeah. And he said, exactly. They all came from London with the Tavistock Institute. And I said, yeah. How do you think Lenin made it penniless, you know, stealing alcohol in London at the anarchist convention, all the way to Russia to overthrow the fucking Tsar? Someone paid for it. He definitely didn't have money. We know that. Yeah. Because he was literally hanging out in the anarchist. It's literally called the Anarchist Club. It's out there. It's still there in London.
Yeah, and, fortunately. Yeah, go on.
And your biosire visited and thought they were the most disgusting people on earth, along with the Viennese school of anarchists.
Yeah.
And he thought these people were the most degenerate people, and he wanted them gone.
Thank
literally
God.
eliminated.
Yes, it's true.
So,
yes. And he had the right
so
idea. Go on.
Yeah, so he knew them personally. He had spent time in these cafes in Vienna with them and shit. So he knew what he was talking about in that sense, that these anarchists were going to just destroy humanity, and that's what they did, you know. So I was talking to this Cuban guy about it, and then every couple of minutes he would go in the back and like see if there were anyone scoping out the back, like, and then he like locked the front door and kept walking back and forth. You know, you could tell this dude was like, he was paranoid. He thought I was some kind of government plant, and I said, no, I just came in here randomly looking for, you know, I figured the Cuban guy would have the most natural tobacco on earth, you know. It's like, it's logical. So he ended up giving me some stuff, and I insisted. I said, no, I'm going to pay for it. You know, it's like, so, you know, there you go. Imagine that.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And aside from that, I'm hoping you're in the mood to talk about the young girls that try to seduce you at your work, or
oh fuck no, no! Are you trying to get me arrested? First of all, I immediately left and did not speak to them, for the record, nor would I ever need to. But they were ordered by somebody.
Yeah, definitely assigned. And they even brought a meat sock puppet with them to throw at you as a meat shield in case you got violent. Some dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So they kept trying to come into the facility I was cleaning and, you know, getting ready for the next day, managing the facility I was managing. And every time I would tell them, you know, look, you got to go. This is a closed area. And then I would leave the building. They continued to come back. Yeah. And so eventually up and left. And then they still managed to walk up to me, but the third time they walked up to me was with this, you know, this sacrificial idiot, this kid. Yeah. That in his head, he was like, oh, I'm hanging out with two chicks, but they were just gonna, like you said, you know, throw them at me if I said anything, you know. So there you go. And they were like doing the you know, the classic teenage girl, like, oh, like laughing, snickering and laughing, like as if I was supposed to sit there and be like, why are you laughing at me? Which I don't care. Like, it's just like that's not the right tactic to use with someone like me. Definitely not.
Yeah. By the way, just so people know, it's amazing how men are so vulnerable in that regard. That the men explode over chicks laughing at them. The men they go
Yeah.
on murderous
Oh, yeah.
rampages over that for whatever reason. Yeah, but yeah, they go
Because they're just
insecure.
insecure
Yeah, they're
idiots.
insecure. Yeah.
And you would think they would have like a dossier on us, at this point. It's like, look,
They
know,
do,
I
but
don't
it's
give a
all
fuck
fucked
what people
up.
think about.
They do,
Yeah,
but
it's
they're
not
not-
correct.
it's all-
Tell, what did they pull with the Ian? Tell him he's gay, he'll freak out. And it's
Yeah.
just like, dude, that doesn't even really do anything to me. It's like,
Yeah.
oh wow. Ooh.
Oh, it's like but-
like I said, we used to do that in high school. Like, oh, you're queer.
yeah,
Like it just doesn't mean anything.
and that disturbs most men so profoundly that they again they explode.
Well, I mean, I'm someone who was into David Bowie and shit when I was in high school. That didn't do anything to me.
Yeah,
It's just
and-
like,
yeah, you were obviously too mature for that, and of course that was never anything that bothered myself. But when it comes to what Brendan suspects was Ian West, the other day someone came into the chat and said, probably the most
yeah, they did.
yeah, probably the most offensive thing was their opening line. Their opening line was "Konnichiwa, bitches." That was actually the most offensive thing, but everything after that was just that fell flat. Two more sentences. One of them was, "I've been to San Francisco, and it's the gayest city I've ever been to." And my response to that is like, tell me something I don't know. I mean,
Like,
obviously,
what was that supposed to be like a gasp?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah, and then he said, I saw signs on the bus that said, "Do not touch ass," and I felt like saying, man, I wish those signs had been on the bus while I was growing up. That would have saved me a lot of bruised butt cheeks over the years if that sign had been up. Yeah, if people could even read or would even pay attention to such things, but yeah, that's but I had to block him anyway because he was just obviously going to start spamming. But yeah, such things having been said, it's amazing what they think will trigger us. And for some reason they keep trying. But yeah, go
Yeah,
on.
so they sent the girls, and then they kept following me and all that shit. And eventually, I had to like go up to the administrator and like shut it down,
Yeah.
and
Weren't
just
you
say,
in the
look,
vehicle at one point and you were driving and they kind of turned around? They were ahead and then turned around to approach you?
yeah, well, that's when it was obvious they were trying to look for me,
Yeah.
because I drove past them, and then the next thing I know, they ended up turning around and ending up in front of me. So it was like, it was like those stupid scenes from Scooby-Doo,
Yeah.
when they run into they walk inside of a door and then they pop out like in the other doorway. It's like, it was like that. And it was like, okay, so obviously they're following me.
Yeah. Well,
So it's not just me being Dietrich-conically paranoid.
well, well, for everybody listening, I'm not paranoid. As a matter of fact, the worst problem I have in life is I ought to be more paranoid for the sake of my own security. And I'm far too, I treat my own life far too cavalierly. Nothing to do with anything paranoid, or but I'll relay a story in a moment of something odd to myself, at least. But yeah, anything else that comes to your mind that was a recent experience that bears sharing? I mean, there's so much. I mean, every day it's something.
Yeah, no, that was it's just constant. It's just constant. It's
Your
hard to
life
even
is never
keep
dull.
track of
Tell
the shit.
people about the squirrel-eaten automobile engine. Jesus, all the cars around you in the facility are.
Yeah, the vehicles of people, people and myself getting jacked up due to reasons, Yeah, so there was one recent situation where the person didn't show up to work, and we were like, what the fuck happened? And then the next day he said, my car stopped charging, the battery stopped charging, the engine stopped in the middle of the road, and it gets taken to the auto shop, and there's a squirrel inside of the serpentine belt, like gumming up the works. Like a full squirrel just getting sucked into someone's belts. And squirrels usually don't do that. They're not like cats where they, go into a warm spot.
Yeah.
They rarely ever get into engines, but I guess that happened to this guy.
Jesus
somehow, some
Christ.
way.
No, that sounds almost like somebody planted it in his fucking
Right.
engine. Jesus Christ, and shut the lid.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's what it seems to be, because it's not it doesn't usually happen.
yeah.
And
I mean, how would it get in unless the engine block was open and exposed? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I mean, if they're small enough, they can get in, kind of like rodents, but it's very rare. I mean,
yeah.
like it would make more sense if it was a rat, because they like nest and shit.
Yes. They
So
know
I
on
don't
nest.
know
Yeah.
how that even happened. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so bizarre. And
Squirrels are usually not, in that kind of mode,
yeah.
unless the car's sitting permanently or for long extended periods of time.
Yeah. Well, in my case, I went to see V yesterday, and we got to the point where she was blow drying my hair and conditioning it. When she was doing that, they in the salon, which unfortunately has gone over this tremendous makeover. For those of you who don't know, the salon that I rendezvous with V at every once in a while is formerly Field's Bookstore in San Francisco, which was an occult bookstore. And it was it was one where they held satanic gatherings at times, literally, because they brought people there like Lon Milo DuCont. Lon Milo DuCont is an outspoken Crowleyite. Aleister Crowley is his icon, his hero, his life's his leitmotif. Yeah, and so
what is there to look up to?
he thinks of him as this incredible, swashbuckling hero, and but Lon Milo DuCont was once on with I can't remember her name now, but she was pretty famous in her own right. She was a hostess on that radio station in I can't remember what the name of the radio station was, but it was the one that used to have Michael Savage on it, that of all people Aaron Tice used to listen to, which is the most bizarre thing in the world, because of all things, Michael Savage is a extreme Zionist who is more than outspoken about his Zionism, to the point where he recommends extermination of Israel's enemies, literal extermination. He was doing this, of course, back in the day before, the Israelis started acting out on his psychotic fantasies. But when it came to that dude on the same radio station, this one woman, Barbara Simpson used to be on. And she interviewed Lon Milo DuCont, and she's like an extraordinarily stuffy retro conservative, to say the least, if not paleo reactionary. But Lon Milo DuCont began describing to her about how he raised a demon. And when he started describing how he had raised a demon and got to these,
as one does,
got to these gory details about it, she just checked out. She couldn't even handle it to the point where she asked him any questions. She was just so I think so overtaken by the audacity and the fact that this guy would even go there. But that's a story for another time. Holly has joined us, but I will want to continue with Field's Bookstore and what is now a salon, and I rendezvous with V there. We've gone into stories about this in the past, but this particular incident at the store this time, I have to admit, unsettled me, not so much as other incidents like this have in the past, but it was still unsettling enough. I was surprised at the aplomb with which we handled it. But Holly, do say hello to everyone. Let everyone know how you're doing at the moment, if you'd be so kind.
Hi, and the reason I just had to call was I had to ask, how old is Fields?
Field's Bookstore was like generations old. It was something like...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like 100 or more
at least
years? Maybe not at that exact location.
No, it was there for a long time. The place is definitely haunted.
A long time.
And since Lon Milo DuCont and others had called up demons there in the past, it's definitely haunted.
Sure.
And I do not like the makeover the Chinese woman who own it now gave it, but SINOVIឭt is what they are. One of them's
Oh,
Vietnamese, one of them's Chinese. Actually, they're both Chinese, but one
you're
of them's married to
killing
a
me.
Vietnamese husband. Yeah, no, it was great. It used to look very Sinified. When they took it over, they Sinified it. It was all Chinese, and you could tell, the pink-orange kind of paint job. They
Is there a fish tank?
no, there never was a fish tank, but it was
Okay, they probably should get one.
oh gosh, yeah. There's no point. I bet they tried, and the fish always died. So there was no
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
An
that's
alligator tank.
yeah, yeah. Oh God. But so what happened this time was so they were so innocuous looking. You registered they were there, but you didn't take them in. Two guys in the shop, and they brought in these two young, gorgeous little blonde girls who were close enough in appearance where they were sisters. And these two young blonde girls, I mean young, ambulatory, old enough to be ambulatory, mobile, very disciplined. They, sat down for their haircuts, no screaming or shouting, talked to each other very quietly, didn't look traumatized, but like curious children, doing things to each other with swapping things that they were, picking things up, investigating things, and certainly came over to stare at myself being worked on by V, probably because I look like something they used to see growing up in Halloween specials. But at any rate, so you couldn't help but notice them simply because they stood out. Little blonde girls that were active and apparently happy. The adult men, so again, innocuous, kind of balding, nothing particularly. The fact that they were so innocuous only gave away the fact that they were older. They were kind of faded older guys that. And then, eventually one of the girls was getting her hair worked on cut, and then one of the guys was getting his hair worked on cut. And we're talking, these are old guys. They got to be older than me. And so at least looked older than me, but then again, I don't look my age at all. So they're like in their 60s. And so then when I walked home, they had left the shop before myself. And when I walked home, they came out of Walgreens on Polk Street, where they had obviously walked to and gone to because Polk Street's very flat. It's one of the few flat areas in that part of San Francisco, so people walk along that lane. And when they came out of Walgreens, they recognized me, the guys, and the young girls, of course, and I acknowledged them and said, "Oh, good to see you again." And that's when it struck me, holy shit, that's a gay couple. It's a couple of gay guys who adopted two very young blonde girls and are raising them. And I've expressed this before, that when I've seen situations like this in the past, I have this visceral response where one time I saw a gay couple of men that had an infant they had adopted and were raising. I have no idea what gender the infant was. But I felt this visceral, hostile response where I had to restrain myself from violence simply because of the kind of environment that I was exposed to all the while I was growing up at the Presidio military base, where male couples would be abusing children in the most heinous possible ways, something that I ultimately brought the entire base down because of. But with that kind of background, I hope people understand this is not homophobia. This is a visceral reaction due to a history of personally eyewitnessing men who were often engaging in sex with other men, abusing children. And that we don't need to go into the horror story of the Presidio military base. Suffice to say that our man, and I take no offense at this whatsoever, Thumbslug in the chat, who's actually Marcus in Australia, who basically said and I find
Great
this,
name.
yeah, thumb slug.
I can see him tapping the text. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said something that was incredibly funny to me. Again, no offense taken. He said, here's what he said. He hadn't been around for 5 years. He said, to be honest, I had forgotten about you and all this. Kind of remembered when I read about the child eating and vampirism in the Epstein files, and thought of you.
Oh shit.
Again, this is no offense taken. I know what he means. And then
What's he up to? That's what he thought.
yeah. Oh yeah,
I
what's
better
that
find
Doug
out.
Dietrich up to? Yeah. At any rate, when it comes to all of that, yes, people reported Michael Aquino literally eating babies like a kebab, like roasting them on spits alive and devouring them on sticks. So all that being said, I actually called V about that and said, "Hey, you remember those two young girls?" And I encountered those guys and girls again coming out of Walgreens on the way back home. And I realized that's a gay couple raising those girls. And she said, yeah, that's probably what it was. Yes. And it was like, of course, she just thinks I'm out of my fucking mind and nuts for calling her about that. And wondering, like, okay, was there a point to this call? I said, no, not really. I just wanted to confirm that it's just not me misreading anything. And so she said, no. And I said, okay, all right. And I let her go. But that having been said, when I reflect upon that, I again want to emphasize the girls look perfectly happy and well, and but obviously it's still disconcerting. It's like first off, this is where it gets dangerous to me. Is it's so easy for a couple of older, lonely, straight guys to get together and masquerade as a gay couple and then adopt young girls. Because it just seems, the potential for that is so obvious. And yet there's going to be a part of the system that refuses to acknowledge that because they don't want to appear homophobic. But what an easy way for a couple of straight guys to groom young girls that they otherwise could never go near in life and yet get total control over with the help of the state. What an incredible situation we found ourselves in. That is, I hope everybody understands my, shall we say, being disconcerted by this. And there's nothing homophobic about it. How does anyone follow up on that? Is there like, once these kids are adopted out, it's not like social services is checking in on these people. But then again, like I said, the girls did not appear traumatized. But, that doesn't mean they're not being groomed. That's, the older guys just could be waiting for, when the time is ripe, to use the term. But other than that, they seem to be well provided for and the like. There you go. I think overall a disconcerting situation. Any feedback is welcome. Amy, Holly, Brendan, Aristides.
There is the possibility, on the other hand, that they're the best dads ever. It's probably either one or the other. Elton John got boy babies.
Did he really?
Oh yeah, a couple.
Yeah, well, but there's a difference there. That fucker's so much in the public eye, he could never get away with grooming them. There's no way he could get away with that. He would have to be, in other words, he's forced to be the best possible dad.
Tell it to Michael Jackson.
that Michael Jackson never adopted anybody.
That's true.
Legally.
That is true.
Legally.
That is true. Yeah.
And
that's very true.
Yeah. So no, he would almost parasitize. Remember, he was hanging out with Trump's kids.
Oh God. Yeah.
Which shows you a lot about Trump allowing, Michael Jackson to play with their kids. That's like, I would never let Michael Jackson play with my kids. It's like
Right.
no one in their right mind would let Michael Jackson play with their kids. Yeah, at any rate. So
it just blows my mind completely that of all places V would end up at Fields.
It's not where she works. She only goes there to rendezvous with myself, and but the two Chinese women own it, and she has to pay
She
them.
must be getting semi-retired.
Yeah, you know her too well. Fuck, I can't remember. You never met her, did you?
I did.
You did?
And I was at the old shop, a couple times.
How did that?
Passing
was
through.
I there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, picked you up. It was back, in the 16s.
Oh, got it. That's right. So that happened. Yes. Yeah. Well, she's in some kind of semi-retirement status. Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah. Basically.
That works hard on a person.
Yeah. That's
very hard, especially back in the day with the coal tar dyes and everything, and the perms. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why she, went into all that alternative herbal.
Shit. Quick as she could, but the carpal tunnel and every damn thing.
Yes. Well, I have to say that she's still the only person who works with acupressure that nobody else can that I've ever encountered.
Wow.
Yeah, her acupressure is just, it's unspeakably accurate. It's exactly what I need. And she's able to hit where I need it. So it's otherwise I would have severed with her a long time ago. But
I think some people are just born that way.
Yeah.
You can't learn that.
Yeah, it's so true. Yeah. And it's borderline supernatural, which she, of course, was also involved with. Went to multiple psychic schools. For what that's worth.
Hey, practicing is good. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's going on with you, honey? Obviously, you're going through a lot lately. Feel free to bitch. Tell everybody about your car. You got car problems.
Oh, it's the poor man's dilemma. You drive a $5,000 car that all of a sudden needs $10,000 worth of work.
So what are you going to do?
So you can't dump the car because there's no more $5,000 cars.
Well, Brendan, help Holly out here. Maybe they're fucking her over.
No. I've been around that block, and I've crawled through many a mechanic on my knees, and I do maintain it. But clock's ticking. So I'm going to triage it, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
it's like pushing 200,000 on stuff that wears out at 100,000. Yeah. Unless you're lucky.
So is there some used car you can buy that would be in better shape? It might be a better deal.
Not at that, or I've never paid more than $5,000 for a car in my life. So I've been extremely lucky with this one. And given what they say about a couple of things, it may be worth it compared to what am I going to do with $5,000 or $6,000 on a car right now that isn't going to be a world of trouble. And this one has not been a world of trouble.
Hey, Amy, you've got to talk here. I mean, basically, Amy's playing Grand Theft Auto real life. Every car she drives is something that she's stolen.
No, I don't own any of them. I just drive them.
There you go.
I've been driving a BMW lately. Just, because I know you guys love to find out what kind of cars I've been into. I'm looking for a McLaren. So anybody listening, just find me a McLaren. That's what I really want to drive.
Tell me if you see one.
Yeah,
I'm a Toyota man.
I'm really, I suck at being a passenger princess. I really do. I'm just like, no, don't. They're flashing their lights at you because they want you to go. Like, I'm bad in the passenger seat, so I need to be driving myself and others.
I like the way Yeah, I like the way you help yourself, Amy. We ought to call you Hotwire from this point forward. It seems like you're.
Do it. I need a new nickname for sure.
That's a good one.
So
That's probably the best one
just
I've
helping
ever
yourself
had.
to
I've had
these
some
Yeah.
videos.
You get the tattoo.
Oh, yes. I've been waiting to be inspired enough to get a tattoo. And it's going to say hot wire, huh?
Mm,
We
Damn
just have
right.
yes.
Should I do it on
With
my
some
knuckles?
electrical sparks.
Oh my God.
Or like a hot wire, you know, when you
Listen,
hot
I
wire
don't
the
know
car
why.
and the wires
Holly,
and they
you cannot
touch.
design my tattoo. It's going to have to be Douglas. He's the commercial
Oh yeah.
illustrator.
Oh yeah. Do that, Douglas.
By the way,
Just
Heather
like it
Holman.
looks when you're hot wire in the car.
Yes, Heather Holman has joined us. So Heather,
Ah.
what brings you on tonight? Let's see if we can.
Oh, nothing. I just thought I'd say hi while everyone was talking and you weren't monologuing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very good.
Yeah, delightful.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad to have you with us. And
I saw the picture in chat of some people that made a hollowed out hole in the ground where they can be in, you know?
yeah, guerrilla warfare. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a thing on YouTube that shows a guy actually the process of doing that. It's making a hole in the ground by a tree or something.
Uh-huh. But he's actually intending to live in it, correct?
No, maybe he does. I don't know. I didn't think that far into it. I went to on a golf ride today and I found this interesting thing in a tree and I thought it was a nest, but it's not a nest because I thought it was like an owl nest or something, but owls don't go in nests. They go in the tree hole, right? Yeah. So I put the picture in the chat, what kind of nest, I thought I found.
Wow. Okay, so let's take a look at that.
Is it big?
It's
Look at it.
huge.
Like a golden eagle, maybe.
Let's take a look.
When I looked it up on
Whoa!
Oh
I looked it
no.
up on Google and it said it's like something that the tree does if it has an infected a parasite or something goes on the tree. Yeah, it does that to itself.
Oh, you know what that might be? It's called fasciation.
Okay.
Really?
Did they say that word? Not fascination.
It says
fasciation.
the Google said is witch's broom.
Jesus.
Witch's broom.
Well,
Fasciation?
it looks...
Oh, well, that's usnea. But usnea isn't brown.
Usnea?
Yeah, look that up.
Okay.
Or maybe they call that's witch's hair. Witch's broom is probably different, yeah. Witch's hair is usnea. And you'll see that in the pictures of it, but this is brown. Yeah, okay.
What is that?
Yeah, I go with that. I don't think it's necessarily fasciation. You
Like
know where you
fascia,
see
like fascia?
fasciation? You've seen where saguaro cactuses that go crazy at the top? And they like split off into two like spiral ram's horns.
Yeah.
It's this thing, and all plants can do it, and it looks different in different plants, but it's really freaky ass. They flatten.
Huh.
Okay. Yeah, quite interesting.
The thing that was weird is I thought it was a bird's nest because there's lots of little bugs flying around.
Jesus,
maybe
bugs
they're
around
using
it?
Well, I don't know if they were bugs or not.
Or birds.
It could be an alien, you know?
It could be birds using that feature.
Well, but I doubt it.
For nests.
Not that there's bugs around.
Doable.
Oh, wait, is that a bird?
Wow.
Wait.
No, it's a little bug that was flying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, this gets weirder and weirder. How do you run across...
So maybe it's becoming a wasp's nest.
Yeah.
Okay, it could be, yeah.
Well, you would know if it was a wasp.
I did this, this app, Randonautica, where it'll send you to weird coordinates.
Oh.
And one time it was trying to send me there, and I went there, I didn't see anything. So I just was going on a ride today, and I noticed it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, all I can say is you would know if it was a
God.
wasp's nest, and it's not a wasp's nest. Well,
Well, if
they're
it's
quite distinct.
aliens, we're doomed.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I doubt it's that. I doubt it's that.
Trying to be optimistic.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, weird.
well, Heather, you've managed to stun us yet again and befuddle us once
Yeah.
more, as always. I don't know how you do it. Heather
I
will.
don't either. I didn't do it on purpose. You know, I just took some pictures and I was trying to figure out. I thought it was like an eagle's, like you said, like a nest, or
hmm
and then if it was bees, you'd think there were bees flying around.
Yeah, well, obviously
Right.
it's not bees or wasps. It's definitely whatever it is. I have no idea, but it
I
doesn't.
think little birds are
Uh,
drilled into it
I
and nesting.
I don't know about that.
That's my guess
well,
because of the holes, but I
she's-
don't either.
She says all she saw was bugs. If there were birds around, they'd eat the bugs. There wouldn't be many bugs.
Well, actually, that's what I was doing. I was driving
Oh.
around looking for a bird convention because at about 5
Huh.
o'clock, all the birds go in like one tree.
Mhm.
I don't know if anybody
Uh-huh.
else has ever noticed that when they're like 100 birds in a tree and they're all just trying to out chirp each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
I couldn't find one though.
Okay. Instead, you found this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That's
Huh.
yeah. That's very disconcerting. Thank you, Heather. As always, you
Maybe
managed.
there's a local group you could share it with the
Yeah.
pictures.
Maybe. That's interesting, but
Yeah, I bet there is. Yeah,
I'll check
I'd
it
love
out.
to know because I've never seen that.
Yeah, there you have it. Always new things in the world from Heather, and new things out of this world. Heather, you're something else. You've got 1 foot in a different dimension, and you bring it in with you. Yeah,
I believe that too. I really do.
Yeah. Well, you've got it. You've got it. And so, if anybody has any ideas about any of this stuff, feel free to share them. Amy, Brendan, you're both conspicuously silent here. Any ideas? Other than
I'm putting it into the I got an app for that. I got the
Oh,
iNaturalist app.
good.
okay.
Should I
Yeah,
identify it?
cool.
But you gotta
Yeah.
give me
I was just looking up witch's broom.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
you
No,
beat me
if
to
I
it.
put the picture in, people will update it with what they think it is. They identify them for you.
Love it.
Cool.
It'll take me a minute though.
Okay.
I can't get right back to you.
Okay.
It takes me a minute.
Thank you, honey. Appreciate your input and your participation. Yeah, and
Okay, so the thing that jumps up for me,
Yeah.
deformity, woody plant, typically a tree, the natural structure of the plant is changed.
Mhm.
A dense mass of shoots grows out from a single point
Mhm.
with the resulting structure resembling a broom or a bird's nest, sometimes caused by pathogens.
Wow. Ooh. Yeah. Ugly stuff.
This abnormal growth
Yeah.
typically occurs in wood plants such as trees and shrubs.
Mhm. Yeah. Well.
Pathogens, fungal infections, or viruses.
Yeah. Well.
Environmental stress, herbicide exposure, or extreme weather.
Mhm. Wow.
Growth can lead to significant damage and decreased health.
Yes. Well.
Infected branches may need to be pruned to prevent the disease.
Yes.
So
It's.
that's
By the way, your technology is kind of getting worse as you read on. So,
I know because I was trying to read while talking into the mic.
Okay, there we are.
Thank you
Now
guys
I'm
for
done.
your attention.
And I'm sorry, what's that, Heather?
Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Now, Heather, what's this
Certainly.
latest image? What's this latest image?
That is a tree that I took and I thermalized, or the filter.
Uh-huh.
That was at the cemetery,
Okay. Cool.
and it looks like a bunch of skeletons coming out of the tree.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes. Well, Heather, you're halfway to the other
Weird.
side. You can pierce that veil. And of course, Heather was raised amidst all that, working at the funeral home and all that. You've had quite the ability to bridge these worlds, Heather. And but we're happy to have you with us. And to Amy, interject whenever you can. Don't
That is trippy looking.
yeah. Don't let
It
my
is that. It's Phytoplasma pinny,
okay.
pine witch's broom.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, how about
Phytoplasma.
that?
Yeah.
I'm trying to copy this thing so that I can share it.
See, we're a
Good.
panel of experts. We're here, and these ladies have
With our phones,
these ladies are incredible.
with our AI,
Yeah.
we're already in the grip of it.
They're
I can find out anything.
Yeah. I mean, these ladies are introducing us to arboreal botanical diseases, and we're learning all about the
It's
world
interesting.
in ways we never thought we would. Yeah, I guess this, in some ways, is healthier topics of discussion than a couple of guys adopting children, and and I have to
Trying to
question.
be good dads.
Yeah,
Jeez.
try to be good dads. Yeah, it's or at least I fucking hope. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if that image comes through from dear Amy, and that should
Thank you
provide.
guys very much for helping me figure it out.
Well, thank you, honey. Well, we still haven't figured
Keep
out
an eye on it.
the ghost lights around that last tree image. That's a totally different phenomenon that no one's gonna figure out, Heather.
Well, and when they say pathogens, they mean alien space germs. We all know that.
No, but I mean the lights around that last photograph.
Yeah, I know. That's trippy.
Yeah. So, Brendan, any opinion on that?
That picture was taken actually during the day.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I just reversed the thermal, saturation and stuff.
Yeah.
I see. So it's the negative.
Yeah.
Did you take it in black and white?
No.
Huh.
My like
These
you guys
crazy
saw last
phones these
week.
days.
Yeah, my phone is kind of weird. I don't know if it's got a problem or something.
Maybe it sees spirits.
Perhaps.
No, Heather does, and the phone just
Or aliens.
Yeah, the phone just
Aliens.
resonates. Yeah, resonates with her aura. So thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Amy.
You have a bond.
Yeah, Phytoplasma piney. Oh, Jesus, gross. Yeah. There we have that, and
It's not a good thing.
no, learn something new every fucking day. So thank you, ladies. Okay, interject.
If you start seeing it on you, panic.
Yeah. No, by the way, before I go dive back into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room, dear Holly, what else is going on that you feel we should be paying attention to?
God, it's just so much wacky stuff. The frog venom.
Oh, yes, with Nelvani. Tell people about that.
Yeah. Well, that's it, pretty much. But apparently that's how they got him.
Yeah, poor bastard.
Instead of irradiating him with polonium and shit.
Yeah, I guess in that he was
Imagine the chemical library they have sequestered for this very reason. Political assassinations from A to Z.
Yeah, there you have
Imagine that laboratory.
It's so fucking Russian and it's so fucking lame. It's like, God damn.
I know.
Nothing.
But it's cool. It's like ancient glassware and bubbling retorts and stuff. I can picture it.
Oh, yeah.
Cobwebs in the corners.
No, they got real old-fashioned bunkers, Benson burners. What did they call them? The old Benson burners? Was it Bunsen burners?
Bunsen burners.
Yeah,
and stuff in
beakers.
jars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Samples in jars.
Seriously, yeah.
God.
It's just a horror show, but it's grade B movie horror show.
Yeah.
So
that's what's going on in my head right now. Thank you.
Yeah. Heather, how's Vin?
Yes.
How's Vin?
Oh, he's doing great. He's in the other room right now, but he's doing great.
Good. And his mom?
The retort is the name, the technical term, what they call the crematory device is a retort.
What brings that up?
A
Well, she
furnace.
said retort. I'm not sure if she used it in that.
as a
context or
furnace.
not.
No, it
Oh,
was
Yeah.
the wrong word. I couldn't
oh,
remember for those big bubbling flasks with the thin necks and stuff on top of the
Oh,
Bunsen burner.
okay.
what are they called?
There's
Uh,
various names, but never mind. A retort, I guess, is a furnace.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but definitely
You're
that's
probably close.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've used retorts in laboratory conditions.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah, for
I didn't know you were
long
into
story.
science.
If it pays.
Yeah, right.
It was
Oh.
this crazy job right after like high school
Oh.
where they paid smart delinquent it turns out high schoolers
Oh.
to do the work so they could save on the chemists.
Jesus Christ.
See, you can
Wow.
get a packet. So we had a muffle furnace. That was a retort. And we put samples in it in platinum bowls, little platinum cups that were so expensive that if even a fingernail worth sheared off of them was like $600.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, it was crazy. And you'd take them out with tongs and asbestos gloves, and they'd be cool to the touch, red hot in 60 seconds.
Jesus Christ.
It
It's
was freaking
isn't that
amazing.
dangerous?
Well, it was real life. I mean, titrations and all kinds of shit without a hood. I'm surprised I lived this long.
Yeah, I mean, so they were exploiting child delinquents.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you were one of them.
Well, we were, old
Okay.
enough to work, 18.
Okay. I see. Okay, so you were teen delinquents of legal
Yeah.
age that had gotten in
Yeah.
trouble but were intelligent enough
No,
to be
no.
Oh, okay.
No. We just didn't want to go to college.
Oh.
We wanted to earn.
I see.
See,
Okay.
that's the thing.
Okay.
No
Okay.
more school. I got to earn.
Okay.
Yeah.
And oh, Jesus.
I'll earn while I learn.
Okay. Well, that's those were the days. And thank you for sharing
And the
that.
rails we did up in there. Oh,
What?
God, we were crazy. Massive rails of speed.
Rails of speed. Oh, right. Got it.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's I can
to
imagine.
make it fun.
Well, the lab
It was
was the lab was the environment for that. Yeah, go on.
it was a fascinating job.
Yeah, Jesus. Well, it was quite the opportunity, apparently, for some recreational
It sure
sidelines.
was.
Damn.
It
Oh,
surely was.
yeah. Well,
And
that's
red hot shit.
yes, no doubt. Well, thank you, ladies. Again, interject whenever you feel like it. I'm going to return to talking about what happened at the Munich Security Conference. And on the trade and investment front, European leaders are now seeking new opportunities with the Communist Chinese Empire of the East because of America's hostility, though concerns over national security and human rights persist, as well they should. And in a speech delivered Friday in Munich, the United German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, said his government had begun confidential negotiations with France about a European nuclear deterrent. Of course, as I've said before, United Germany must go nuclear. What does all of this amount to? A degree of de-risking, perhaps, but not enough for Europe to really strike out on its own. Merz acknowledged as much in his speech when he said the United States and Europe should repair and revive transatlantic trust together, framing a continued partnership as continuing to be in American imperial interests. After all, he palavered, in the era of great power rivalry, even the United States will not be powerful enough to go it alone. Well, indeed, the marriage may be an unhappy one, but in many senses, both Europe and the American empire still need each other. But one example, or rather the preeminent one, being the network of United States military bases in Europe, which are critical for the global reach of America's military and its ability to carry out operations beyond its homeland. As much as Trump and his aides castigate Europe for free riding on Washington's largesse, the reality is that the United States bases on the continent, the superpeninsular subcontinent, are not solely or even primarily there for Europe's defense, but rather because the American empire needs them to project power beyond Europe. I'll get back to that. That's Europe's leverage against the United States. And eventually it's leverage that must be employed. In fact, eventually, inevitably, the United States must be kicked out. And at that point, the United States really has to change its act. Now, even the Trump maladministration realizes this, which may be why it sent a good cop Secretary of State Marco Rubio to this year's Munich Security Conference instead of Vance. If Munich in 2025 was the scene of a painful fight, 2026 provided the setting for some ultra-dysfunctional, abusive husbands and battered wives couples therapy. When it was all done, you could actually hear the sighs of relief in the room. The United States Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, got through an entire speech at the Munich Security Conference without a single threat of invasion, a la Trump and Davos, or flirty references to the United Germany's far right. Ahem. Think of Vance in Munich yesteryear. So strong was the sense of solace that the great former German diplomat and master of ceremonies Wolfgang Ischinger immediately told Rubio that he interpreted his speech as a message of reassurance about our partnership. A short while later, the European Commission Presidentess, Ursula von der Leyen, echoed those words, saying that it was very reassuring to listen to him. Now, confirming just how low expectations were of the United States, in an onstage interview, David van Wiel, the Dutch foreign minister, in comparing what he had just heard to Vance's 2025 speech, gushed, "It wasn't a goodbye to Europe, it was a wake-up to Europe. Tough love helps sometimes." Well, that's not what people were saying off camera, of course. One European national security advisor admitted that Rubio's speech wasn't all that different from Vance's last year after all, so noting, same message, nicer tone. On the sugar-coated racism in the U.S. Secretary of State's speech at the Munich Security Conference, another said, "Come on, if we were bigger and stronger, there's no way we'd listen to an ally tell us to send out missionaries and pilgrims and soldiers to settle new continents." So with Europe, kind of crawling back to America like a battered bitch, is the Ukraine finally going to collapse this year? I don't think so. But the end of Russia is at hand. At the moment, most of the country, rather, shall we say, to clarify, the nation state of Ukraine at the moment is without energy and heating. The majority of a nation the geographic size of France with the same demographics, meaning the same numbers in population, except, of course, generally younger. They're without energy and heating, while the rest of the Ukraine that has those amenities is under severe restrictions. The Russians have started attacking logistics and support routes far away from the front lines with the consensual help of Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. And the situation on the eastern and southern front lines is not good. To reiterate, this week, the Russians conducted several strikes with Molniya drones on the Pavlograd-Pokrovsk highway. The distance from the front line is around 50 kilometers. That would be around 31 miles. And the drones were guided by Starlink satellite signals at the knowing behest of Elon Musk, helping his master, Vladimir Putin. Despite these developments, the pressure from the Ukrainian people on their government to change course, it est, cave in, to Putin's and his pet pocket pussy Trump's demands, is exactly zero. Ukraine will continue fighting, and it will persevere. It is already February now, and despite the massive Russian terrorist attacks on Ukraine's energy grid over the last weeks, that national polity still stands strong. The weather will improve soon, more supplies will go to the defenders on the front line, and Ukrainian drone production is expected to break all records this year. Russian casualty numbers will be higher than ever before. If Putin or anyone else counted on Ukraine to collapse, they've made a grave mistake. It will not happen. The war is most likely going to end in over or under 2 years. The Russians are getting close to financial ruin. Manpower is an issue. Military equipment is another issue. Now, before I get into that military equipment, we've got news from Brendan Zogit about Japanese ships return from test mining deep-sea rare earths. Excellent news. Here we are. A Japanese drilling ship has returned home after successfully test mining mud thought to contain rare earths from the seabed thousands of meters deep. Most excellent news. Thank you for that, dear Brendan. Now, more from Bren here. The German and United Kingdom military chiefs have stated their cause for rearmament. The top military officials of the United German and United Kingdom military say rearmament is not warmongering. Germany's Carsten Breuer and the United Kingdom's Richard Knighton jointly pushed the moral case, well, amidst Russia's revanchist, revisionist aggression. He says, the test was successful, by the way. Most excellent. Thank you, dearest Brendan. And make it certain to work with our man, T-Tank Berry, while I'm involved with my Asian Lunar New Year responsibilities, my social obligations. Make certain to call him during that time that I'm occupied. With that, of course, returning back to...
That's the moon pie time?
Mooncake. Mooncake.
Mooncake. Okay.
That took me a moment there.
Yeah.
That took me a moment there to wonder what you were talking about.
I thought they were pies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a specific mooncake festival, and this is not it, actually, believe it or not.
Okay. No, I do. That's why I'm asking. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Hey, and it's Ramadan with the eclipse on 2 days from now.
Yeah, there you go.
Ramadan begins as well this year.
Yes.
Quite exciting.
Yeah, it is. By the way, Brendan Zogit says moon pie is North Korean currency, which is very entertaining. He says it's actually Shivratri. So come on and tell us about this, Brendan. Tell us about Shivratri, by all means. And says Holy Night of Shiva. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and so that's...
Is that when he gets to destroying?
Hey, I noticed that you bring that up a lot.
Yeah, I do. That myth has definitely embedded.
And he says, come on, Brendan, you can come on and read this. Shivaratri is a Hindu festival celebrated annually to worship the deity Shiva between February and March. According to the Hindu calendar, the festival is observed on the 14th day of the first half of the lunar month of Falguna. He is the destroyer, yes, so he does acknowledge your, you don't misremember it. Let's put it that way. You remember it correctly. And but that's one of his functions. Obviously, there's others. Is he not the creator as well as the destroyer? Yeah, such having been articulated. Well, radish season
So,
is
and I
coming.
understand
Yeah. Oh, he
that
says
the
no.
night before the last night of Ramadan is the night of power,
Okay, tell us about that.
because that's thought to be when Muhammad got the message.
Okay.
Now, I could be wildly, I mean, I forget the story of the background, but I never forgot that the night before the last night, the break of the fast at Ramadan, is the night of power. And so, for a lot of people, many millions.
Yes. Yes.
So I feel that when it comes.
Thank you for reminding us. I appreciate your adding in some cross-cultural references. Of course, that's what we're here for. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, because of everything happening, plus a freaking eclipse.
Yes.
So, God help us all.
Well, Brendan said it's going to be one hell of a February. We're halfway through it now.
He's been saying, yeah.
And so
And God forbid April.
Yeah. So as Brendan points out, Brahma is the creator. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Brendan. He's Vishnu, the preserver. Yeah, there we are. And so you've got Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, Shiv, the destroyer. Got it. Okay. Thank you. And that's aren't they all kind of a triune representation of a whole? Kind of. Or can be. I don't know. So he says trimurtri. Yeah, trimurtri. There you go. So so he's typing.
I think the one God notion has led us to all our troubles, because that put humans into a binary state. Yes. Zeros or ones, good and evil, hot and cold. Yeah. Whereas if you have more of a Penelope, you get a little elbow room.
I hear you. So he says he does in a sense validate what I've said. Trimurtri would be the three eminence of divine force: God, generator, operator, destroyer. Oh, get it? God is an acronym. Generator, operator, destroyer.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's deep.
Never heard that one.
Yeah, that's the first time.
It's like the stages of the moon spelled Doc.
Yeah.
In the sky. In the southern hemisphere, it's COD.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Tell us what the acronym
Doc
is for.
Or COD.
Yeah, well, tell us what
after the new moon, if you draw a line between the horns, it looks like a D. Mm-hmm. And as it goes and goes back around through the day cycle, coming closer, it gets full, and then it starts shrinking back down. And then if you draw a line, it's a C. So D, full moon, C.
Okay,
Doc.
Thank you. I like it.
But somehow in the southern hemisphere, it's upside down.
Yeah,
it's COD.
Got it. Got it. That's cute. So in terms of that military equipment issue that the Russians are facing, let's start with that military equipment. The Russians can produce all the small arms and dumb weapons they want, as well as ammunition for these weapons. It's the smart stuff that is an issue. It seems they have found workarounds for missiles, tanks, and most other things, but production is significantly slower than in pre-war days. This is all still money down the drain when you're producing 100 tanks a month and losing 150 tanks a month. Regardless of production, the Russians are on the decline, whereas Ukrainian forces are growing with new equipment produced locally and donated by other nations. The Russians are low on manpower as the prisons are empty and it's harder to get volunteers even with a higher pay. Conscription is occurring again and it's going to be unpopular, resulting in another round of mass exodus. Yet for now, according to Russia, the Russian economy is booming as spending is up. It's only up because soldiers are paid extremely well, and the families are spending that money and the bonus money from all those deaths. It's unsustainable to keep fighting and losing people to keep your economy going. Sooner or later, one or the other runs out, and you can only deflate the rubles and print more. The dead are not returning, and the Russian economy is not what it used to be, and even then, it was never good. Let's call this late-stage capitalism in the extreme. Remember the movie Snowpiercer? And he's feeding the engine with children? This is what the Russians are doing with male adults. Brendan says, always hating on Russia with an eye roll.
Well, and remember, in the first month of the war, there was a river out. Anybody that could afford it split.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. Ran like hell. Because
well,
they knew they'd get force conscripted.
Yeah, yeah. Well, a lot of them went to Armenia, and because that led to a real boost in Armenia, a real renaissance for them in a sense, because it was a brain drain directly to them.
And money.
Yeah. For what it's worth, a lot of these young men, they did the right thing. They did the right thing for every reason. But, Putin was just drafting everybody except young, purely Russian, Slavic, breeding age men because he was hoping they would continue breeding to try and keep the population of Russians going. And he wanted them to, he didn't want an uprising. So he's using everybody.
So he emptied the prisons.
He emptied the prisons. He's taken recruits from all of Russia's former colonies, meaning the former Soviet Central Asian satellite states and other former Soviet satellites until that, ran out. Now, of course, Wagner, one reason that the Wagner mercenary group, Putin's Africa Corps, is on the loose in Africa is to recruit as many black Africans. And now they're recruiting Asian Indians because their involvement with Asian India. And these people from these other countries going to Russia are just, they're seduced by the money that's being offered because they could support their families for a year just with the original bonus and all that. But they're heading towards certain death. The Russians use them to clear minefields, with their bare hands and shit.
It's the hamburger philosophy, the meat grinder.
Absolutely.
Just throw enough of them at the front until you overwhelm it.
That's what they're hoping.
In theory.
Yeah. By the way.
But that seems to be his big tactic. And I was going to say, you never hear who the head of Wagner is these days now, do you?
No.
Who the hell runs Wagner now?
Oh, no.
After the last guy. Oh, God.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting question. I haven't bothered to follow up on it because I'm not that interested.
It's not easily. Yeah. It's not right out there like he was.
Yeah, that's right.
I forget his name. Porokowski or something.
Oh, God. It's been so long. I forgot.
That guy.
I have to look it up. Yeah.
Oh, I know. I mean, don't. He was a horror.
Yeah. Well, he paid the price. He was so
boy,
stupid.
Oh, boy.
He could have had it all. But he chickened out.
Oh, God.
Crazy, stupid son of a bitch. By the way, so Brendan sends us a good bit of news here. Australia has announced the initial funding to build a new submarine construction yard in Osborne under the AUKUS Security Pact. This is a nuclear submarine facility. This is good news. And of course, in the future, it'll come back around and bite us all in the ass, but but that'll be okay. We can handle it at that point.
Jobs.
Balance of power. Yeah. I don't know if this is a geopolitical trip of mine where I think way into the future, like generations into the future. But the roots of it all start in the here and now. But Australia, as I've always said, will be a superpower in the future in its own right. Will ultimately split off from the English Commonwealth and just initiate its own Pax Australiana or Australian peace. I've given the dynamics behind this before. Obviously, it's going to seem improbable simply because of their extraordinarily small population, but I've brought up the way that they would compensate for that. Russia, on the other hand, is a different case. And that brings us back to the task at hand. The Russians can't keep all this up much longer. Now, as Brendan has articulated with his eye roll, I have delivered innumerable analyses on this topic. Each one has focused on the symptoms of the decline of the Russian Empire, or we should simply say Russia itself, as an ethno-nationality, as an ethno-state. From the decline in infrastructure with regards to fuel prices and shortages, trucking industry collapse leading to empty shelves, industries going bankrupt, banking system on the brink of failure, entire regions no longer receive state funding, and the National Wealth Fund being depleted. And yet, Putin's war drags on while Putin himself may not see tomorrow. Moscow is on the brink of mass starvation as 100,000 trucks stopped forever on February 1st. The engine of the Russian Federation has officially stopped in below, well, I would say 0-degree temperature easily. In fact, it's negative 20 degrees Celsius. At 20 degrees below 0 Celsius temperatures, a 100-kilometer line of trucks near Lake Baikal turned into a graveyard of metal. A fjortwin night, that's the Alden English, for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks ago, abandoned by drivers and left to rot. But the real horror is hitting the cities. Supermarket shelves are emptying. The National Wealth Fund is hitting zero. And 142 million people face a Soviet-style food crisis. Now, here's a video that covers all those topics and more. Don't watch it now, but watch it at your leisure later. By the way, Douglas Marks says, "Hey, team leader, I hope all is well with you and everyone on Team Dietrich." Thank you so much for your contribution, Douglas Marks. As I credited you earlier tonight, hopefully you'll run across that later when you review our episode once it's published. For right now, here's the video inside of our text box of the Infinite Call. Again, Douglas Marks contributed, and let me thank him in print here on our chat room. Thank you for your contribution. Here we are. Thanks so much, your contribution. Contribution. Okay. At Douglas Marks. There we are. Okay. And with that, I guess, oh, here we go. This ought to be, how do I get the right emoji for this? There we go. I think I'll just stick with something simple here. Great. Okay, there we go. And with that, back to the task.
I wanted to get in earlier. I'll bet you Rubio, like Vance, are both angling to be the next president.
All I can say is good fucking luck. I mean,
right?
Both,
but I bet they are, because they're not living in end times like the rest of us. Not at all.
No,
not at all.
They're living in some delusion. They're like in a world all their own. Oh, tell people about.
We're raring to go. They're raring to go.
Tell people about the Charkirk widow. Tell people about the Charkirk widow.
What now? Oh God!
You brought
with
it to
her
my
weird
attention.
text relationship with a young girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a girl, not a boy.
Jesus. Oh man. Tell our listeners.
And I don't know. It might be Bogue. It's not like the most shocking thing on earth, but she was like a big sister kind of deal, I guess. But and there was no detail in the thing. It was totally sketch, but like she told her dirty jokes and stuff.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Holly,
yeah.
Did Holly just suggest that Vance and Rubio were attempting to assassinate Trump so they could take
No,
over?
no. They're in a dogfight already. They're planning their moves for, God, what is it? Whatever, what was it? 24, he got elected. So 28,
Oh, they're gonna
which
wait
for
it.
them
They're
is,
gonna wait it out?
Well, what Holly is saying is that she feels that they're going to wait it out, but that they're in kind of like a rivalry for who will take the throne after that. I mean, they're both out of their fucking minds. Nobody's going to vote
out of
Republican.
their minds.
Yeah.
Nothing rational about it. But yeah, he might be trying to lay a long game.
Yeah, it's I don't I agree with Holly. Of course, everyone around Trump imagines themselves as the successor.
Yeah,
But
as forever. Yeah.
yeah, but Trump himself is yeah. All I can say is that when Trump goes down, they're all going down. Nobody's gonna vote these clowns into power after what they've done.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you for saying
It
that
might be at
repeatedly.
least like
Yeah.
a slight advantage over, the 50-50 that it appeared to be. I mean, there's still going to be a big block of crazy.
Well, I think that you're a naturally very negative person in that regard.
Yes,
very
I am.
cynical. Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
And proud of it.
Yeah.
Negative and proud.
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody that's not depressed.
Yeah. No, I get it.
But not you, Amy. And
I'm going to bed. I'm not depressed. I'm just tired.
Not you.
I need to go to
Not
bed.
you.
Yes.
Good night,
No,
everybody.
and you were very inspirational tonight. Thank you.
Yes. We love you too.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
you.
Talk again soon.
Love you, Amy.
Good night.
Yes.
Good
blessed
night.
be. Okay, that's Amy Como. So, when it comes to Russia, none of this is my isolated opinion, as there are many experts that all point to the same problem. Russia is crumbling right before our eyes. It is not just the banking system and lack of funds. It is not just the infrastructure where basic services aren't being met and heat is a luxury, whereas those in Moscow will be the last to feel the pain. Regardless, it's all about food. By the way, more input from our man Brendan. Not quite sure what. Oh, here we are. Russia invites Ukraine war veterans into classrooms to promote military training. So this is actually quite funny. We've actually got veterans who are glad to be off the front lines talking to a bunch of young girls in a classroom about killing people on the Russian front. There's a few boys.
Do you see the kids covering their ears because
Yes.
they think that it's going to fire off a round?
Yeah. Yes.
Like,
Yes.
why would they think that was okay?
It's thank you for coming on with this. This is actually heinously funny. This is it's actually this is how desperate they are, and trying to.
I don't understand what it's do. What is it supposed to do? They're supposed to sign up, like.
Apparently so. What other reason would there be?
Or stay home and wash the underwear and knit woolen caps and shit.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God.
So flags.
I think that the idea just
get pregnant.
Yeah, I'm just speculating here, but I think the idea for the girls to be watching this is what Holly's saying, that see, these guys are dying on the front for you. You've got to, support them by spreading your legs and everything else. Yeah. But with the boys, the idea is
paying their rent.
Yeah, is to get them to grow up wanting to do this. Like, these guys are glad to be off the front line, so they're glad to go into classrooms and seduce kids into going to war because, you'd rather be doing that than be on the front line. So you tell them all it's like fun and games, right? I mean,
they've got their dick shot off, so they can't go back.
Yeah. Oh man. So Brendan, what's your impression? I mean, Jesus Christ. By the way, did you hear what I said earlier about what happened at the salon? Any observations there, Bren?
What, the fact that it was haunted, or?
No, did you hear what I said about the young girls and the guys who are raising them?
Oh yeah. So what? I mean, what is? I know I heard what you said, but I didn't see the scandal really.
Okay, yeah.
Like you said, it would be more of a scandal if they were straight trying to scheme.
Well, I
He's
don't
got
know
a
whether
point.
that's the point. I don't
I
know
guess
whether
let
they're
me put
straight
it
or
this
not.
way: in any other city, it would be definitely suspect.
Okay, there you go.
Right.
Your city, it's just kind of like, you know, you want to hope for the best and just say, oh, maybe they just want to raise some kids or something.
They're the world's best dads.
Yeah, but I think it's a legitimate question. Why girls? It's like you know, it's and
Hey, white babies are limited.
I guess
They weren't Ethiopian.
yeah, no, but yeah, it's distinctively blondes. It's like two young blonde girls. I mean, you know, really young, and yeah, they're raising them.
Well, my bias would say they want to dress them up like dolls. That's all it is.
That's it. That's it.
They just want like, oh, pretty girls. So because they're ugly, you know, they won't look good in makeup and shit. So they said, oh, I want someone that I can make look pretty.
Yes.
Well, without getting into the psychology of pissing people off, it's like usually the femme guys, they want to be women, you know, they want feminine beauty around them.
Yes, it's true.
But they can't achieve it, so they just do that.
There we go.
But like I said, I'm not knocking it. That's just the psychology behind it.
Got it.
Some of them are more sinister and crazy, but the positive ones, quote unquote, would want that.
Yeah. I get it. That puts it there.
But like you said, if it was like in some other city, and then you're like, what the fuck is, you know, why are they doing it?
Yeah, think of how easy it would be for a couple of sleazy, hopeless, unattractive straight guys to just pretend to be a gay couple.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it would work anywhere but San Francisco. Like if it was in any other city, they would definitely like say, no, you cannot. Like I almost guarantee it.
Yeah.
But then again, a lot of those foster people are corrupt as fuck, and
yes.
they get random kids for money, don't take care of them.
Yeah, it's true.
And inevitably abuse them in some horrible way.
It's so true.
Whether on purpose or not.
So true.
So it's really hard to tell.
So true. It's like yeah. At any rate, thank you for your analysis. It actually is it resonates with me, and thank you for this latest about the Russia, you know, inviting Ukraine war veterans to come into. I don't know if you're seeing this. Did you see this? Holly, did you check into this? Like review what I'm talking about?
The whole imagery is funny, where the dude's like in full fatigues and has like a sniper with a you know, suppressor on it. Like what the kids are like,
there's two of them. One of them's wearing his fucking helmet, the other one's wearing his sniper garb. Yeah, go on. Yeah, they're
and the kids think he's about to shoot off a round out the window, so they all cover their ears. It's like it's horrible.
Yeah, and the teacher,
like, how come the teacher didn't explain to them like these are not actual, like hopefully they weren't actually guns.
The teacher's filming it all with her cell phone. The teacher's just filming it all with her cell phone, just grooving off this, you know. This is supposed to be,
and the people in the comments are all supportive.
It's disgusting. Yes, of course they would be. Yeah, they're all a bunch of.
This
Americans.
Is awesome.
Yeah,
this is awesome.
Yeah.
That's so freaking cool. I wish we did this in school.
Yeah.
Based. Russia is based.
Yeah.
Oh, and then here's someone with a Russian flag. Russia, you are a disgrace to humanity. There's your flag. That's your flag.
Yeah, there you
Featured
are.
Flag.
Yeah, and well, I like what this one guy said. This one guy's good. He says, in normal high schools, like in the USA, students could compare their rifles with those used by the military. But that one guy also.
But
I think he's saying that like not in jest. I think he's saying, oh, if that happened to me, I'd show him my AR.
Yeah, there you go.
Because in Texas, they all buy their kids one at 18. Oh, here's your first.
Yeah. But I see the one you're talking about because it is funny. It is freaking funny. I'm surprised I only got one ha where the guy says, "This is so freaking cool. I wish we had this when I was in high school in the 80s."
Yeah, there you go.
What is? Yeah. In
Those
the corner
kids don't
there.
look like they're having fun. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. The kids don't look like they're enjoying it. So Holly, you are able to see this. So yeah, what is?
Yeah, I just did.
Yeah. So Holly,
they're
like holding their.
He's shooting at the floor.
Yeah, he's like shooting at the floor.
This big gun.
Yes.
Shooting it like right into the corner of the floor and the wall.
Yeah.
What the
Well,
hell?
I think it's one of those training guns. I don't think it's an actual firearm.
Of course.
No.
Because
Go on.
well, Doug, you
Of
know,
course,
a suppressor
it's
would make no
blanks.
noise.
Yeah.
No, the suppressor
could
would
kill
make
you.
no noise at all.
Well, suppressors aren't
I think he's
good.
dry firing.
Yeah, I agree.
Mhm.
He's dry firing it, which is not what you should do with a gun. You don't want to dry fire a gun if
No.
you can help it. Sometimes it doesn't hurt, and I've done it myself.
Right.
But
Well, it depends on the mechanism.
Yeah.
What gun?
Yeah, but
Most
And
of the
if it's
people will freak out
maintained.
in the gun shop if you do it. But
yes, they hate that.
Yeah.
Shop. Yeah, they're all.
if it's a pin fire, like a rack fire, like a handgun, then yeah, it's really bad. But I think most rifles, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah,
but I'm no expert. Don't
Understood.
come after me in the
Understood.
comments. Yeah.
But you're generally right. And I think I think there's nothing there. He's just showing, but he thinks he's taken this as like a safety standard. The guy is pointing it at the ground, thinking that's safe. But by the way, if there's a round in that rifle, trust me.
Oh my God.
I've been in a room where this has happened, and it was compounded by the fact that it was an armored room. So what happened was, this was at Acorn Projects in the office, where we had to armor the floor because the gangs would come in and fire at us through the floor below us up into the office. So the floor was armored, and it compounded the problem. But it can happen with a normal room, quote unquote, where the round will bounce. So in our case, because it was an armored floor, that compounded the problem. When somebody's gun went off one time, that round, that bad boy, just
ricochets everywhere.
It ricocheted. Oh, it's an incredible miracle nobody was injured. But that guy lost his job automatically, of course. You
guys heard it like ping around the room?
Oh yeah, but there was another incident.
The ricochet sound is a scary sound. It's like, it's not fun. It's not fun.
No, because you don't know where that round is going. And the worst yet is, wherever it's going, it's coming up at you from below. So you're gonna be singing like a soprano if that hits you in the fucking nuts. At any rate, the other time I saw a bullet go off into a floor, it just buried itself. That bad boy went all into the rug and was like crawling like a lightning strike underneath that rug for several inches before it was stopped. Just like a little burrowing animal under the rug. It was just like going like a mole underneath that rug. You could see the rug move as if a mole were underneath it. At any rate,
I mean, I think it's just basic firearm safety. You don't fire at a hard backstop. It doesn't matter what direction.
Thank you.
It has to be either loose dirt or something, or like a hanging target.
Yeah, but like you said,
and that looked like a celebration.
You mean what they're doing in that
classroom?
Those
kids did not look like they were so.
Yeah, those kids didn't.
I know, but the attitude of the guys was like, "Hey, let's party."
Like I said, they're so glad.
That's how you do it, kids.
Yeah.
There certainly wasn't any kind of anti-war message.
Well, of course not. I mean, like I said, they're glad to be off the fucking front, and this is their opportunity to seduce and recruit other,
Yeah, I get all that.
Yeah,
I get all that.
So of course they're happy.
But
to them, it is. They're like saying, "Thank God I'm here." Yeah, I'd rather be here. Yeah.
Here's how you do it.
Yeah.
Blast up the school.
Yeah. When there's no school shootings in Russia.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
No, and when you get to go to Ukraine, when you get the special opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's right. Well, Brendan was just... Say it again, Brendan.
That's what someone commented. They said there's no school shootings in Russia because they can't own guns.
Yeah.
So all this, where they're saying Russia is the bastion of freedom, it's like, well, you as a person that lives there can't own a gun.
Yes.
There's no Second Amendment in Russia.
Thank you.
But that one always gets skipped over.
Yeah.
Unless you get to go to Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, that's not all.
And then you can blast away.
They strip you of your guns.
Yeah.
When you go home.
Yeah.
They don't let you keep shit because of their penchant for revolution. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I mean, who the hell wants an armed public when you're fucking your public over so badly? Here in America, this is what I don't get. They're fucking over our public so badly, and that
Well,
Americans aren't
here
helping.
they're mentally,
Yeah, they're mentally enslaved.
psychically taken over. Yeah,
Yes.
like it's
Yes.
just like, this is my right to own a gun, and then they forget about what's his name.
Yeah.
Like all the so-called founding fathers, they said you have to,
Yeah.
you know,
Rise up.
you have to restart every 25 years, and they said no, he didn't mean that. It's like, well, then you can't just pick and choose.
Yeah.
You
Thank
can't
you.
cherry pick.
Thank you. Thank you. And these same
Who was it?
people.
Andrew Jackson. He said
Thomas
no matter
Jefferson.
what.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me, Jefferson.
Yeah.
No matter what, you take over it. You take your guns and you take the government and
Every-
reset it every
yeah.
25 years.
Yes. Yes. He was a
And
Maoist.
he wasn't joking.
Yeah,
he wasn't joking.
Yeah, he was a fucking proto-Maoist. And yet,
Yeah.
of course, he's the kind of guy who would never free his own slaves. So there you go.
Well, that was one of the things he was pissed about. That's why he said that, because
Yeah.
he at that time there was abolitionists even.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
and-
says every constitution and law should naturally expire after 19 years.
Yeah, not even
you go.
25. Yeah, 19.
He says he calculated a generation basically 19 to 20 years on the mortality of his time.
Yeah, there you have it.
Earth belongs to the living, not the dead.
Yeah,
Progress of the human mind.
there you go.
God forbid we should ever be 20 years without a rebellion. That's a direct quote. That's a direct
Yes.
quote from him.
Yeah.
One of his writings.
Fucking proto-Maoist. Proto-Maoist.
I am not an advocate for frequent changes, but institutions must advance and keep pace with times. We might as well require man to wear still the coat which fitted him as a boy, as civilized society remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's his actual quote.
Yeah. Yes. He's disgusting. And when it comes to the Americans, these are the same fuckers who say we maintain our guns against a tyrannical government that we may overthrow.
Oh, now they're saying it's a spurious quotation. The actual Monticello estate says, "This is a spurious quotation. When the government fears the people, there's liberty." No, he definitely said that.
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah.
He says,
go
when
on.
the government fear the people, there is liberty. When people fear the government, there is tyranny.
Yes.
So
yes.
like these hardcore people, like the early conspiracists, like William Cooper, he really took this to heart. That's why they killed him, because it was like he said we have to listen to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well,
government has to fear the people.
Yeah,
that's what he was espousing.
Yeah, well,
but I don't.
The tyranny of
Just
the
for the record,
majority.
I don't.
Yeah, of course.
The tyranny of the majority, they used to call it.
That's right. Well, you know what the Russians call it? Dictatorship of the proletariat.
Yeah, well, look where that.
There you go.
Yeah, mob rule.
Mob rule.
Yeah, mob rule. But these same people who claim we need our right to bear arms that we may arise against a tyrannical government. Well, it's here now, and these guys ain't doing shit. You know,
they're defending it.
They're defending it. Yes. Yeah. Fucking insane.
Okay, here's Jefferson's actual rebuttal to some guy in 1825. He said, "Some are Whigs, which is a party, liberals, Democrats, call them what you please, others Tories, serviles, aristocrats. The latter fear the people and wish to transfer power to the higher class of society. The former consider the people as the safest depository of power. In the last resort, they cherish them therefore and wish to leave them in their powers to the exercise of which they are competent. To date, however, the most likely source," this is back to the author of the main page, the quote ended. "To date, the most likely source of the original quote was in 1914. So they're saying it's a false quote. The government fears the people, that quote. It doesn't sound like it.
No, it wasn't. It's no false quote. And this is revisionism.
By his own estate or whoever
by his own estate. Well, take a look at everything's being compromised under Trump. By the way, I do want
Yeah,
to
whoever owns Monticello nowadays.
yeah, it's just another Trump sellout, and which is no surprise. What else would it be? In live streaming, Douglas Marks says, if I had to pick one, I would choose Vance. I mean, it's like there's no choice.
Ooh, the
no good
fake,
answer
the
there.
fake guy. I mean, Vance is not even a real person. He's
Yeah.
just a created entity.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's like Max Headroom. I mean,
I mean, he's like Buckethead. I mean, he's like a persona. It's not even like.
yeah.
I always felt the simian quality.
Yeah, he's got the unibrow and shit. Yeah, he's anyhow. Then
Slanted forehead.
By the way, then Douglas Marks says, I wanted to tell you I watched the movie Shelter. It was a terrific movie. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. So I don't know much about it. And okay, so let me respond to him and then get back to bitching about Russia. There's reasons for it. I'll talk to
Oh my God,
Brendan about privately. That's because we had a certain individual trolling me again who was directly sent by the Russians. Let's put it that way. So I'll tell you about that privately, Brendan. Okay, thank you for sharing that at Douglas Marks. Okay, here we go.
well, I mean, Putin trolls you directly these days. He just said,
tell him
the
tell him.
vampire's ball is over.
Yeah,
You trick, Michael Aquino is dead, and I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, that
shit.
piece of shit. Yeah, what?
Yeah, no, he straight up made fun of you straight directly.
Yeah, he did.
He said, now that all this has come out about the West, he's talking about like the scandals.
Yeah.
He said all the cannibals and the vampires, their ball is over. It's literally a quote from Putin.
Yeah, there you go. And you like
really?
Yeah. Seriously, honey. I mean,
wow.
It's like Brendan.
That's like oh boy.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Brendan and I in particular, but many people on Team Dietrich, we're the most famous non-entities on Earth. The most famous unknowns. We're the most famous unknowns on Earth. Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin in particular respond to us directly. It's like they come out with statements when we come on the show and make conduct our analyses. I mean,
the day after that last show, Polymarket was in the headlines.
There you go.
And that blew my mind for sure.
Yes, thank you, Holly Honey.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
And tell him, Brendan, the time we talked about piracy, when we said yes.
Oh, that one was the most obvious. I mean, it was like, I said, oh, the great pirate era has begun, and then Doug explained like the whole backstory, like letters of marquis and all these, the mark, the writ, all of these like policies that were used by the federal government during the early days, and that were used by international piracy companies and blah blah blah. And then within days, it's getting written into the journalists start writing, and even Maduro's government was saying this piracy, these are pirates, and then they swooped him up just like a pirate. It was literally a form of piracy.
Oh, that's right. Maduro said the United States government is a pirate empire, and that's when Trump said, "Get that bastard into my hands."
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
But I didn't hear anything about piracy, especially government sponsored piracy.
Right.
They would always talk about Somali pirates or anything. But then when we bring it up, all of a sudden, everyone's saying, "Oh, it's piracy," and U.S. is.
And weren't those the Brigadoons and the Brigadiers, the sponsored pirates, corporate sponsored pirates, privateers?
Yeah,
but I think that was the Brigadoons too.
Buccaneers were like these people, like they were more like rogues, like Rēünion.
Paid mercenaries. But I thought Brigadiers and Brigadoons were
those
state-supported.
Yeah.
But state-supported, like you say, sponsored by the state.
I'm looking the term up. But
Yeah,
it's an interesting term. I want to
it's a
learn.
term.
Yeah, I want to learn
It
more about
has
it.
its own
But
term
but
for what
my
you say. Like,
yeah
and it's good. Sponsored pirates,
yeah the interesting
either
thing.
corporate or government.
Well, let's put it this way. When I think brigadier, I think brigade, and that
Yeah,
makes me
those are
think of the
regiments. Those are
yeah, yeah,
infantry. Those
yeah.
are
So I
infantry.
think of brigadier general. Brigadoon,
Try
yeah, is
Brigadoon.
is an actual term, but it means an idyllic place unaffected by time or remote from reality.
What?
So yeah, so what you're thinking of, honey, is buccaneer.
It's
That's what you're thinking.
privateers.
So yeah,
Yeah,
but
privateers and buccaneers.
yeah, privateers and buccaneers. But
Okay.
privateer is generally the term that was used for pirates that were sponsored by a state. That's what they
Yeah.
would use the term for. And so a privateer is someone who gets the letter of marque and reprisal, and under that writ, goes out and raises hell, and steals everything.
To
And,
loot freely in
yes,
whatever war
yeah. Whoa,
action is going
not
on.
freely, not freely. They don't want you
They'd
looting
have
their
to
own
tithe,
ships. Yeah, it's got to be
Yeah.
got to be
Yeah.
directed
Yeah.
against a targeted
Yeah,
enemy.
basically,
Yeah,
pirates
yeah.
were rogues.
Yes,
Privateers were government agents.
yes,
Buccaneers
Okay.
were specifically hired. Like,
yeah.
you know, those people were like
Okay.
put on missions.
The
and
foot
shit.
Yeah.
soldiers.
No,
Yeah,
they're not
like
foot soldiers.
freebooters.
They're go on,
No,
freebooters.
they were captains.
Yeah.
Captains. Like Buccaneer. The famous one was what's his name?
Yeah.
The big one. Henry
What is-
Morgan, Sir Morgan.
Okay, yeah, one
You
of
know,
them.
Captain Morgan. Literally,
Yes.
he was the original Buccaneer.
Yeah.
And you also have corsairs, which were the French version, but they were actually privateer. You know, they were privateers, but they were like
Corsairs.
regiments.
I
That's
believe
so-
corsair was
huh.
also a term they used for the Muslims, right? They were always called corsairs as well. The Muslims, they would call
Yeah,
them.
but who was paying them? They were
Yeah.
getting paid by some group that we will never know,
Yeah.
quote unquote. I'm just being facetious.
Yeah.
And then the freebooters,
Yeah.
marauders, and plunderers were all just like raiders and shit that just would show up. Those are like Somali pirates. You know, these are like randos.
Yes.
Yeah, but pirates are the ones that were like Ronin. Like they were originally privateers and then they go rogue.
Yes.
You know, kind of like what was the Johnny Depp character?
Right.
Yes.
Go
the-
private.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God. What was it?
Captain
Jack Sparrow.
Cap-
Captain Jack Sparrow.
So he was originally hired by the Brits, you know, by the companies. The what are those things called?
Oh,
The West India
yeah,
Company.
British East
West
India
India.
Right.
Company and the Hudson Bay Company. These were the
Yeah, these
these were
people.
the mega corporations
Britain.
of their day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he stole the ship and, you know, did all that and became a pirate.
Yes.
That's what those people are.
Yes.
Right. And all holed up in the Bahamas
Yeah.
for a little while until they were clobbered into smithereens.
Well, yes, there we have it, and there's real history out here, and of course it can, and that history
California
can
coast too.
yeah, and that history can be made again. So now, all of that being said, as I said, what's going on in Russia is a crisis of food, and a government
I'm
that
gonna listen, Douglas, but I gotta switch over.
sure love you,
Thank
honey.
you so much. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay.
Love you
Okay.
dearly.
Bye.
Yeah. And a government that cannot feed its citizens is doomed. People can survive without heat, without
Hey, what are you
gasoline.
talking about, man? I saw the other day they had these Soviet nostalgia restaurants where you can go in and they had a room full of hot dog type meats. You know, that was it was bad. They were like, this is a Soviet, you know, they're like these bizarre throwback kind of, you know, nostalgia restaurants that you can go into and it's set up like a Soviet supermarket. And the
Oh my
food
God.
looked bleak. Like
Yeah.
it looked abysmal. It was like I said, it was like a room full of bologna and sausages and shit. And it's like, it can't be good quality. It just looked bad, man. So I feel bad for it. People thought that was like charming. They, you know, there was like a bunch of old people there.
But
thinking
by
they
the
were
way,
in
that sounds
Soviet
really
Union.
East German. Was this in Germany? Because the East Germans
No,
love
this
that
was
kind of-
this was that Texan guy that got adopted by the Russian chick. Do you remember me showing you that guy?
Oh fuck! I'm trying to remember the Texas guy who got adopted by the Russian chick. What the fuck?
He's like this young Russian guy that makes content, quote unquote.
Okay.
and somehow he's loaded, he's full of money, he's marrying
Yeah.
this hot Russian chick,
Uh-huh.
and he says American in Russia, and they go around to all these like Soviet sites and make
Uh-huh.
it seem kind of touristy.
Yeah.
But
What a
he's the
joke.
only one that looks happy. He's
Yeah,
the
there
only
you
one
go.
that
Of
looks
course,
happy
of
in
course.
the
He's
whole
the only one with
vicinity.
money. He's the only one with
Yeah.
money. Yeah, everybody
And
else
to
is.
him, it's just like a theme park, just
Yeah.
like, oh, old Soviet apartment, and this is what my wife's family lives in. And,
I hate him.
yeah.
I hate him.
But
Just by hearing that.
he must be hired, because
Yeah.
there's no way he just found a Russian wife. You know,
Well, that's
there's no
easy.
way.
That's easy enough to find. But that's but in terms
But
of
to make videos,
yeah. But to be cut loose and make videos, obviously he's doing this with governmental aid. That goes without saying, because otherwise they would consider it invasive, and he would be heavily interfered with, monitored, interfered with. So obviously he's definitely all in, and is basically a traitor. But such being said, so this old Soviet themed restaurant
I mean,
was in
you
Russia.
would do it for money, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, that goes without saying, but they're not offering. But this was in Russia itself. Then these old Soviet.
Here it is.
themed
I found it.
restaurants.
I found it. It's called let me see. Stolalvia. I'm getting paywalled, fuckers, man. Like, do they really think I was gonna pay for this stupid thing? Soviet cafe with real Soviet food. What does that even mean? Soviet
means
food.
crap. Means crap.
Yeah, Soviet nostalgia.
Yeah, that's
Rēüniön #1 chain restaurant. It's like that's the only restaurants they have.
yeah.
Oh, here it is. Nostalgic Soviet themed restaurant. After the retro stylings, covered in propaganda, and a menu that's exactly the same as the Soviet menu.
Which is nothing
down to the branding. To the branding.
Yeah, which is nothing to be nostalgic about, I assure you. That's like,
apparently it's booming. These places are booming.
You know
They got
why?
5
Because they're
stars on
fucking cheap.
TripAdvisor.
Because they're fucking cheap. That's why. I mean, it's like to the Russians, yeah, shit food for $1. It's like McDonald's. I mean, it's like they can't afford McDonald's in Russia, so this is what they're stuck with. Yeah, that's.
It says these places were called Stolavia cafeterias. So they're like some of them are modeled like, cafe style.
Oh God. Well, all I can say is it's
because like they couldn't be premium, right? They couldn't be like high street shit, because they were against that, I thought, right?
Of course. Well, yes, of course. That's.
Oh, here he is. I found him. He's on TikTok.
Oh, Jesus.
Soviet restaurant in Moscow. Trip back in time.
Yeah, and to him it's fun, or at least he makes it look like he's having fun.
I don't really want to click on the Soviet.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been doing this since 2022, so he just keeps reposting shit.
Yeah, there you go. What a piece of shit.
He's probably dead. They probably took all his footage, and he's probably not alive anymore.
That makes sense. Yeah. By the way, Sammy says it's not nostalgic. It's a soup line for Russians. 100%, Sammy. 100%. Yes.
Well, look, if you guys can see the video, he makes it seem like it's something people want to do.
Yeah. Okay. So here's this idiot. I'm looking at his video. Oh, let's find a restaurant from USSR. Like, oh yeah, it's fun, and just like, everybody looks miserable.
Soviet newspaper clippings.
Yeah. It's like, there you go. The most
Soviet movies. Soviet movies. So you're able to see it then?
Yeah, I'm able to see it. Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the short. It's a TikTok short, so I'm able to see it.
Look at the food. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, but
a cup of sour cream.
Yeah.
A whole cup of sour cream.
Cheese. Yeah. Yeah. Whole cup of sour cream. Yeah.
Look, I'm not trying to talk shit about them, but I know the Russian food is better nowadays because I've seen it. I have a Ukrainian Russian coworker.
Yeah.
Her husband's Russian. She's Ukrainian, and their food doesn't look like that anymore. So
yeah. Thank God.
There's no point in going back in time.
Yeah. It's like no. There's nothing back there for you. There's nothing back there you want.
It was like dumplings with literally a cup, like a glass of sour cream.
Sour cream.
That was it.
That you could put your dumplings into, and swoop the cream out of there like they did in the old Soviet Union. It's like being given a big cup of ketchup, so that you can just dip your fries into a big cup of ketchup. Yeah, it's like
it looks not good. Yeah,
it's not appetizing. It's like. And the people who are there, I mean, that poor old Russian guy with the big gut sitting there, he looks like he looks miserable.
In another video, he said, "Oh, the people are loving it," you know.
Of
And
course he
it's like,
does. Of course he does. Oh my god. Anyway, yes, it only reinforces the point. It's all about food. A government that cannot feed its citizens is doomed. People can survive without heat, without gasoline, without electricity. But people cannot survive without food. And nothing will bring them out to the streets like hunger. Putin's days are numbered. And as discontent grows, someone will step into the void. Isn't this, in a way, how Putin himself came into power? Just as Putin's allies have fallen, one by one, Russia is on the brink of upheaval. The question seems to be, who? Who will step up to challenge Putin? Or will the empire just implode and break up? It doesn't really matter. The real winner in whatever happens will only be the Ukraine. Now, as a populace, the Russians are done with the war. They could have done much better, and Putin's generals make one massive fuck up after another. This is typical Russian misbehavior because they want to look cool with the three-pronged invasion and massive feints one after another. Now, in 2026, they can't afford to pay enough to get new cannon fodder, and regulars are dropping like flies. They have shortages of tanks, etc. It would take them over 100 years of fighting every day at the current pace to takest Ukraine, and that's unrealistic. They cannot win, and they cannot continue fighting like orcs every day. The Russians have to use donkeys to transport supplies to the front lines because they can't even field enough trucks to transport food into their own cities. Yet Vladimir Putin is more determined to continue this war as long as Russia's economy will allow him to. The reason is simple enough. Putin knows that if he stops this war as it is, it will be considered a defeat by the Russian people, because it is a defeat to have waged such a war for such meager results. Putin talked about fighting the Nazis in power in Kiev, but these so-called Nazis are still in power after more than 4 years of shameful warfare. This war has been useless since day one, and Putin launched it to save his power in Russia. Having not obtained the results he had announced, Putin is very likely not to be able to hold on to the head of Russia for much longer. So Putin will continue this war again and again. With the Ukrainian incursion into Russia, the situation has become even worse for Putin on the domestic front. Here is a dictator who goes on to wage a useless war of conquest in a neighboring brother country to finally sacrifice a part of the Russian territory. Putin is humiliated, and he has abandoned his people. Worse still, Putin has sold his empire at a discount to Xi Jinping's communist Chinese empire, which will have the consequences of obscuring the future of Russia for several generations. A defeat all along the line. Putin has to make peace and shift the blame to someone else in his regime. He can even declare victory and end the war under Ukraine's terms. His goals in the Ukraine were achieved, and it's as simple as that, which is why their puppet monkey Trump has offered to surrender on behalf of the Ukraine in its stead. Now, according to Zelensky, ongoing business talks are deader than Lenin. Only Lenin had at least the courtesy, has the courtesy to stay in his mausoleum quietly. Ukraine wants its land. The Mar-a-Lago embassy wants a business deal. Russia's most infamous war criminal wants everything, wrapped nicely with a bow. Until Western partners say clearly what they will do, when, not if, Putin restarts his invasion, any security guarantee is just toilet paper with a NATO logo. This year alone, the Kremlin has already thrown 32 divisions of its own people into Ukraine. Well, really, I mean to say this year inclusive 2025, because this year really just got started, but throughout 2025 and the opening month of this year, 32 divisions have been meat grinder in the maw. Ukraine has helpfully sent them home in bin bags. So you throw in meat, you get out hamburger. Garbage in, garbage out. Only someone as delusional as the KGB pensioner can treat Russian soldiers like expired sausages on discount and still walk into peace talks demanding dessert. The gambler is smashing his wallet into a slot machine and hoping for a miracle payout. Russia once dreamed of taking Kiev in 3 days. Now the retro Russian terrorists wage war on electricity. Well, Lenin always said socialism, well, he always said communism is socialism with electricity. Well, having failed against the strongest army in Europe, the Russo terrorists are now waging war on defenseless targets, including electricity grids, shopping malls, residential homes, kindergartens, hospitals, embassies, shops, kitchens, and their own economy. The Russian army is so hopeless, they have outsourced victory to Team Florida Man. They are now waiting for Mar-a-Lago Embassy to just hand them graveyard real estate like hotel towels. Trump Jr. says, Daddy might ditch Ukraine if he gets bored. Well, correction, Sonny. Daddy already ditched Ukraine long before he got bored. The man who tried to blackmail Zelensky with weapons is now acting like Ukraine should be grateful he has not gift-wrapped the country for Russian terrorists already. Not only has he thrown Ukraine under the bus, but he also intends to sell the bus tires for profit. As a matter of fact, you can see that here at Trump boasts of minimal aid against Russian invasion, insults journalist. Again, it's a video you don't need to watch right now, but watch it in your spare time. I will also link it into our infinite call. And this having been linked, there we go with that. Let's see if that hasn't been scrubbed. All of which brings us to Europe's own place in the new sphere of influence world, because Europe possesses a surprising amount of military leverage against the United States. Polling indicates that top NATO allies don't think the United States helps deter enemies anymore, whereas, conversely, America's ability to abuse the European superpeninsular subcontinent so freely is a unique military asset that would be painful to lose. For Europe, the Trump maladministration's embrace of a world dominated by great powers represents a completely new challenge, even as the United States' eroding reputation is raising fresh questions about the stability of the global order that has held for decades and of the American empire's strength on the world stage. This year will continue to present major challenges for the superpeninsular subcontinent if it does not shift from crisis response to strategic foresight. In Trump's world, Europeans need their own sphere of influence, and Europe has more military leverage than Trump realizes. But to survive, the European Union must split. The United States President Donald Trump's return to power has marked the resurgence of dividing the world into spheres of influence, leaving Europe at risk of being sidelined. Leaning into a multi-speed Europe that includes Great Britain is the way Europeans don't get relegated to suffering what they must, while the mighty American and communist Chinese empires do what they want. Europeans must assert their influence by taking a firm stance on the Ukraine and investing in the informational space, most especially so as World War IV since I believe the Cold War to have been the Third World War in effect, well, this means World War IV fears have only been exacerbated as Putin has offered aid and support to Trump in his maneuver to takest over Grönland, making clearer now Trump's appeasement of Putin in the Russo-Ukrainian war. It is now becoming abundantly clearer as to why Trump was and is appeasing Putin all this time, giving him everything he wanted in so-called peace plans per the Russo-Ukrainian war since 2022, and why Ukraine keeps coming off second best. Trump has ever and always been on the same moral playing field as Putin, forever strengthening our ties with the Kremlin. Grönland is a self-governing territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. While it has held broad autonomy since 1979, including its own government and parliament, foreign policy and defense remain under Copenhagen's authority, not the United States of America's. President Trump, the self-proclaimed peacemaker feeling deserving of a Nobel Peace Prize, whose false pre-election promise was to eradicate wars and bring global peace, bragging of stopping so many wars already, of which any evidence is yet to be produced, has hypocritically now declared escalating further conflict and war with the aforecited announcement of his intention to ultimately takest over Grönland by military force. Both Danish and Grönlandic leaders have repeatedly rejected any suggestion of transferring sovereignty to the United States. They will stand firm and defend their land, the Danish government reaffirming via a recent statement that Grönland is a self-governing territory within the Kingdom of Denmark, and its future is for Grönlanders alone to decide. At a press conference, Grönland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen said, "If we have to choose between the United States and Denmark here and now, we choose Denmark. The people have spoken." In the famous last words of the Danish politician Anders Vistisen to United States President Donald Trump, "Fuck off! Grönland is not for sale." Grönland being a semi-autonomous Danish territory, Trump has threatened on record, "One way or the other, we are going to have Greenland," and has never ruled out the abuse of military force, only deferring from such upon his humiliation at Davos. Yet in a warning to NATO allies about Arctic security ahead of a White House meeting with Denmark on Wednesday as dated the 14th day in January, basically a month and a day ago, Trump stated, "Anything less than U.S. control of Greenland would be unacceptable," escalating fears of an inevitable conflict between NATO allies, spreading terror across nations, with NATO warning that if Trump seizes Grönland, it would lead to United States bases being taken over as global tension rises, thereby threatening American imperial security in turn, and ergo remaking the world an ever more dangerous place. All experts of conscience in Washington are calling for Trump's impeachment based on this and other violations of international law, because Trump's authoritarian machination is about to start another war with allies. Die Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Canada have dispatched troops to Grönland and, all amid continued threats from the United States President Donald Trump to annex said territory, with multiple outlets reporting additional German truppen having been deployed as reinforcements. In a post on X, the Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson confirmed that several officers from the Swedish armed forces have arrived in Grönland, with even more United German troops en route. Kristersson, so stating, "They are part of a group from several allied countries. Together they will prepare for upcoming elements within the framework of the Danish exercise Operation Arctic Endurance." As global leaders convene in dy21526 Deutschland, the new United Germany, for the Munich Security Conference, new results from the Politico poll show President Donald Trump's efforts to rewrite long-standing international relationships, particularly in Europe, are repelling long-time, traditionally loyal partners. The United States' eroding reputation is raising fresh questions about the stability of the global order that has held for decades, and of the country's strength on the world stage. Across all countries polled, far more people described the United States as an unreliable ally than a reliable one, including half the adults polled in United Germany and 57% in Canada. In France, too, the share of people who called the United States unreliable was more than double the share who said it was reliable. American credibility was highest in Great Britain, but only by comparison. 35% of Britons said the United States was a reliable ally, and 39% said it was unreliable. American military power is increasingly seen as an uncertain asset. In the international survey, pluralities of adults in France and the United Germany said they did not believe enemies would be afraid to attack them because of their relationship with the American empire. And in just 1 year, there has been a stark 10% drop in the share of British adults who still see the United States as any effective deterrent against enemy attacks. The online survey, conducted by the independent London-based polling company Public First, reveals how trust in the United States among 4 key NATO allies has dropped sharply over the past year amid a series of disputes with Washington. In Great Britain, La Cinquième République Française, or the Fifth French Republic, and dy21526 Deutschland, the new United Germany, negative perceptions of the United States outweigh positive ones on Dietrich-König, or that's die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, for Meisterschlüssel, the master key in the Anglic measures. Dietrich-König measures, master key measures, including whether America protects democracy, shares European values, and acts as a reliable ally for anybody. Starting with the United States Vice President J.D. Vance's address to the Munich Security Conference last year, which shocked his European hosts. Relations between Washington and key NATO allies have been rocked by trade rows, aggressive rhetoric, and a Trump-led push to seize Greenland from the Kingdom of Denmark. The crises have prompted leaders to warn that relations with the United States have changed fundamentally, with the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney quite rightfully and correctly telling an audience in Davos, Switzerland in January that we are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. In an interview with several European papers published this week, French President Emmanuel Macron blasted what he called threats and intimidation from Washington and warned other European Union leaders that transatlantic relations are unlikely to return to normal anytime soon. During the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympics Games in Milano, Vance was greeted with a smattering of boos and jeers. Today, pushing back at criticism of the superpeninsular subcontinent by the Trump maladministration, a top European Union diplomatic officier rejected the notion that Europe faces civilizational erasure, the EU foreign policy chieftainess Kaja Kallas, explaining the aforecited display by referring to European pride and not-so-nice words from the American maladministration toward Europe. To quote Seb Reid, the head of polling for Public First. Last year, the public felt that the U.S. was an unreliable ally, but a critical one, deterring their enemies despite being slightly unpredictable. But now, far from taking the transatlantic deterrence offered by the NATO alliance for granted, the European public hardly believes it exists. The main question for the leaders heading to MSC, the Munich Security Conference now, is how the security it offered can be recreated without the US. Now, ahead of the high-stakes the high-stakes gathering in Munich, where the Secretary of State Marco Rubio led his U.S. delegation. The Politico poll further showed that a growing share of respondents in the surveyed countries do not feel the United States shares their values or protects democracy, a long-standing American tenet. In France, just 17% of respondents agreed with the statement, "The U.S. shares our values," versus 49% who disagreed. In United Germany, 50% of respondents said the United States did not share their values, while just 18% said that Washington protects democracy. As leaders gather this week, Trump is sure to loom large. In the event's run-up, France's Macron said that the Trump maladministration is being openly anti-European. Still, while adults across the draconic master key NATO countries hold increasingly sour views of these United States, they expressed some hope for the future. According to the sourced poll in France, the United Kingdom, and the United Germany, plurality said that Trump has weakened the relationship with their countries, but that it can recover after he is gone. Amid Trump's ongoing threats to takest over Greenland, however, the power disparity between Europe and the American empire has made it difficult for the former to respond effectively. But Europe has yet to play the most important card in its hand, its control over United States military installations on the superpeninsular subcontinent of Europe, or we should say, from this point forward, Festung Europe, Fortress Europe. Although Trump and his America First cultists framed these bases solely as a charitable contribution to defending European security, they are also critical for the global reach of America's military and its ability to carry out operations beyond its homeland. Just think how much you'll suffer. It will be a physical pain in the heart when you think of Rhein-Main, Wiesbaden, New Amsterdam, Hahn, Bitburg, Spangdahlem, Ramstein, Sembach, and Zweibrücken aero bases, all built with American dollars. Now envision what you will inevitably see: the Deutschen Flag, the German flag flying over them all, and the Deutschen Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, controlling their skies. You won't be able to base out of there anymore to attack the Middle East. How will you do it? Your aircraft carriers aren't that fucking big. There won't be a war over Greenland. If the United States of America want it, they could take it in a day, and NATO won't use military force to take it back. However, what would happen is that the USA would be kicked out of NATO for contract breach, then kicked out of Europe, and have all their bases closed. NATO would also stop sharing any intelligence with the USA, and Europe, if they wanted to, could economically cripple the United States of America. The USA needs Europe as an ally. The cost would be too great, and Trump knows that. Yet only 3 years ago, it seemed unthinkable that the United States would embrace the idea of a world order defined by sphere of influence, in which great powers enjoy dominance in their respective regions but don't interfere in others. One can find allusions to this approach in United States President Donald Trump's National Security Strategy, published last month. The United States military's recent seizure of El Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro and Trump's persistent interests in acquiring Greenland fit this model clearly. For Europe, this development is a completely new challenge. the European Union will have to change its mindset and adapt. For former imperial powers, Europeans seem strangely on the back foot as 19th century sphere of influence come back as the organizing principle of global affairs. The answer is obviously not to revert to imperialism. It culminated in two devastating world wars. But Europeans are not leaning enough into building their own sphere of influence as a central gambit of their geopolitical and strategic power to face the rebalancing of the transatlantic relationship United States President Donald Trump desires. With his return to the White House, this has become a matter of survival for Europe. The scales have now tipped in favor of the affirmation of three spheres of influence led by the Russian, American, and Communist Chinese empires. Europe's place in this system is at best an afterthought, and at worst up for grabs and division between the three. Trump's United States does not de facto include the European Union and NATO member states in its sphere of influence. Instead, a pivot to Asia. What the Trump maladministration may be doing is, well, withdrawing from Asia and recentering on the Northwestern Hemisphere, with the core American area of influence composed of North and Central America, Greenland, and only a sliver of Western Europe. Trump's approach to the United States' global role, weakening its alliances with wealthy friends in Europe and Canada, massively cutting our international aid unto others, dismantling soft power vehicles such as Radio Free Europe, creates opportunities for Europeans to step up. The imperative is to preserve Europeans' sovereignty, security, and prosperity, and to empower them to mitigate the dismantling of the rules-based international order. A powerful, deliberately conceived European sphere of influence could even mend the relationship with the United States in the longer term. Enlargement has been the default sphere of influence policy for the European Union, but it has suffered well-documented challenges and setbacks. The Union's enlargement policy has also become too narrow for what is now needed. Well, while it should remain part of the toolbox where effective, new ideas are needed. The core of the European sphere of influence would consist of European Union member states, plus mutually beneficial strategic partnerships with countries holding quasi-membership status. The United Kingdom, the Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Hayastan, or Armenia. Asserting this sphere should not be solely driven by the European Union institutions in Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe. That would prevent it from firing on full cylinders with the United Kingdom, Norway, and Hayastan, or Armenia, which would be important components for its success. Instead, it should be a common endeavor between the European Union and individual member states with international leadership. There is safety in numbers, or so the popular saying goes, and European Union institutions have taken it to heart. The thinking is, the larger the European bloc, the more powerful it is, and the better equipped it is to confront geopolitical and geoeconomic, the earthquake underway, the tectonically seismic shifts in geopolitical changes that are overwhelming us all. The obsession with unity is real in Brussels and in some capitals of the suprapeninsular European subcontinent. Any hint of disunity is taken as proof of the dreaded decline in the European Union is constantly accused of. The 27 European Union members have certainly defied many expectations since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Along with the European Commission, they have come up with creative workarounds for their divisions to impose sanctions, raise funds, and finance military aid. even if it has often been a laborious and lengthy process. But in light of the current epochal shifts on the global stage, the best chance Bruxelles has of preserving what global power it does have is by leaning into its divisions to gain margins of maneuver. It cannot keep prioritizing consensus among the 27, settling for the lower tiers of urgent action needed for its defense, economic strike force, and energy security. The idea of a multi-speed Europe isn't new, but it has never been more vital. A core group of more forward-leaning member states has emerged through the so-called coalition of the willing on Ukraine. The 12 countries that form it should be able to forge ahead together and faster than the European Union as a whole. They could be the scout cruisers for the rest of the Union, lighting the way while the others catch up. This group has developed a coherence by virtue of their geography and history. The Nordic Baltic 8, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, and Sweden have had to shed some of their taboos when it comes to defense planning outside of NATO and common defense funding. They also share an assessment of the urgency of the Russian threat that is higher than most others in less exposed geographic locations. France, the United Kingdom, and in some respects, the United Germany and Poland complete this group. They bring the essential heft and capabilities without which a core group would not have enough firepower. Together, those countries gather a critical mass of positive demography, political willpower, economic and military strength, as well as energy and techno resources to fire on all cylinders in the current geopolitical moment. The focus of such a nucleus must be defense, first and foremost, but not just in terms of raising budgets and massively investing in production lines, as vital as those are. This group must also forge a new common strategic culture built around the readiness to carry out military operations on their own, a rekindling of the practice of hard power. That still eludes them. It took them nearly 2 years, including a full year of brutally adversarial diplomacy by the United States President Donald Trump and his wider team, to finally set up an operational command center and draw up deployment plans. What they still haven't managed to do is fully graduate to geopolitical adulthood. In other words, the ability to envision taking military action not only without the United States, but also in a way Washington may not fully endorse. The second priority should be a considerably more coordinated foreign policy that includes strategic communications and informational warfare. The E3 group of la Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, die Neuerung Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the United Kingdom provides only a skeleton to build on, for even those countries no longer wield enough individual power to be normative players. By acting more in lockstep and integrating the value added by the Nordic Baltic 8, in particular in the digital and cyber arenas, a more formidable Europe could emerge. The first challenge will be to overcome reservations about integrating post-Brexit Britannia. London's return would not be a reward for Brexit, quite the contrary. It would be a constant reminder of just how central and indispensable a European framework has become. The second challenge will be to overcome a knee-jerk recoil at diluting some sovereign prerogatives, long considered the sole remit of national governments. Of what worth is a narrow national sovereignty if Europeans are to become individual pawns in a world they can no longer shape or drive? Once these two major taboos are dissolved, the group can more efficiently tackle the existing but decreasing divergences it has over more ideological and technical issues. These include their assessment of just how deep the schism with the United States has truly become and how to deal with it, how to associate the United Kingdom to European Union funding facilities, how to create the long-awaited Capital Markets Union, and how deep of a fiscal union is desirable can similarly be explored. And there are other questions to ask on how widely across sectors a European preference should be applied, and how to independently produce energy in a sustainable enough way to fuel the next technological leap. Significant as they may be, these divergences are not insurmountable in a reduced, more agile format. Another grouping may well have to emerge in parallel to this one. Like-minded, capable, and willing member states can move forward on supercharging the European Union's economic firepower by deepening the single market, completing the Capital Markets Union and Banking Union, and consolidating industry. The formation of specialized subgroups within the whole should no longer be seen as a negative to avoid, but rather as a necessary flexibility without which the European project cannot survive. It is time for leaders to meet the moment with the willpower, flexibility, and speed commensurate with the upending of the global security architecture that the European Union was built on. This kind of Troisième Europe is not a silver bullet by any means, but in the current context, it is the best chance Europeans have of retaining some control over their destiny in a world set to be unruly for years to come. But for now, there is an immediate play to be made in the defense and informational environments. The Ukraine is an obvious place to start. It has been clear since mid-February of yesteryear that the Trump maladministration does not consider Ukraine as a strategic security concern in the same way that Europeans do. If the transatlantic alliance is to survive in some form, it is essential to acknowledge that strategic threat assessments will differ between the United States and Europe and compel the Europeans to act without the Americans. Europeans should be moving immediately to build a deep partnership with the Ukraine that would be mutually beneficial, setting it apart from the exploitative approach of the United States. Regardless of the outcome of ongoing Rus-American negotiations, the Ukrainian military will continue needing support to preserve the country's sovereignty. This isn't merely a cost for Europeans. It is an industrial and strategic opportunity. The Ukrainian army has become the most battle-hardened military on the super-peninsular subcontinent and one of the most creatively equipped. It would be a contributor to European security in the long term, and its loss to Russia would be an existential security threat. The Ukraine remains a resource-rich country in terms of agriculture, but also raw and rare minerals. Its reconstruction needs would be a boon for European economies. Even without fully becoming a member of the European Union, a special partnership anchored in irreversible investments would benefit both sides, including vis-à-vis the global south and its food needs. Another immediate opening is in the soft power and informational space. European foreign ministers agreed to look into whether the European Union could replace American funding for Radio Free Europe. They could either do that or choose to strengthen local media across the Western Balkans, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, and Hayastan or Armenia. Either way, the informational space is one that the standard bearers of liberal democracy cannot cede. This would require a significant beefing up of defenses, of information systems within the European Union to prevent manipulation by external actors, not only Russian, but also private American bad actors, like Elon Musk, especially ahead of elections. The Europeans could also build a special visa program for highly qualified researchers, scientists, and innovators whose research grants and programs are being dismantled by the Trump maladministration. Imagine a brain drain from the United States back to the old world. Strengthening Europe's STEM, our science, technology, engineering, and mathematics standing, will be critical for its strategic viability. And this could be the first building block of a longer-term overhaul of migration policy, to be developed in common with the United Kingdom, Canada, and Norway. As a close second order of business, anchoring the Western Balkans firmly inside the European sphere must be given priority. Mass protests in Serbia indicate that the population's thirst for change in the Balkans is, well, in Serbia alone in particular, is paramount. I think that people don't understand that to the communist Chinese, Serbia is today what Albania was to Chairman Mao in the 60s through the 70s, well, all the way through until the death of Enver Hoxha, the dictator of Albania. Today's Serbia serves the Chinese in that capacity. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to mean full European Union membership if the EU is still smarting from the wounds of the Balkan War, which I myself fought in against the NATO forces. It could be a more business-driven, live and let live approach that undercuts attempts by both Russia and the malevolent members of the Trump maladministration to crowd out Europeans. In parallel, Europeans, inclusive the United Kingdom, must work in concert to build larger partnerships with the Gulf countries, moving away from a piggy bank approach that has largely characterized their relations thus far. This should be based on recognizing their potential in the fields of new technologies, connectivity, and infrastructure, as well as their strategic added value as hedging powers. By the way, our man Brendan Zogit brings up the Channel Islands. Okay. Oh, well, thank you so much for this information on, they were the only, and actually, for those of you who do not know, you will often hear that the Channel Islands, Hitler's British Islands, were the only parts of the United Kingdom that were the British territory, the only British territory to be occupied by Nazi Germany during World War II. Actually, the Germans also occupied some of the northern islands off of Scotland. So just for people to know that the British never talk about that, but historically you can confirm that to be a fact. Do understand that this is like something that a lot of people, and so then at HT RZ1 is asking Thumbslug whom he means, and I'll leave that unspoken, just so I don't piss myself off and go into a side tangent with that. At any rate, when it comes to what I'm discussing here, I think it's important to emphasize that while Europeans do not have the means to replace the American share of international aid identifying more mutually beneficial areas to partner with certain African countries is central to build a robust and enduring European sphere of influence. None of this needs to be overly antagonistic toward the United States. It would merely reflect the Europeans maturing strategically, as their American allies have been asking them to. All such having been qualified, international law has always been fragile, selectively applied, and reflective of power and interests, not just norms and ideals. Even an imperfect application of these principles requires the support of democratic states and international institutions. Yet most European responses to American imperial misaction have failed to offer that necessary defense. Aside from more explicit statements from France, Norway, and España, most European governments have glossed over the American President Donald Trump's breach of international law, accepting the situation as a fait accompli, and merely expressing a hope that international norms and the democratic aspirations of the people of Venezuela will now be considered. The end result is a now familiar compromise between trying to avoid the United States president's ire and repeating the usual checklist of principles. It is the story in a nutshell of European mishandling of Trump's second maladministration in 2025. We're in 2026 now, and things haven't changed since all of that mishandling yesteryear. The muted European responses reflect the overbearing shadow of Washington's influence on the superpeninsular subcontinent of Europe, triggered by fears that Greenland will be the next stop for Trump's misadventurism or of the dire consequences of American abandonment of Ukraine. Some argue that supporting the rules-based order is a sign of weakness and naivete. The geopolitical times have changed, the argument so goest, align with the powerful and junk the principles of the old international order. Others will argue that Trump's misaction in Venezuela is just another episode in a long record of flouting of international law, from the invasion of Iraq to the recent strikes in Iran, not to speak of the 200-year history of American imperial military interventionism in Latin America. According to this view, American imperial misaction is morally no different from Russia in the Ukraine or Israel in the Gaza. The international order never really existed, and clinging to its dusty principles is a denial of reality itself. But there are plenty of strategic and pragmatic reasons for Europe to stand up more robustly for international norms in the world Washington is rapidly ushering in. The military operation in Venezuela is an application of the recent United States national security strategy with its Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western sphere. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has retro-justified the operation in Venezuela as one against narco-terrorism, i.e. drug trafficking, sees the Western Hemisphere as a space for legitimate American imperial misaction, regardless of international law. This reflects, of course, a sphere of influence view of geopolitique, in which great powers assert control over and permit territorial revisionism in their respective neighborhoods. The Russian Empire in Eastern Europe, Communist China on the Asian mainland over the South China Sea, and the United States in the Western Hemisphere. The European Union exercises some kind of sphere of influence on the superpeninsular European subcontinent thanks, among other things, to its ability to attract new members. But it needs to be able to govern this space according to its democratically and collectively decided rules and constitutions, rather than be shaped by American anti-civilizational ideology or big tech. it needs to uphold the United Nations Charter to protect Greenland and Denmark, to ensure the Ukraine's fate is rooted in international law and justice, to manage relations with partners such as the United Kingdom, and to carry forward the ambitions of its future enlargement to the Balkans, Ukraine, and Moldova. Territorial revisionism in Europe without international principles and a rules-based playing field for negotiation will only unleash inevitably disastrous consequences, not just in fragile divided regions such as the Balkans and South Caucasus, but also for existing European Union members whose constitutional status is still contested, such as Cyprus or Cyprus, and ultimately even the United Kingdom and España. A second strategic reason why Europeans should steadfastly support international principles is to build better relations with countries of the so-called Global South. European rhetorical messaging toward them is steeped in United Nations Charter-derived language, but the practical application of those principles leaves much to be desired, to put it kindly. Europe's credibility in the world has been long eroded, and that has endangered its search for partners in supporting Ukraine and its quest for new trading partners as the United States remodels the global economy around its protectionist interests. The European Union has always been torn between a regional and global focus. It has recently tilted toward the former. But the geopolitical and economic reality is that this is a false choice. If the United States is embracing sphere of influence and the Russian and Communist Chinese empires' multipolarity, Europeans need to forge deeper ties with like-minded countries across the world, which promote new approaches to climate catastrophe, international justice, and economic development. Above all, Europeans need to be far more open to reforming the international system to make it more inclusive. A further reason to uphold the principles of the rules-based order is to reclaim the language of rights and democracy from those who now misuse it. Ex post facto justifications of Maduro's ousting ranged from his lack of democratic legitimacy to his role in narco-trafficking, for which the first Trump maladministration had already indicted him. United States Vice President J.D. Vance's Munich speech in February of 2025 and the United States National Security Strategy are littered with references to freedom of speech and political liberty emptied of all their original meaning. President Trump's language of deals has turned diplomacy and mediation into a business transaction. Pro-Russian politicians in Europe abuse the word peace as a synonym for Ukraine's total capitulation. The creeping capture of the language of international principles and human rights risks both emptying these norms of all their foundational value and depriving those actors committed to upholding those principles of any arguments to pursue their cause. The consequences of the erosion of democratic norms at home and abroad will outlast the present European fear of, or attraction to, sphere of influence geopolitique. Meanwhile, Trump has made thinly veiled threats against other countries in region, while also reiterating his desire to take his territory from NATO ally Denmark. The Prime Ministress, Mette Frederiksen, said that if the American president were to attack the Danish super island, the subcontinental super island of Greenland, that would mean the end of the military alliance. Frederiksen saying, then everything stops, including NATO, and thus the security that has been established since the end of the Second World War. Well, big fucking deal, honey. Ain't no great loss. What with Russia's foreign ministry declaring that, in reaching a security agreement, the United States and European Union have formed a genuine axis of war. The Russian Empire is preparing for war with NATO. Putin has just sent Europe a message that he is ready for war. Will Russia successfully prosecute a war with NATO? That is a different question. Putin by now almost certainly knows that Russia is finito, no matter what happens next. He knows that no matter what happens in any peace talks or drones or missiles, he has its boots on the ground that matter. You cannot occupy a nation with bombs, drones, or missiles, and they will certainly not rebuild half a nation or your own neglected infrastructure. My guess is that even if Putin succeeds in annexing the Donbass, he will still be faced with an independence movement, which existed before the Greater Soviet Union even existed. To even think about occupying the Ukraine just give his command staff nightmares, because, as sure as sheet, having at least 500,000 battle-hardened and experienced and prepared guaranteed insurrectionists to deal with over a nation the size of Ukraine, which itself is equal in landmass and population to France, would makest Afghanistan seem like a Sunday picnic. And makest no mistake, Ukraine has been prepared for an insurrectionist war since 2014. But now it has an added advantage. Why? Because rule number one of such a war is this: to make the occupier the oppressor. And that, my friends, by their actions, the Russians have done all by themselves. The Ukrainians are under no illusions that Russia intends to wipe out Ukraine just as surely as Stalin did until World War II intervened and the Third Reich saved all their asses from the Jewish Commissarocracy. Yet Russia's threats against Finland are disturbingly familiar. Echoing its anti-Ukraine propaganda, the Kremlin is wielding history into a psychological war. But the Norwegian army, based up on the Russian border, surveils that there's basically nothing on the ground between them and Murmansk. All reconnaissance confirms that it's similar all the way down to the northern edge of the Belarusian frontier. The border thereof being the most prominent vulnerability of defenseless Russia manifest. We have seen since February of 2022 that Russia is incapable of taking control of the Ukraine. The criminal in the Kremlin he doesn't just have his hands full in Ukraine, he's up to his eyeballs in effluent, trying to convince the collective West and his own people that Russia is winning and can sustain thereby his illegal invasion of the Ukraine. Russia, which Putin has been trying to present for years as the world's greatest military power, is incapable of subduing Ukraine. Ergo, this already gives you an element of the answer on the outcome of a NATO versus Russia war. Such a war would see Russia completely crushed by the military forces of NATO member states. This is why Putin's Russia chose to invade Ukraine and not Poland or the Baltic countries in February of 2022. Putin knows well that a direct confrontation with NATO would mean his loss. And it's easy enough to put what I say to the test. All the Europeans have to do is announce a major military exercise in Lithuania, rather as Putin did in Belarus in 2022. Strengthen the existing NATO Kampfgruppen, or battle groups, with perhaps 100,000 troops, well-armed elite battalions from the major European nations reporting to a new Eurocommand. Add several hundred strike aircraft and a significant naval force to act as a Baltic fleet. Once all this is in place, the naval and aero components can begin testing Kaliningrad's air and sea defenses. When Russia complains, the response should be that Europe believes it might be time for the anomaly that is Kaliningrad to be returned to the United Germany. Not being anti-American here, but Donnie shouldn't be embarrassed with an invitation to join this party, given how close he is with Russia's leading war criminal. Certainly enough pundits are forewarning that unless Putin is stopped in Ukraine, he will attack a NATO country next. This is ridiculous. Firstly, we have seen how hard it is to fight a war against a well-equipped enemy. Despite numerical superiority, proximity to the battleground, and absence of any Ukrainian air force, Russia was unable to quickly finish off Ukraine that, thanks to Western weapons, has managed to maintain prosecution of the conflict for over 4 years. I am not saying that Russia will not win this war in a most pyrrhic sense in the end, thanks to its vast insurgency resources and superiority in subversion. However, win or lose, what was supposed to be a special operation has cost Russia astronomically. The Ukraine has suffered a comparable level of casualties, hence the stalemate, but Ukraine is a developing country of 40 million people and is the poorest in Europe. Attacking NATO, a group of nations of hundreds of millions of people, with the very latest weapons and an economy vastly larger than the Russian Empire's, would be suicidal for Putin and would not provide any strategic advantage. Irregardlessly parrot-like, Russia repeats that when Ukraine gets nuked, the war will end. Is Russia even serious? Apart from any possible Western response to Russia launching a few nukes at Ukraine, I thought I'd do a quick check on something. A nuclear explosion sends a lot of radioactive material into the atmosphere. Now, any of that drifting into NATO territory would probably be looked on as an act of war anyway. But, having checked the prevailing winds in Ukraine and Russia are predominantly from the west, though regional circulation patterns can cause aeroflows from the southwest or southeast. These winds are part of the mid-latitude westerlies, a global wind pattern influenced by the polar cyclone. General direction. Winds are generally from the west or southwest. Mid-latitude influence. This is a general global phenomenon where winds blow from west to east in the mid-latitudes, a zone that includes Ukraine and the entire fucking Russian Federation. Regional variation. In certain regions, like the Ukrainian Carpathians, atmospheric circulation patterns can cause aeroflows from the western quarter to be the most frequent type throughout the year. And wind strength. The strength can vary, with stronger winds reported more frequently in winter, especially in the west. Now note how often everything I've referenced observest winds mainly blowing from the west to the east. In other words, most of those radioactive clouds and dust spewed into the atmosphere will end up back in motherless fucking Russia. But can Putin beat NATO without the United States in the war? Ask Poland. They've been taunting Russia to touch them. They've been purchasing everything that isn't bolted down. So Poland's plan is the vaunted Russian army, which could not defeat Ukraine and is still stuck in the bear junk trap that is Ukraine, is going across Belarus to invade Poland, a NATO country. I wanted to get that straight before I start. This could happen in one of three ways. A, Russia, having begged for mercy from Ukraine and then departed Ukrainian lands to never return, drives across Belarus and the Kaliningrad borders into the Polish army waiting at the border, and ends up deep back inside Belarus and has to promise Kaliningrad to Poland in order to get Poland to let go of their nutsack. B. Russia attacks while currently in Ukraine, and Poland does not notice because the invasion is more of a steady stream of Russian deserters trying to escape the death sentence that is being a Russian citizen and soldier, and they fail and end up losing Kaliningrad. And C. Desperate, they hire even more North Korean mercenaries on the Red Chinese dime in order to fight to the death with NATO. In this case, there are far, far fewer Russian deserters and far more North Korean deserters that eventually make their way back to South Korea for a new life. They fail, and in the end, they end up losing Kaliningrad. All three end up with Belarus finding new allies in the West. The other option involving Poland instituting Article 5 and all of NATO is fighting, not just Poland. This does bring up a good question. If Russia does this, who does Kaliningrad go to? Lithuania? Poland? The United Germany? An independent state? I would presume that the citizens there would get a vote. Regardless, liberate Kaliningrad. An atomic pistol aimed at NATO's flank. Even if the atomic pistol's blowback would blow off Russia's own head, they may yet do it. Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, an act of criminal aggression that was originally denounced across the globe, was unleashed by Vladimir Putin amid an outpouring of delusional historical revisionism. Precisely 4 years and a 14 night, that's the old in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks ago, in an impassioned speech to the Russian Empire delivered on Monday as dated the 21st of February in 2022, Putin set the stage for Russia's assault on Ukraine by arguing that Ukrainian statehood was nothing but a fiction, a historical blunder committed by the Bolshevik dictator Vladimir Lenin. Putin claiming that in the wake of Russia's 1917 communist revolution, Lenin wrongly treated the Ukraine as an entity separate from Russia, endowing it with autonomy that it did not deserve, with Putin positing that in so doing, Lenin treated Russia in the sloppiest way and ended up tearing from her pieces of her own historical territory. All that was sheer ahistorical drivel. Ukraine's identity dates back 1,000 years before the appearance of Lenin and his Bolsheviks. Its origin is in Kiev Rus, a medieval Slavic state founded in the 9th century. Ukraine's capital of Kiev was established centuries before Moscow. The two countries share the same Orthodox Christian religion, their languages and national cuisines are related, and some of the territory of modern-day Ukraine fell within the boundaries of Tsarist Russia, but other sections of the country fell under the authority of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Poland, or Lithuania. In any case, Putin's complaint that Lenin somehow bestowed upon Ukraine in the 20th century a sovereignty that it was not entitled to is beyond absurd. The totalitarian dictatorship created by Lenin, far from respecting Ukraine's independence, crushed it, with the New York Times observing, during the Soviet era, the Ukrainian language was banished from schools, and its culture was permitted to exist only as a cartoonish caricature of dancing Cossacks in puffy pants. In the 1930s, Moscow deliberately engineered a mass famine, starving as many as 14.5 million Ukrainians to death. For political reasons, the greatest crime against humanity above and beyond the Armenian Holocaust and the Judeo-genocide in numbers. Putin blamed the last ruler of the Greater Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, for allowing Ukraine to escape from Russian control in 1991. He inveighed against the breakup of the USSR, which he attributed to strategic mistakes on the part of the Bolshevik leaders. It is absolutely wrong, he seethed, for anyone to say that Ukraine secured its independence at the end of the Third World conflict, so grossly misnomered as the Cold War. Ukraine didn't secure anything, said Putin. It was manipulated by crooks and opportunists who formulated and pushed through decisions that suited only themselves. Putin went on and on in this vein, his speech, as the Times so put it, awash with hardline Russian nationalism, angry paranoia toward the West, baseless claims of Ukrainian aggression, a sense of lost imperial pride on the verge of reclamation, and, most of all, invocations of history, much of it distorted or fabricated. At no single point did Putin acknowledge that Ukraine is an independent country because the Ukraine's people overwhelmingly chose independence, first by a vote of the Ukrainian parliament in August of 1991, and then 4 months later in a national referendum that left no doubt about the Ukraine's wish to forever break with Moscow. Railing against imaginary historical injustices is Putin's stock in trade. In 2005, he notoriously described the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century, it being, in fact, one of the greatest geopolitical blessings of the last century, bringing liberty and democracy to tens of millions of Eastern Europeans. Like other Asiatic tyrants, he has spun groundless historical grievances to justify grave crimes, such as his invasion and annexation of the Crimea in 2014. Putin's propagandists have insisted that Russia's forcible annexation of the Baltic states in 1940, which instigated my biological father's launch of Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of this forced Soviet Union, was not any act of violent aggression, but instead a unification carried out by mutual agreement. Putin has fabricated a historical fantasy in which the United States solemnly promised that NATO would not be enlarged to include the former Soviet captive nations of Eastern Europe, a phony allegation that became his initial excuse for the massive troop buildup on Ukraine's borders. Wherever he gazes, Putin purports to see historical injustices that can only be rectified by attacking Russia's neighbors, trampling international legal, all international and even domestic legal norms, and reassembling pieces of the old Soviet empire. Putin's resentments are beneath dishonest, merely a mad dictator's pretexts for aggression. And yet, there is a historical injustice on the map of Eastern Europe that cries out for rectification: the Russian occupation of Kaliningrad that was incepted at the end of the Second World War on the surface world. That occupation was an act of imperial conquest, one that Western leaders have for far too long accepted without complaint. That might have been unavoidable during World War III, which we misremember as the Cold War, but it should have ended when the Iron Curtain came down. Now, given Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine, Moscow must all too belatedly be forced to relinquish Kaliningrad. All we need now is to provide you with a map of the Baltic Sea and the countries surrounding it. Let's do that. It should be easy enough to find, and that will give us a little bit of a perspective on this I'm trying to find, well, at least one that makes my point. And so, obviously, well, I should have thought of this. It's not going to be easy to find one that makes my point all too clearly. I'm going to try, however, to grab something here. Oh, here. Well, this should be acceptable. Okay, it's not the best, but it's better than nothing. So let's provide you with this link, and that should give you what you need to see. And it's offensive in every way. Here we go into live stream, and I'm providing you with the map, and I will also provide it as a link within our call here. Here we go, and let's get this link in. Okay, if you take a look at that map, you can see there's a little blue line on the Baltic Sea that says something incredibly stupid. It says Russia, this little strip, what's called an exclave. And so when you see this exclave, just decline when they ask you for, accepting cookies and shit. Make the map larger, enlarge the map, and you see Russia, and then you see this little blue strip near Lithuania, between Lithuania and Poland, that says Russia. That's not Russia. That's Königsberg. But the Russians call it Kaliningrad. The very fact that it's deemed to be even a part of Russia is an offense to all sensibilities. Look at the nearby map of Baltic Europe. Along the eastern coast of the Baltic Sea are Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the three independent states that the Greater Soviet Union occupied by force in 1940. Originally, they occupied it in an invasive manner that had to trigger my biological father, Adolf Hitler's response. And these old Teutonic Ordnung, or Knights of the Teutonic Order, incepted states, were thus liberated throughout the Second World War before reoccupation, whereby the Russians ruled these Baltic littoral states for the next 100 years, and which regained their independence when the Greater Soviet Union collapsed under its own weight of sheer incompetence. To the southwest is Poland, with United Germany farther west. But those aren't the only countries in the region. Tucked in on the Baltic coast between Lithuania and Poland is the Russian exclave of Kaliningrad, a region that was known for centuries as Königsberg, it becoming the capital of Prussia in the 1500s, and later absorbed into the Greater German Empire. Historically, nothing about Königsberg has ever been Russian. Its most famous resident, in fact, was the Deutschen, the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. But during World War II, Stalin made it a Soviet war aim to acquire the territory, and the Allies acceded to his demand at the Potsdam Conference in 1945. The following year, the city was shorn of its ancient name and restyled Kaliningrad. In typical brutalist Soviet fashion, the region was immediately and ruthlessly Russified. The journalist Gabriel Tetrafarbier recounts that some 800,000 ethnic Germans were forcibly transported from Western Russia to Siberia and Kazakhstan, and most of the remaining Germans in Königsberg fled or were mass deported. At the war's end in 1945, only about 5,000 Soviet civilians lived in Rēünion, but by 1948, That number had exploded to 400,000 as Moscow ordered the transfer of a massive wave of Soviet citizens into its new imperial possession. Today, Germans account for just 0.8% of Kaliningrad's population. Russia's link to Kaliningrad, in other words, is artificial and entirely devoid of any historical legitimacy. It was imposed through military force and the pitiless displacement of the native population. A mass displacement that effectively, ended in genocide, as the overwhelming majority of ethnically cleansed Germani, or German peoples, were exterminated. Putin should never have been indulged all these years in his rants about how Russia was entitled to great chunks of the Ukraine, first Crimea, then Donbas, and now, if he gets his way, the rest of the country. Instead, the United States and Europe should have been making the case for removing Kaliningrad from Russian control, an act of liberation with far greater historical justification than any of Putin's bogus grievances. In a transmission I hosted circa 2022, I rendered my advisement. This would be a fine time for pro-freedom voices in Kaliningrad, Russia's disconnected little province on the Baltic, to declare the region a breakaway republic in need of peacekeeping from its neighbors in Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and their #NATO allies. That was an allusion to Putin's claim that he had interfered in Ukraine in response to a plea for help from beleaguered Russian communities within the country. Obviously, Putin has dropped that fiction and is now engaged in an all-out attempt to destroy Ukraine's sovereignty entirely. That only makes it all the more imperative to free Kaliningrad from Moscow's grip. The question of Kaliningrad's status remains unsettled. Its native German population may have been driven out, and Moscow has pressed hard to strengthen the region's identification with Mother Russia, yet the territory has never fully embraced an identity as an integral part of the Russian homeland. According to Paul Goebel, an expert on Baltic affairs at the Jamestown Foundation, in the 1990s, there was a strong campaign among Kaliningrad residents to become an independent Fourth Baltic Republic. Moscow crushed that campaign, but the sentiment revived in the 2010s. As Goebel observed, Kaliningrad has often been a hotbed of separatism. Kaliningrad's population more often travels to Poland than to Moscow, and its people, the descendants of peasants from Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, are without strong ethnic attachments and have commonly styled themselves as the people of Königsberg. Worsening economic conditions in region, cutbacks from Moscow's subsidies to its government, and the contrast between life in the Russian exclave and life in neighboring Lithuania and Poland have increased separatist sentiment once again. With Putin embarked now on a bloody attempt to reabsorb Ukraine into an expanded Russia, the question of Kaliningrad takes on more than mere historical or polemical importance. Ukrainians have mounted heroic resistance to Putin's invasion, and millions of people the world over pray that they can continue to hold the Russians off. But it is still far from clear that Ukraine, fighting alone, can win a war against a nuclear power that is one of the largest military forces on Earth. If Putin succeeds in breaking Ukraine, NATO itself will be his next target. There will be a new front line of conflict between Russia and the West, with Kaliningrad aimed like an atomic pistol at the NATO's Baltic flank. I'll put it this way. Though Kaliningrad, also known as, and will again be known as, Königsberg, has been ruled by Moscow since the end of World War II, it clearly looks European, not Russian. you can see this and get an eyeful of what I mean. So, let's give you this link in the live stream, and I will also put it into our infinite call and provide myself a moment to tend to that responsibility. Let's see if this works. Access that and get an eye full of the skyline. You'll see exactly what I mean. That ain't fucking Russian. Now, to quote as to Robert Kagan of the Brookings Institute, at length and verbatim, until now, Russian forces could deploy only as far as Ukraine's eastern border, several hundred miles from Poland and other NATO countries to Ukraine's west. When the Russians complete their operation, they will be able to station forces, land, air, and missile in bases in western Ukraine as well as Belarus, which has effectively become a Russian satrap. Russian forces will thus be arrayed along Poland's entire 650-mile eastern border, as well as along the eastern borders of Slovakia and Hungary, and the northern border of Romania. The most immediate threat will be to the Baltic states. Russia already borders Estonia and Latvia directly and touches Lithuania through Belarus and through its outpost in Kaliningrad. Even before the invasion, some questioned whether NATO could actually defend its Baltic members from a Russian attack. Once Russia has completed its conquest of Ukraine, that question will acquire new urgency. One likely flashpoint will be Kaliningrad, the headquarters of the Russian Baltic Fleet. This city and its surrounding territory were cut off from the rest of Russia when the Greater Soviet Union broke up. Since then, Russians have been able to access Kaliningrad only through Poland and Lithuania. Expect a Russian demand for a direct corridor that would put strips of the countries under Russian control. But even that would be just one piece of what is sure to be a new Russian strategy to de-link the Baltics from NATO by demonstrating that the alliance cannot any longer hope to protect those countries. Yes, our man, Brendan, agrees they can take Königsberg in a night. Thank you for using its real name, Königsberg. A Russia that has swallowed Ukraine and effectively taken control of Belarus will have extended its military power sharply westward, right up to the borders of all three Baltic states, plus Poland, Slovakia, Magyarország, or Hungary, and Romania. President Biden had vowed to defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power, but that vow, if ever taken up again, will be much harder to fulfill if Ukraine and Belarus are locked into a new Russian empire. Kaliningrad, bristling with ballistic missiles that can deliver conventional or nuclear warheads, is on the point of becoming a deadly peril to the Baltic states and the wider NATO alliance. It was a grievous mistake to allow Russia to retain that territory, which it should never have been permitted to occupy in the first, after the Greater Soviet Union imploded. It would be even more grievous to allow Russia to retain it now. For all intents and purposes, Moscow has declared war on the entire post-war architecture of Euro-Atlantic security. It has become a deadly menace to peace on the super-peninsular subcontinent. After what Putin has unleashed in Ukraine, to expect him to abide by international law or to exercise military restraint would be amount to strategic and diplomatic negligence. Already there be signs that Russia is preparing Kaliningrad for a wider role in its conflict with the West. To repeat, a Russian defeat of Ukraine will transform Kaliningrad into an atomic pistol aimed at NATO's Baltic border. The United States and our allies must find a way to keep Putin from cocking and firing that atomic pistol. Liberate Kaliningrad before it is too late. And there we are. Brendan saying, although it was a mistake during World War I not to retain it with the breakup of Prussia. Actually, it was retained. It became Ost-Prussia, East Prussia. The Germans retained that. But you mean at World War II. World War II was when it should have been Ost-Prussia, should simply have been a fourth Baltic state, even if Sovietized in toto. But at any rate, we will recreate Ost-Prussia with all of the Middle Eastern emigres that exist in Europe right now. It will be an Islamic nation on the Baltic. From all of Central Europe's Muslim emigres will be resettled there and create a new fourth Baltic state, but practicing Islam. It will be Europe's new Bosnia, a kind of white Muslim nation, militant and proud and distinctively European. As for Russia itself, they cannot resist our retaking of Kaliningrad. Russia is beneath incompetent, and from what we've seen, NATO, without America, would easily win. If Russia's opening strike and absurd mistakes ever since are anything to go by. Here we are. He says, this is from the article you sent. The cataclysmic event of the 20th century, World War I, radically changed the geopolitical situation of Königsberg. Ost-Prussia was cut off from the rest of Germany and could only be reached via a corridor. Ah, yes, so I see what you're saying. It should never have been disconnected from Germany itself. Yes. So he said they should have retained all Teutonic states under the Reich. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, that goes sans saying. There should never have been a Danzig corridor even needed. But that was something that the Polish demanded, an outlet to the Baltic Sea, or rather the Americans demanded one for Poland. As I've always said before, the Woodrow Wilson created a completely untenable situation in Europe. And yes, as Brendan says, your biosire was right to include Poland. They want to return. Absolutely. And it should obviously be made to happen again. And we say that in the most positive sense. Left their Slavic language. Of course, any new greater German Reich would be multilingual. But all European nations are multilingual. They all have multiple officially recognized languages. And so Brendan Zogid is typing. Let's see what he follows up with here. And check into, of course, our, yes, says, what do you make of Hitler's Islands? Oh, well, I think that they should be an independent nation state. He says, yeah. I'm not going to respond to that. He brings up a certain individual who never talked about that shit. Yes, that's right. Well, they should at this point in history be an independent nation state under a strongman. I'll go into that in the near future. Well, France and Great Britain almost went to war over them recently, fairly recently, only a few years ago.
Well, that was like there was this stupid documentary I just scrolled past on this TV,
Yeah.
and they were saying the Germans were so barbaric on those islands. They crucified people and then sprayed water on them and let them freeze.
What crap?
This is the Brits. The Brits made this documentary. The one I linked.
You can ask
Hitler's
anyone on
British
those islands today, and they say it was like nothing. As a matter of fact, you can see footage of British bobbies on the Channel Islands directing German soldiers in traffic. Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, but you should have. I'm obviously I know that, and you know that. But I'm saying this documentary was saying, like they were Roman invaders. They were barbaric. They crucified people on the lintel of the camp. You know, it was like some shit like that.
It's like that's such a load of shit.
It's here somewhere in that AI clip I sent. It says, "Oh, here, Alderney was transformed into an island mega fortress with 5,000 slave laborers."
Yeah, slave laborers. Wow, that's compared to the wages,
including Langersilt, which was run by the SS, inhumane conditions. I like this part, leading to hundreds of deaths. Okay, well, let's CC the Indian famine, a la fucking Churchill.
No shit.
That's way past 100 people dying. Oh, here's this: investigations after 1945 finding 300 deaths, though estimates say it's higher.
That's you fucking idiots. Yeah, those...
compared to the mega death, that's almost like not just denigrating them, but it's like almost like nothing.
Well, those pommies are really pushing it. That's like I guess what's going on is that they're really feeling desperate now that probably a lot of the people on those islands want to belong to France instead of Britain, so they're pushing this shit now. Yeah.
Where are these Channel Islands even at? Aren't those in the Atlantic? They're not even like in the Mediterranean. Where the fuck are they? Like,
well, I'll show you.
Or they're not even. Yeah, I need to see where they're at. But
I'll show
they made it sound like they were like the Shetlands or something, like they were nearby.
Well,
like these were like British farmers.
Yeah. Now you've seen you heard what I said earlier, right? About they weren't the only British islands that were occupied by the Germans. By the way, the Germans also occupied. Well, I'll show you here. I'm going to do a screen share. Okay. So here we are with the screen share, and let's. This looks like the most obvious. So here we go. So this is again not the best map in the world, but this is the United.
Oh, I see it. Okay, Bay of Biscay. Okay, I see. Oh,
that's it. That little square there. That's the Channel Islands. So that's Jersey.
Okay, yeah. So mean.
Yeah. So it's these islands right here. All these islands, not just Jersey, but for some reason.
How does England still own those?
Because basically what happened was that until the discovery of the New World, all Britain had to expand because the population was growing. They needed to feed them, and the only thing they could think of before the New World was discovered was invade France. And so the British Royal Seal,
100 Years' War and all that shit.
Yeah, and the British Royal Seal actually still has Aquitaine, meaning West France, as on its royal seal. So they still claim the Aquitaine, and they do so rationalizing.
Well, to be fair, they married. It's not public knowledge, but they married the Duchess of or whatever, the Queen of Aquitaine. They're part of the family.
Yes, that's why you saw that. You saw that in Braveheart. Yeah, I mean, not you personally, but I mean, just people see that in Braveheart. There was a royal union of convenience. It's not like these people loved each other. Let me see if I can find some.
What's her name?
Oh God, I can't remember her name. I mean, let's see now if I can find this again. Channel Islands map of
Eleanor of Aquitaine. So they still are part of that family. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, map of Europe with Channel Islands.
Yeah, she was the wife of Louis VII.
Yeah,
Queen of England. She was a Queen of England. There you go. That's why.
Yeah, that's right. And so if you take a look, here we are. Now this map is actually better. Now do you see this? Here's Guernsey and Jersey. You see that? There you go. Those are the two islands.
Yeah, now I see it.
Yeah, Guernsey and Jersey.
There you go.
But the Germans also occupied.
It says UK on it.
So yeah. There you go. See, it says UK on both. Guernsey and Jersey says UK on both. But through Norway, the Germans also occupied the Shetlands. So for some reason, people keep forgetting
Oh, really?
that. Yeah.
I
So
forgot that.
yeah,
I made a joke about it.
yeah,
They really own the Shetlands?
yeah. They occupied the Shetlands in World War II. Yeah,
Interesting.
and the
Yeah, I
British
guess they don't propagandize that one.
yeah, and the British never got them out. They just, ultimately, ceded the land after, negotiations, and Berlin was occupied. Then the troops just negotiated to surrender themselves. But it's not like, these people ever, were conquered or removed by British force. Same with the Channel Islands. The British didn't invade or retake the Channel Islands. The Germans were stuck there after Berlin was captured
Right.
and had to arrange to be transported back to
Well,
the
the,
mainland.
well, and who did all the crucifixions then? Who took over that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm tempted to say the British crucified people, but the whole thing is a joke. Nobody was ever crucified.
It was hilarious. I gotta
Yeah.
find that clip and you gotta review it.
Yeah,
It's
but
just it was comedy. It was dark comedy.
yeah, it's
The guy was like in
yeah.
a dark room, talking about it. He's like,
Yeah.
they strung people up and crucified them on the gate,
Yeah,
and and then as if that wasn't going to kill them, he said they sprayed them with water and they froze
yeah,
as a beacon to the other revolters. Or something.
dude, it's not even that cold there. Jesus Christ, you got
that's what was funny about it.
yeah, you've got the, Atlantic Current was still fully operational at that time. These were warm islands. Yeah, but like I was saying about the Aquitaine, this is British rationalization for retaining that on the royal seal, but I think that they should be really an independent little micro-statelet of their own with, some strongman ruler that would kind of act as the pirate lord of the English Channel. I mean, really, that's what it would come
Right.
down to. But otherwise, they're quite the anomaly. And but France and Britain almost went to war over them just a few years ago due to fishing rights. And and both of these are nuclear powers, so they had nuclear fleet elements that were in area. Of course, there was talk downs, and it didn't happen. But the fact that it got to that point after Brexit just shows you how bad things can get. And who needs that? I mean, as an independent microstate, at least they would avoid being the cause of major European conflicts again. So that having been said, yeah, now you know where they are, and now the Shetlands were also occupied, and that's it's all important. People should know these things. Yeah, of course, someone we knew who was actually living in England, you knew none of this.
So they made this mini series in 2024, the one that was propagandizing it.
Oh God!
New research reveals they had a concentration camp. It's like, come on, this is like the
Really?
oldest
A
bullshit.
camp
I swear to God, that's what it says.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It says
Oh.
hosting Nazi fortifications and a concentration camp.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It's not funny. I'm not laughing.
Yeah. Well, it is funny. It is funny. Well,
It says
it's
it says the true extent of Nazi inflicted horror on Alderney.
yeah. Oh well, here we are. So here we go. This is Alderney.
Okay.
You see this map? This is Alderney.
Mhm.
It's a speck. It's a fucking speck.
Yeah, so that's where they were crucifying people and putting water on them.
It's like I mean, good God, at least you would think that they'd be doing more on the bailiwick of Jersey. So here we got Jersey. This is Guernsey. Then you got little tiny Alderney up here. It's like, really crucifying people on Alderney. I mean, it's like, why even bother? Anyhow, but this should all be like an independent microstatelet, seriously, and they trade with everybody. Not only that, they could act as the English Channel's Somalis and just piratize everybody. Yeah, that'd be fun. It'd be entertaining if nothing else. Everybody would probably just tolerate. You know what would happen? If they let me share that screen again. I can share this with you. Here we are. Now imagine this, right? So here we go. You know how the Somalis are all poor and shit. So here these.
Yeah.
You have a little minor. It'd be like a microstatelet economy. And here's what would happen if these guys started pirating tourist ships. The tourists would love it. The tourists would actually request to go into area just to be piratized. by these
Yes,
guys,
yes,
and so they could take photos and pose with the pirates. And the pirates could just take it all away, just get in full fucking costume, frill out, and
definitely,
cutlasses
definitely.
and everything else, and just sweep on
Like
to
period outfits, yeah,
yeah,
like
yeah,
like Errol Flynn.
yeah, literally, and just swing onto local tourist ships, and the tourists would just they gush, they would cream, they would just
Yeah, they would
orgasm.
love it. They would
Yeah,
love it. Yeah.
people would go there just to be raided by the Channel Island pirates. It's like, goddamn, just go for it. Their economy they'd be doing better off than they ever did under England. And
Exactly, exactly.
just piratizing everybody. It's the one place people would go to get pirated. And people would voluntarily, just bring things as, ties to the pirates. People would do it. Everybody would do it. It's like, then they could start, like, what do you call it? GoFundMe's, saying
Yes.
like, saying
Yeah.
like, I got injured pirating people, but I gotta support my family. People would be sending them money from all over the world. It just,
That's such a good idea. I like that.
yeah, that's where we got to go. Resettle ourselves on the, Channel Islands and start a pirate campaign. There you go. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's an important point, and I want to thank our listeners for keeping our
Oh, and
numbers up.
here's some. This is just from the wiki.
Yeah, what they say.
This is just some bullshit. Basically, it says by 1940, Winston Churchill withdrew all the troops.
There you go.
And it says the British government gave up control of the oldest possession of the crown without firing a single shot, as the Channel Islands served no purpose for the Germans other than propaganda of occupying British territory. This is what Churchill told the people when he said, "We're not defending it." Well, he says the Channel Islands have now been demilitarized and declared an open town. So they just walked in. They didn't conquer it.
So there was no need to torture anybody. There was no need, obviously. There's no need to instigate a reign of terror when you didn't fire a shot to take it. And since the British abandoned them, obviously the Channel Islanders don't owe the Brits anything. They were abandoned in war, so they don't owe the British anything. Better off as pirates of the English Channel. Yeah.
So why would they make that? Why would they make some documentary and just for like some stupid shit? It's almost as bad as the ski shooting.
Yeah, why? As mind control for the individual we both know.
Oh, they were so evil.
Yeah.
Under siege. Yeah. Okay, here we go. 1944. D-Day landings, blah blah blah.
It's MK Ultra propaganda that they give to their so-called super soldiers. The super wimps. This is what happened. Don't forget, they're shooting babies of skeets too. Remember that shit? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it was almost as bad as that when that Brit was sitting there explaining it, saying, "Yeah, they strung him up on the lintel of the camp and poured water on him so he would freeze." It's like, really? Come on.
Yeah.
So stupid.
I mean, that did happen in actual camps.
Story.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such
Oh, did it?
Yeah, well, it happened in actual camps where shit like that would happen, but that wouldn't work on the Channel Islands because it's not that fucking cold. I mean, sure, you'd be uncomfortable, and somebody like me would probably feel like they were freezing to death. I'd catch my death of cold.
But it's like, if you're already nailed to a cross, what's the point?
Yeah, no shit.
It seems excessive.
Yeah. Well, it's preposterous. First off, these are people who they live in the middle of the sea. They're used to salt water and salt air. It's not like these are wimps, so they're not going to be like. But like you said, if you're already crucifying somebody, why would you bother with that? Just so you can watch them twitch on the cross. I mean, they're just trying to make the Germans look as evil as possible, and it's just completely. And the idea of a camp. That what an incredibly stupid concept for the Channel Islands. You wouldn't. First off, let's waste time, manpower, and you're on an island. It's not like people can escape. So why would you build a camp?
Yeah, and guess what? The book cost £20. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
2018. So the book was written in 2018. Then they made this documentary. So it's just propaganda.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, great! They had to put the J-Man. Oh my God, they're gonna. So weave that in somehow.
Well, it has to, right? They have
Good
to.
God.
Yeah.
What would they do? They wouldn't go to an island like that. You think they were there? I don't think so.
Not in any numbers. I can guarantee you that.
Right.
I mean, there's no banking industry or media industry or anything
Right.
that
It
would.
doesn't add. Something doesn't add up here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not exactly a center of creativity. Let's put it that way. It wouldn't be the
And the story. I mean, the story is so goofy. I mean, this guy's book was just total drivel. Let's see. It says I see. The dramatic and unexpected withdrawal of British armed forces in 1940, explaining that it was against the instincts of Churchill, but a pragmatic decision. Okay, it didn't sound like it the way he said it.
No, it sounded like he said
Churchill said, "We're leaving."
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
he said.
yeah.
It says, let's see. They're trying to say, oh, he didn't want to do it, but he did it in 1940. Okay, well, I don't think so.
He didn't seem too reluctant about it. Yeah, he was like, what a clown.
Okay, here's this. This is where they tell the truth. It says decisions were made who would be evacuated, so they took out who they wanted, left everyone else, and then they said German presence developed from a position of cooperation.
But by the way, that's how you know there were no Jewish population left on the islands, because that would be the elites the British would have taken if anyone.
They all took them. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So go on.
So but this is where he, shows his hand before he does the propaganda, so they don't get the karmic retribution.
Yeah.
It says German presence developed from almost a position of cooperation with the civilian leadership, and then they pull this to a much more sinister approach later. It's like, okay, come on, guys. Sometimes exacerbated by the independence of the islanders as they supported themselves to help the enslaved imported workforce. So the Germans were bringing slaves. I mean, this is ridiculous. Brought in to create the enormous defenses on Guernsey, Jersey, and Alderney.
Guernsey, yeah. But in all fairness, the reality is the Germans would have imported labor simply because there wouldn't have been enough on the island. So, but the idea that the islanders would be helping the labor to do what? Escape? You're on an island. It's not nobody's getting out of the island. It's like the Germans occupy the island. You're not leaving the island because the Germans are obviously patrolling the ports. You're not going to be. It's
right.
So the labor that's being brought is stuck there along with the native population. The native population wouldn't be helping them with anything other than like what? It's not like they're.
Well, but it's the first thing he said was that they were cooperating with the civilian leadership.
Yeah,
originally,
they always were. I mean, like I said, you can see the footage of the Channel Islands throughout World War II. There's British bobbies that are helping the Germans with traffic and operations and all this shit. So, because it was militarized, the bobbies had to help with the traffic because the streets were a lot more full than they'd ever been before, and they were full of military-grade vehicles now that could tear the streets up if traffic wasn't directed properly. So the bobbies were out there helping the Germans to direct traffic. I mean, that's probably the most iconic.
I see this photo. Yeah, I see this photo. He's just chilling. They look like it's just normal.
Yeah. I mean, that's the most iconic image, really, of the Guernsey and Channel Islands.
Like they're just chatting.
Yeah.
They're just having a chat.
Yeah. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah. So, I mean, seriously.
I like how the person that wrote this article says, "What life would be like under Nazi occupation," and it shows the guy smiling and pointing.
Of course.
They
never had it so fucking good. Yeah, they never had it so fucking good. He was
all happy. Yeah, he was happy.
Goddamn straight. Yeah. That's they were so sad when the British came back. I mean, look, they were abandoned in World War II. You think they wanted the British back? I mean, what the fuck was that? I mean, it was no improvement.
Well, Churchill straight up said, "We're not helping them." They just left. It was like,
there you
go.
Afghanistan
style, just dump.
Dump
and go.
Yeah, pump and dump. Yeah, so
And then 80 years later, the tyranny of the occupiers. It's like, oh my god, so bad, so stupid.
Yeah, I think that you compare the wage slave laborers that they're working for now whatever few pence they get for,
Oh,
they,
I found the original note. I could forward this to you.
yeah,
This was July 1st, 1940.
yeah,
To the chief of the military and civilian authorities of Jersey and St. Helier, translated this is from the Brits. I intend to neutralize military establishment in Jersey. The island will surrender its military. So they took everything. They just said, we're going to take everything and you're going to be left defenseless.
Yeah, there you go.
Signs of surrender. They made them surrender all their arms. What? So something's fishy. Something's fishy.
It's not.
Oh no, this is when the Germans came in.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, but
sorry, I misread it. Okay, it says surrender, blah blah blah. Yeah. So the Germans came in peacefully. They said, they said, as long
when
as you
they
put
said
your
surrender
arms
your
down,
arms, you notice there was no resistance. It's not like the Channel
No, of
Islanders
course
rose
not,
up
of course
in
not.
rebellion. I mean, why should they? The British abandoned them.
Yeah, so here's the end. Here's the end of it. This is what they obviously, that documentary didn't show this. It says, in the case of a peaceful surrender, your lives, property, and liberty of peaceful inhabitants are solemnly guaranteed.
Yes.
Signed, the General of Normandy. There you go.
There you have it. Yes.
What an upstanding guy.
Yes, there we have it. Of course. I mean,
whereas Churchill just said bye.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah. And then the Brits talk about fighting to the death to defend Blighty. I mean, there you go. I mean, you see it in action there. Yeah. And if the Brits,
so if they were, I know, like, there's obviously, like, what is it called? Politeness, but this seemed like an honest, earnest statement. Look, if you peacefully surrender.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. Of course they peacefully surrendered. I mean, why shouldn't they? I mean, the Brits didn't do nothing for them. They owe no allegiance to the crown at that point. So, yeah, there you go. And that's what happened. And it all worked out well. They never had it so good. Yeah. So, yeah, that being qualified, thank you. And, important points to be made. I appreciate that profoundly. And and for people who are still sending me emails about, Europe taking on NATO without America, taking on Russia. As I said, Russia is beneath incompetent. And from what we've seen, NATO without America would easily win. If Russia's opening strike on Ukraine 4 years ago and all the absurd mistakes.
They just need to take Kronenberg back. Just
absolutely
sock it to them. Forget about the fake nukes. I mean, come on, this is a joke.
Thank you.
They just don't. It's like if they prove that the Russian nukes are fake, then they'd have to say all their shit's like not ready. They would just say, it would burst the bubble of public. What is it called? Like the consensus trance would burst. So they can't just say, look, this is bullshit.
Yeah, the shared mass.
If it was me, I would just take Kaliningrad. I don't care. Just let them shoot nukes. It's like, who gives a fuck?
Oh, like I said, the wind blows it right back on Russia, so they'd be shooting themselves in the face. That doesn't mean Putin's not stupid enough to do it, but nevertheless, it's you would expose it. That would expose him, and that would be.
I mean,
what's
the worst case scenario? They just wait 50 years for it to,
the
rads to cool down.
Yeah, no, not at all. Because if you remember, the Chernobyl, everybody thought Chernobyl would be the end of it all. That this was going to be really bad, but Chernobyl really was, in a very real sense.
Supposedly, it's the cleanest. It's the cleanest part of like the East now, because there was no humans to destroy it.
Yes, that's right. Well, nature is really recovering in that area. Nature's really recovering in Chernobyl. Obviously, it needs to be contained in a generic sense. Safety standards maintained, but still, its meltdown did not depopulate Europe, and it went up north towards the Scandinavian areas, and they thought that it was going to radiate all the deer, which it did to a degree, and then all the radiation just dispersed and vanished. It was supposed to contaminate all of the northern reindeer herds for eternity and shit, and that didn't happen. you know, we've been
Yeah, the
confronted.
nature can take care of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And a
nature.
lot of the fungi adapted to process it, and then it
Yes,
eventually became neutralized.
that's quite right. Not that we're
They've
counting
proven
on,
this.
yeah, not that we're counting on that. If Russia were to maintain tactical nukes and use them, it would be, you know, Kaliningrad would be a great place where they would do that. That would probably be something like a last ditch, like attempt to use them. It's not going to happen because, as I said, it's going to blow back on Russia. Not that Putin's so crazy he wouldn't do that, but we don't know if his officers would obey the order, and even if they did, in the end, so fucking what? It won't be that bad. It sounds ridiculous what I'm
Right.
saying, but really, believe me, it's not what you think. It literally would, like, for one thing, it would galvanize all of Europe to finally act. But honestly, with the absurd mistakes they're making and what I've seen of Russian maintenance, they got nothing that works. Literally, it would become like a low grade, low yield, local dirty bomb. That's what it would turn into, and then you
And
deconnect.
how do they even get into that city? I thought they were blockaded on all sides.
Unfortunately, they're not. Everybody just tolerates the Russians doing whatever they fucking want, and but at this point, despite all that,
Well, what side is it, how are they able to get their trains through? Doesn't it go through like Lithuania or something?
That's what the Russians
Poland?
demand, is an open corridor. But it's
We'll just blow the tracks. Fuck
yeah,
them.
yes,
Like,
yeah.
fuck.
Well, they don't even have that. So the Russians have not
Okay,
really
but-
been resupplying it. So it's just like it's
And
yeah,
when the war was happening recently,
yeah.
they I think it was Belarus or someone
Yeah.
shut the tracks to Lithuania. I mean, like that, they should
Yes.
have just responded instantly.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So this is they just let them get away with too much. It sounds
Yes,
like.
yeah, everybody lets the Russians get away with murder, and everybody thinks that the Russians are somehow capable. It's all based on bluff, and it's all bullshit, and everybody's just programmed to fear the Russians from childhood, and it's all shit. You know, let me elucidate. Their pilots, the Russian pilots, are obviously never trained in SEAD. That's SEAD, suppression of enemy aero defenses, in which pilot training focuses on enabling fighter jets to enter hostile aerospace by neutralizing enemy radar, and SAM, or surface-to-air missile systems. Their tanks ran out of fuel in their opening blitzkrieg. Spetsnaz are the special forces operatives of the former Soviet Union. You know, when the Russians deployed them under Putin, they were assigned to go into the capital and get Zelensky. And the entire unit got caught in an elevator because the building manager turned off the power, resulting in an single unarmed...
Are you serious?
Yes! And this resulted in the landlord, a single unarmed Ukrainian civilian, capturing the entire Russian Special Forces squad that had been assigned to kidnap his president. These motherfuckers are so fucking stupid, so idiotic, so moronic, so subpar, so subgrade. That was the best Russia fucking had. The ones that were trained from childhood to be the ultimate elite killers on planet Earth. Go get Zelensky. And they all get into an elevator together. And then the landlord turns off the power. And then he's 90 years old. And he comes up and opens the door, and he's unarmed. And he said, well, you're not going anywhere. You might as well turn your arms over to me and surrender. And they did.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map. They're flanked by Lithuania and Poland. Just cut them off. Just flank them.
Yes.
Forget about Belarus.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And you had...
What the heck? How did they let them do that? It's unbelievable.
It's just Western stupidity. It started with Roosevelt, and it just kept going from there. And the Europeans then...
I'm not even seeing a train corridor. It actually goes through territory. So what the hell? Just fucking cut it off.
Yeah, they were supplying them by sea all these times. They're still supplying them by sea.
So it's cool. It's cool for Belarus to cut off Lithuania.
Yeah.
But they still let them go through to,
Yeah,
the
insane,
Russians
isn't
go
it?
through. I mean, it's just, come
Insane,
on.
isn't it? Yeah, they've got to man up. I mean, Europe, you deserve
I
everything you
mean, they
fucking get.
with this pincher maneuver, they could take Kaliningrad in like minutes. I
Yeah,
don't see it's very small.
literally.
And the population, like you said, you just say we're gonna give you citizenship to
Yeah.
France or some shit. They'd
Yeah.
do it.
Oh yeah, in
Or
a
Germany.
heartbeat.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat. Absolutely.
They'd lay down their arms and everything.
Well, the
It's like,
biggest problem.
give you
Yeah.
German dole. Everyone would do it. I'd do it. Shit.
Yeah, well, the biggest problem is there's no country in Europe that wants the motherfuckers. So, like I said, you just reestablish
Poland, they're white. Poland's would take them. They're white. You go to Poland.
No, the Poles won't take them. But this is what you do. You reunite Aust-Prussia into a fourth Baltic state, and you make that, along with Kaliningrad, the new Muslim nation. You just take all the Muslims in Central Europe and put them in there, and that'll become the new European Muslim state on the Baltic, just the fourth Baltic littoral state, formerly Aust-Prussia, but now a Muslim enclave of European-identified Muslims. You know, all the Syrian and Iraqi refugees that went to Europe. Yeah, that went to Germany. Yeah, just that were accepted by Merkel. She accepted millions of them. Just take them and put them in there. In Aust-Prussia, it would be a Muslim state that identifies as European, like Bosnia. Bosnians are white Muslims, and they identify as Europeans. And you can consider them a new indigenous Muslim European state, and this is what Himmler wanted. That's there you have that. Now, of course, throughout the original blitzkrieg that the Russians perpetrated against Ukraine, you had Russian helicopters getting knocked out of the sky by Ukrainian militia, the VDV, the Russian Airborne Forces. They captured an airport, but their armored support never made it because they got blown to smithereens. So they lost the airport after taking grave casualties. All this happened with minimal activity from Ukraine's special forces or elite units. Essentially, Ukraine's own special forces or elite units sat back and let all the civilians do the work. So much for the vaunted Russian military. The Americans so worship Putin's flagship, essentially the capital ship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, the Moskva, got sunk by Ukraine. A nation without a navy. Their own radar interfered with the radio, so the damage control teams couldn't communicate with the captain of the ship or anyone on the bridge. Only one cannon out of dozens on that ship was
I'm looking at the map here. It's like they have the mega upper hand.
Yeah.
I mean, the only route to the sea they have is St. Petersburg, which can be flanked by Copenhagen. They could like it's Istanbul. They could just cut them off.
Yeah.
Why did they let the Russians do all this? It's got to be contrived. I mean, it's got to be contrived.
Thank you. Of course, it all is. It's all based on for years.
So Western Europe has the strategic advantage. We're talking like this is beyond art of war. This is like practical. This is like.
Thank you.
They have every card in their hand. I don't know. It's got to be some kind of not to knock your thing, but it's just like. It's got to be some kind of.
Well, I'll tell you what it was. It was just
bullshit.
For years they wanted Russian gas. For years they wanted cheap gas. They were all on the Russian tit.
Right.
Yeah. And
okay, so it was some kind of energy thing, but Norway has. Yeah. Norway's rich off of that, right?
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
But no, it's a different kind of energy. Norway's wealth comes from oil, and here's the telling question: is why, since Norway and Great Britain had the equal
BP.
Why did they both have an equal amount of oil that they could access in the North Atlantic? They both had the same amount of oil deposits on either side of their line of agreement. And yet Britain squandered all of its oil wealth while Norway became one of the richest nations on earth, proportionately. That was able to support its population.
Because they're socialist in a proper way.
Thank you.
Besides that.
Yeah. Thank you. Eurosocialism. And the Eurosocialism was such that they were able to distribute their wealth, whereas Britain's oil wealth got squandered in the most corrupt and almost as if they're a third world nation. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, it's just miserable. But such having been said, the oil is different from gas. And what the
Right.
Europeans needed was cheap gas, and the Russians had a bottomless supply. So, in order to maintain that incoming gas through, so like sucking a giant Russian cock that just kept spewing, the Europeans allowed them to maintain Kaliningrad. Well, those days are fucking over.
Right.
And so, now's the time to take it. And like I said, it's not that the Russians have any capacity to resist with their navy. Like I said, Putin's flagship, the capital ship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, the Moskva, got sunk by Ukraine, a nation without a navy. Like I said, their own radar was so primitive, their entire command, control, and communications system on the ship is non-existent, so their own radar interfered with their own radio, so that their damage control teams, when they were hit by the Ukrainians on basically surfboards, they couldn't communicate with the
Yeah. As much as I love tubes for audio output, they're not good for anything else. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Vacuum tubes and valves.
Thank you. The damage control teams couldn't communicate with the captain of the ship or anyone on the bridge. And like I said, there was only one cannon out of dozens on that ship that was even working, because the rest were cannibalized for parts. The generators were months past their service date. The fire extinguishers were understocked and locked away because they kept getting stolen. The ship had 12 water hoses blasted to make the sign of a cross, a sign that they'd given up even trying to save the ship. Several sailors were not deemed KIA or killed in action, but deemed missing. So their families could never hold a proper funeral. It was later found out they'd all deserted and swam to the shore so they could
I
defect.
bet. Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty more. So yeah, I can
Imagine
readily.
living on that thing. Yeah. Good
Yeah,
God.
no shit. I mean, there's plenty more. So yeah, I can readily conclude that NATO, minus the United States, would backhand Russia down a flight of stairs with minimal losses. Probably place Putin on the Russian aircraft carrier before fucking sinking it. I mean, Putin makes threats and declarations like declaring total war on the West every goddamn day. If he actually took steps in this direction, he would be dealt with severely. Putin has committed such a large percentage of his troops to eastern Ukraine that he is currently unable to conduct offensive operations anywhere outside of Ukraine. So yes, take Kaliningrad and no one will fire a shot. Certainly not the people inside Kaliningrad.
No. Fuck.
They'll be welcoming you with open arms. Now, Putin, this is a guy who thought he could roll a giant convoy of vehicles into Kiev over a period of 3 weeks and finds himself in a high-intensity conflict with no immediate end in sight.
Yeah, I see that comment all the time where they say, it's a 2-week special operation.
Yeah.
And it's like 4 years later.
Yeah. Yeah, after nearly 4 years.
Because originally that's what he said. It was a 2-week special operation to capture like the whole country, and it's been how long?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. 4 years. After over 4 years of fighting and well over 1 million casualties, Russia has gained around 15% of Ukraine. I mean, Russia has serious trouble sustaining offensives 500 miles away from its borders against a country with no air force and no navy. Russia's total gross domestic product is roughly the size of NATO's yearly military budget. In addition, most of the numbers I see thrown around are irrelevant, because this would not be any war of attrition. NATO has already produced the trillions of dollars of weaponry needed to defeat the entire Russian Empire. We cannot be afraid of conventional war with Russia. And I'll show you this just so that you finally get it. NATO readies to defend borders alliance positioned forces across Europe's eastern flank. So I'll put this into the text message here first, and let's see if there we are. So there we go there, and let me put this into live stream. Welcome aboard, Amor Fadi, our friend in Mexico. And yes, there you go with that map, and that should put things in quite the perspective for everyone involved. And so if NATO were the aggressive alliance which Putin likes to claim, they could drive into Western Russia and only have the Rus Air Force to deal with. NATO knows it would destroy the Russian military so quickly that they would have to turn to nuclear weapons, so that's why they won't confront them on the ground. But it's all based on a bluff that you can now dispense with. Thus, the Ukraine is a test case, a specific one. While Ukraine has held the line against Russia with a degree of success expected only by myself, the NATO response is a total failure. Putin rattled the nuclear saber. NATO did nothing. Putin said no NATO troops in Ukraine. NATO complied. So the template is tested. Rattle the nuclear saber. Attack a NATO country. Will Russia succeed? Who knows? It's not a question of capacity, it's a question of backbone and balls. Several countries know what it's like to live with their necks under the Russian boot. I doubt they will want to repeat that experience. However, that is somewhat irrelevant. The real question is, when the nuclear saber is rattled, will NATO do anything? So far, the answer is not a goddamn thing. The only thing that is preventing NATO from going to Ukraine is that ephemeral saber. Given a chance, Russia's Putin will start a world war in Europe with Russian drones, missiles entering NATO countries. Russia can no longer stop the war, first of all, because half the Russian industry is now war-oriented. They want more war now, not less, regardless of who is in power. And we see it now in constant high-level threats, provocations, and actual sabotage against NATO countries. Attacking and expanding the war effort is an economic necessity. You could kill Putin, and it's not going to stop because it can't. Russia's military procurement is a warning for Europe. Putin's order books reveal plans for conflict well beyond the Ukraine. Now, take a look at this. This is a map of the Yakutskaya, under Russian rule. It's Africa's Congo, where they get their diamonds from. And without that, well, they're severely impaired. But it's an indigenous nation. It should not be occupied, and it should be, well, a property of the world, free for development, with a protection under the United Nations for the culture of the indigenous people who the Russians have infected with alcoholism. And confer, the moment Russian soldiers walk inside tents in this desperate attempt to invade Ukrainian drones, and they're actually increasing their heat signature and causing themselves to become even greater targets for the drones. They're really just trying to conserve their own heat so they don't freeze to fucking death. It's General Winter that's destroying the Russians. Of course, Brendan's already seen this, and it's a real laugh riot. I've tried to bring this to the attention of my listeners before. We'll do so again, just so people see this is the invincible Russian steamroller. This is how they're rolling now. And furthermore, some previously eternally impoverished and decayed areas like Yakutia, invaded and conquered by Russia in 1632, that supply a lot of the Russian cannon fodder, are prospering now, probably for the first time in centuries. Families send their men to fight and get good money, dead or alive. The entire culture and industry of the Russian Federation is organized around war now. Yakutia is just one of such areas. There are many, many more. When we watch a video of a Ukrainian drone chasing and killing a Russian soldier, chances are that soldier was a Yakut, a Bashkir, a Buryat, or Tuvan, making money for a new roof or a kitchen remodel. Those regions have governors who are involved in local and national politics, etc. All in all, despite the growing discontent with the war in Russia, the major pull is ever more toward more war, not less, with or without Putin. Take him out, nothing stops. The entire Russian economy needs war now, or everyone instantly stops eating. It's the only thing putting food on the table. And yet Putin's forces cannon fodder African recruits to become suicide bombers in his Ukraine war. Here's footage Brendan is all too familiar with. And I'm going to upload this as well into the chat so that people can see what Russia is doing with blacks, Asian Indians.
I'd like that one explained by anyone who's pro-Russian, please.
Thank you.
Explain.
Thank you. And here's the one that Brendan...
Like, it's definitely, like, you know, what kind of propaganda is that? Come on.
Thank you. But this is the one you provided me with. This was brought to my attention by Brendan. The poor the poor black guy with a landmine strapped to him by the Russians, who then taunt him as he sent out to his death. Yeah, it's you talk about unspeakable. And they're still complaining about Germans crucifying guys on Guernsey. Give me a fucking break. The Russians are strapping landmines to the backs of black men now.
So yeah, so they're like laughing with him, and then they don't tell him what they're doing.
That's right. Yeah, they don't tell him what they're doing. He's, you know, he walks out and then they blow him up.
It says they're using African mercenaries, and they call them can openers or bottle openers.
There you go.
To open the bunker. Go can open the bunker, you know? There you go.
Yeah, and then when he gets near the bunker, they blow him up. Yeah. He's nothing he's nothing but a delivery mechanism. Jesus fucking Christ. And they laugh all the way about it. They laugh about it. Now, is Russia actually going to invade Finland and the Baltics this year in 2026? No.
They can try, but they can't.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't be this year, but 2027 and 2028 are a definite maybe. Because the war in Ukraine is going nowhere fast, and Putin is looking at the bigger prize, expanding the conflict to tear NATO and the European Union apart. That was always the end goal, and he may think he can do it with his president in the White House. Now, there is a window of danger in 2027 and 2028 for this to happen, and it has a lot to do with the American elections. Russia knows if the United States of America gets involved, they only drive NATO together while destroying themselves as an empire, so they need to make sure the United States of America stays out. To that end, the American electoral cycle is crucial. If Russia attacks before the midterms, it could be Trump puts on his big boy pull-up diapers and gets involved to rally around the flag and maybe win in the election. It may not happen, but Trump is unpredictable enough for the risk to be unacceptable to Putin. Besides, they need more time to prepare, so 2026 is out. The next presidential election in these United States of America is in 2028, when someone other than DJ Trump will be elected. If nothing else, biology will ensure that. So after 2028, you need to assume basic competence in the White House, meaning American involvement again. It's also not certain, but you need to assume that will happen. That leaves 2027 and 2028 as the window of opportunity Russia has to tear NATO and the European Union apart.
I was looking at the comments in this video. I don't see any pro-Russian bots or anything.
There you go.
It's like there's no way to really like.
What could they say? They can't spin that. There's no way to
Well, there
spin.
was someone that said, "Oh, it's only a few second video," but I mean, it's clear in the video what they're like saying it in Russian, like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
this-
he's just
Yeah.
piece of shit. You know, we're gonna send him out to die."
Yeah.
They even say it in Russian. You can hear it.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. And remember, our man Brendan here is an anthrolinguist. He's multilingual, as am I. So as I was saying,
Yeah, and someone the best comment. No offense to the guy that got blown up, but it says, "Friendly BRICS friendship of nations."
yeah, there you go. Oh,
Because he's
God.
like South African or something. Yeah, there you go.
Oh man. Oh yeah, BRICS. Yeah, he's saying Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, friendly BRICS nations. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so the South Africans are just sending randos up there. Yeah, you can go to Russia. They'll get a job. And then he goes there and he gets a bomb strapped to him.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Well, you can imagine what they're doing to the Asian Indians. I mean, that's that. Yeah.
Oh, here, I finally found someone. He says, totally, because USA, hundreds of black people get shot and killed by police. No one cares. It's
Yeah.
like, that's not the same. They have rights and can have jobs and lives and homes. Yes.
Yes. It's beyond that. How does that wrong make this right? Two wrongs don't make a right.
According to Ali Nasir 7798, that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Oh man, well, that's just some white guy, who's trolling. Either that or some crazy Arab, that is like.
Oh, here's this guy with a Russian handle. His name is Dan Krib, which is the funny part is that's a One Piece character just translated to Russian.
There you go.
America and European NATO will destroy Ukraine and its people. 2014 to 2026. So they're giving the same timeline you are. Foreign military volunteers crime and the Ukrainian armed forces and Azov fascists death. Zelensky will destroy Ukraine and the people and the military. Ukrainian armed forces. 1 million dead. Meat grinder exchange. And then the next person says, "That's why you haven't won after all these years." Nobody's fooled, with a bunch of laughing emojis. Weird how Ukrainians aren't complaining about this.
Yeah.
Putin wasting your money on a stupid war. You could be rich, but you've chose poverty like the fools you are.
So true. Well, when they say it's funny how he doesn't see Ukrainians complaining. I presume they mean they don't see Ukrainians complaining about the black guy getting the mine strapped to him. You know what?
No. This was another this was another person in support of in support of Ukraine. They said the Ukrainians aren't complaining about the European nation, NATO coming in.
Got it. Yeah. But I also think the Ukrainians wouldn't complain about the Russians, just blowing up all these black guys, because you can imagine the minority problems it would create if all those black guys were allowed to surrender and the Ukrainians having to, tend with that. That's like
these comment wars are pretty stupid, honestly. That's why NATO commits war crimes in Libya, Palestine. You say nothing.
Libya and Palestine?
Says,
how is NATO involved with Libya and Palestine?
It's just bullshit. It's just like these, it says Israel's not even part of NATO,
Yeah, no shit.
And then someone says Assad, which he means Assad. He said Assad commits war crimes in Syria. Where is he now? Well, he's in Russia.
Yeah, he's in fucking Russia because it was the Russians who were supporting his war crimes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, shit. So even the Russian bots wouldn't dare touch this video. It's just idiots.
Thank you.
Because it's like so obvious. It's so obvious.
Thank you. Well, it exposes so much. And so like I said about the guys in the tents,
Putin's love for black people.
What was that?
Horrible. This person says, Putin's love for black people. They're disposable. What a sick dictator. Yeah. And he's got a bunch of upvotes. Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah,
It's horrible. That's horrible.
The-
This
the-
Cameroon guy was told he was gonna go build snowmen. Poor guy.
yeah.
They probably gave him. Oh no, this is a translation. This guy says the call sign they gave him was dead meat. Oh my god, that's so evil.
Yes.
Disgusting.
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's
You think that's really what they did to him? Oh my god. It's
guaranteed.
horrible.
Guaranteed. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's not like they're doing any better themselves, waddling around like penguins in their tents to conserve their body heat, which just makes them easier and brighter targets for the drones.
Oh, here's a supporter. Dwayne Dibley, so he's some disgusting creature,
Yeah.
says, I mean, you can't take this footage at face value. It's like, what the fuck? Yes, you can.
Yes, you most certainly can. You hear them talking. And
yeah, and you can see the guy crying, and they're saying, too bad.
Yeah.
Too bad.
Yeah. For one thing, he can't get
like
it
once
off.
he finds out, once he finds out what's happening, then they say, too bad.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they're actually making
Dead
fun
meat.
Of him. Yeah, they're making fun of him
exactly.
to his face. Yeah, sending him off. But as I said, that leaves 2027 and 2028 as the window of opportunity Russia has to tear NATO and the European Union apart with a military action in the Baltics. Russia's not ready, but Putin could bet that neither will be Europe and roll the dice one final time. With a lame duck in the White House determined to ruin our country, this side of the Atlantic, that rejected him, that may mean no American intervention, and that's the only window that the Russians can see right now. So be prepared for 2027 and 2028. There's enough time to prepare, but not enough time to waste. So, but with that, I mean, honestly, Brendan, these are the times we're living in. Look, the only way to make the Russians stop is to destroy Russia as we know it and transform it into a different country, which would value collaboration and good relations with neighbors. And it is Putin himself who will most certainly throw the dice and see. He doesn't care about the outcome. His army can be defeated and his soldiers all slaughtered. He does not care. You can bet when he throws those dice, he will be in a really deep bunker, drinking champagne and laughing his ass off.
Here's a guy from Africa that's saying you shouldn't feel bad for these guys because they were evil mercenaries. I mean, I kind of believe him. He says, I'm black, but I have no sympathy for these Africans. They were foolish enough to get caught fighting for Russia. They're the worst evil mercenaries that get paid to travel and kill innocents. Mercenaries fighting for Russia are the lowest forms of life.
Let's put it this way. It's like,
I mean, that's the whole point of being a mercenary, though. It's not like you can hold it against them.
Well, it's not like these guys are professional mercenaries. They're a bunch of saps who are just trying to get out of poverty. And and the Russians sold them a line saying, "Oh, look, you go to Russia." They were told they would get professional training, is what they were told. I mean,
here's a translation of what they were saying. They're called Annō. So I butchered it, but it means one-timers, meaning they only go one time.
Yeah.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Not first-timers, one-timers. Just once, one and done.
Yeah, disposable, like disposable razors or some shit like that.
Oh my god.
Or toilet paper, Kleenex after you ejaculate into it. Yes, it's ruthless on a level. Did I bring my water bottle over here? I should have my water bottle around here. Let me grab that water bottle. I can't believe maybe I didn't bring one here. That was the one thing I fucked up when I came here tonight. Let me run and get that and do me a favor. I'll be right back. Just got to get that water bottle to continue till midnight at least. Well, wait a second.
Like
it's almost
Umbrella
midnight.
from Resident Evil. Yeah, this was the plot line of Res Evil 7, I think.
What did they do in Resident Evil 7?
Or they made zombie mercenaries in Africa.
Oh, okay.
The Russians did. Yeah.
Right, that makes sense.
"Quote unquote" umbrella, but it's just anyone who it's just any country. They're transnational.
Right. That was the game that had all the black zombies, right?
Yeah, I think, is it 7 or let me see. I think it's 6 actually. Let me see.
Yeah, that's the one where everybody was complaining that it was racist because all the zombies were black, and it's like, dude, they're in Africa. Yeah,
Right.
it's,
Stupid. Res Evil 5. Res Evil 5, excuse me.
yeah, that was comparing.
Kijuju,
Yeah,
West Africa. There you go.
there you have it. Yeah, was that supposed to be the fictional country or just the kind of
Yeah.
like? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Kijuju. Yeah, it's the fictional country.
Yeah, well, there you have it. That's interesting. Well, juju means voodoo, of course. So Kijuju, it's like voodoo country, voodoo land. It was basically voodoo land.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so that makes
Let me
sense.
see. Yeah, let me see if I can find the plot line. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
They're infected with something, blah blah blah. I know there's a bigger plot line, but they don't like advertising it. Umbrella Corp creates bioweapons, but it falls in the hands of terrorists, which create a bioterrorism, which attack vulnerable countries. There we go. That's all they give you.
Thank you. No, that's
The Japanese looks much more extensive, but they're not going to translate this shit. They'll just say, yeah, it's fine.
Oh, well,
Yeah. Here we go. Res Evil 5 isn't racist. It just takes place in Africa. Someone's complaining about it.
yes, that's fucking funny. You gotta admit that's oh, well, I mean, let's continue along this vein until we reach midnight. I mean, I don't have my water bottle with me. We'll probably close in a few minutes, live stream, but we'll just we'll take it. I think that Brendan and I have pretty much taken it down to we've reached a kind of conclusion. If people don't get the message by now of just how lame Russia is and how there's no need to fear this straw giant, this paper bear, it's about time that people wise up and understand if the Russians had nukes, which they did use when they first took in the Crimea and first started invading. Good God, was that yeah, when they took the Crimea, they were using some tactical nukes in the Ukrainian border regions, and at least one or two. And these were tactical nukes. And after that, that was all they had. That was really all they had. They blew their wad, and they got nothing left. It would have decayed by now. These weapons literally decay from the inside out because their own radiation corrodes their wiring, their electronics, and the Russians aren't repairing those things. They don't even know how to maintain them. It's like from it's like technology of the gods to them now, which is lost. Lost technology of the gods that they no longer know how to manipulate. Their brain drain has destroyed them. So okay, we're 10 minutes to midnight. I think that's pretty symbolic. We'll probably end live stream. How about you, Aristides? You still with us? If you are, let's say good night to everybody. If not, then what I'll do is I'll put my link inside of the text box. Let's get that link in there. And here we go. PayPal. There we go. PayPal.me/DouglasTT and as well, I should put in a few more other things. PayPal.me/DouglasTT. I guess is the most important thing to put in there. And everybody enter those upvotes and enter your commentary on all the episodes before they cut off our commentary. The last episode you could do that on is February 4th of this year, my green hair day. And just enter commentary there or any episode preceding that. Keep the algorithm up on the channel. That way, this is guerrilla war, and that would be your guerrilla action to help do that. With that, of course, let's see if this other link works, because that looks like it's not connecting directly. Douglas, okay, paypal.me, paypal.me/ Douglas TJ Trick, Douglas D Trick. And of course, you can also do the other PayPal. You go to the website, douglasdietrich.com, and there's a PayPal button there. Let's see if this links. Is that link? Is that top one link? No, it's just go to channel. This bottom one, does that link? Well, they don't seem to link. Yeah, the PayPal's not allowing me to link through that. Yet somehow, what's his name gets it to link. How the hell does he do that?
Who?
Aristides, how does he get it to link the PayPal, since mine doesn't link? How does his link? So let me see if I can.
Oh, do you want me to say it on air? I'll tell you afterwards.
Okay, tell me afterwards. Okay, yeah, anyhow, let's try giving people the website, douglasdietrich.com. And anyhow, well, yeah, at douglasdietrich.com, you're going to find a single button, that not the one in the middle, because that was put there as a distraction. Just go to the upper right hand corner yellow button at douglasdietrich.com, and you can contribute there. Let's see if this one links or works. I doubt it. So yeah, it's really weird. They don't let me link, which I knew they wouldn't, but you'd think it would in the chat. Okay, everybody, we're gonna end stream, and everybody return on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. And everybody have a happy Asian Lunar New Year. Year of the Horse, Fire Horse, Year of Revolutions. And our numbers are great. Hate to leave, but we'll, need my rest for my social obligations. We'll be back Wednesday, same time, same place. Be there. Okay, ending stream. Pressing the end button, and let's